343. Chen Pinggan was a little annoyed. He thought to himself that he should not have done as he pleased. The 300 miles of waterway had attracted the attention of these water demons and water ghosts. If there was a conflict, the blade-strengthening gourd was still with his body. Previously, when he practiced the 6-step stance on the river, he was very inexperienced. When he threw a few punches, they were weak and powerless. The yin spirit seemed to be born not good at martial arts. When he thought of the pair of lantern eyes at the bottom of the river, Chen Pinggan felt a little scared. Zhong Kuei seemed to have seen through Chen Pinggan's thoughts. Yin spirits like to roam the world at night. This is your first time out of body. The new yin spirit came to the buried river temple of all places. According to the qi cultivators, this may be an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. You still have to deal with it carefully. When it comes to opportunities, it is not always a good thing. Chen Pinggan asked, then is the attendant in the water god temple a cultivator? Can he discover my yin spirit identity? Zhong Kuei said in annoyance, with Empress Berry his personality, she would fight the water demon to the death every few days. There are so many vengeful souls and malicious spirits in the river, all of them controlled by the water demon. Do you think that the water deity temple where her golden body is placed wouldn't have an expert guarding it? Otherwise, they would have been swallowed by that self-proclaimed immortal yellow long ago, along with the temple and the hill. Chen Pinggan blushed with shame and said, that seems to be the case. Zhong Kuei finally said a piece of good news. But don't worry, your yin spirit is very weak. As long as you don't enter the temple to burn incense, no one in the temple will be able to tell. Zhong Kuei frowned and walked around Chen Pinggan. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Chen Pinggan, have you encountered 2 big disasters? The first time was very early and you hurt your destiny. The second time was a few years ago and you broke the longevity bridge. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment and nodded. He had always been cautious. Hence, he made an exception and did not deliberately hide it. Something like that. It was not only because this person was a gentleman of the Da Fu Academy, but also because Zhong Kuei called him Mr. Qi. Zhong Kuei rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Chen Pinggan asked, how can you tell? Zhong Kuei was still sizing up Chen Pinggan as he slowly said, trees have growth rings, so you can tell their age. This person's soul is actually more or less the same. It's just that the human body is a small world, while the world is a large human body. The human skin, flesh, blood, tendons, and bones are like a wall between the two. Seeing the confused look on Chen Pinggan's face, Zhong Kuei gave an example. For example, between Hao Ran Heaven and Qingming Heaven, cultivators want to check each other. Even if you're familiar with the divine ability of viewing mountains and rivers from the palm, it won't work even if you're a 12th realm immortal. But when your yin master manifested, your soul became clearer and clearer, allowing me to see many clues. Zhong Kuei suddenly laughed and said, Chen Pinggan, it must be hard for you to be a mender. Since the natal porcelain was broken, Chen Pinggan could not grasp any fortune in the Pearl Grotto heaven. What was broken was the longevity bridge. His body was leaking wind and rain, which was why he needed to practice the mountain quaking fist to preserve his life. When Zhong Kuei said that Chen Pinggan was a bitter tinker, he hit the nail on the head. First, there was the sage of the Baoping continent, who could recite poems, which could cause the enemy to be exposed to the astral wind, and then there was the gentleman of the Tongyi continent, Zhong Kuei, who was even more unfathomable. Chen Pinggan suddenly had a more complex and profound feeling towards the Confucian Academy. Chen Pinggan asked, you want to enter the temple to burn incense? Won't there be a problem if the academy does this? Zhong Kuei could not help but laugh. If some pedantic teachers of the academy knew about this, there would be some criticism. But it's not a big deal, scholars are not as rigid as you think. Zhong Kuei was surprised, and his face was full of mischief. Well, thanks to you, I can experience the temper of the goddess of the buried river. Zhong Kuei's lips moved slightly. The buried river around the two of them was like a pillar in the middle of a river, bypassing them. At the same time, a burst of faint luster appeared. A large umbrella covered their heads, concealing their figures. Then Zhong Kuei grabbed Chen Pinggan's arm, come with me to watch the show. The buried river became extremely turbid, surging up and down, as if there was a series of muffled thunder exploding in the river. 3 or 4 miles away from the water god temple, the bottom of a section of the river had become a battlefield. Chen Pinggan looked into the distance and saw a petite figure holding an object. Every time she waved it, a brilliant silver arc would appear in the water. Because the speed was too fast, the silver lines constantly accumulated, like a messy cursive script, full of a great style. The figure emitted a faint golden light, and in the darkness, it was like a lamp that had been lit. It was especially eye-catching. The woman was very short, and seemed petite and delicate. She looked young, but in fact, her looks were average. She even had a baby face and was round, but her body was covered in golden light. Her eyes were sharp, and she was very powerful. There was a long saber at her waist, a long sword on her back, and an iron spear in her hand. It was extremely long, almost as tall as her. The scabbard was greenish-purple, and more than half of it was wrapped in golden threads. At the intersection of the scabbard and the hilt, there was a 5-colored cloud rising. The scene was magnificent, and the long sword in the scabbard must be extraordinary. She came and went in the water like the wind, without any obstruction. She was as fast as lightning, and the long spear in her hand slashed the huge body of the monster in the water several times. Blood splattered everywhere, and the water of the buried river was filled with the smell of blood. Once, she was hit by the head of the water monster and was smashed to the bottom of the river, causing a rumbling sound. In the blink of an eye, she burst out and pierced the lower jaw of the giant monster with her spear. The monster's wails shook the sky, and it twisted its body crazily, causing huge waves to rise in the buried river. Even the people at the water deity temple noticed the abnormality, but they were not afraid. They stood on their tiptoes and began to look into the distance, treating it as something new. In addition to being violent, the short woman was also a girl in black who liked to scold people when fighting. "Evil creature, you're rebelling. It's already good that I didn't find trouble with you. Forget it, you're an evil creature without an ancestral grave. Since you have the guts to come to my temple, I'll leave a few £100 of meat here. Don't think that I'm afraid of you because you have someone in the imperial court. Every year, you send 700,000 to 800,000 taels of silver to the Mirage City, and you've always wanted to remove the title of His Excellency from my Bayou Manor. Even if the buried river temple becomes the Great Spring Temple someday, so what if I don't want it? I said that I'll chop you into 18 pieces, and I won't just chop you into 17 pieces. Evil creature, come, eat my spear again. Later, I'll ask the manor to make a bowl of stir-fried eel noodles. It'll taste very good." The monster was huge, and it was golden in color. It was naked and scaleless, and that kind of greasy feeling made people want to vomit. It was originally a monster in a famous spring lake. Things in the world had turned into spirits after a long time, but its cultivation was slow. Although it had obtained a great opportunity early, after more than 600 years of diligent cultivation, it was still blocked outside the threshold of the Dragon Gate realm for more than 100 years. Later, it was guided by an expert who was traveling around the lake. It left its nest in the lake and went ashore. After going through ups and downs, it started to walk down from the source of the buried river, imitating the flood dragon walking on the river. It broke through the bottleneck and was able to enter the Dragon Gate realm. If it had been allowed to walk down the water unimpeded, it would have reached the junction of the buried river and entered the sea. It didn't expect that when it passed by the buried river temple, that bitch actually despised it for killing some ordinary teachers. She said that she wanted to enforce justice on behalf of heaven, and even risked her life to fight it. At that time, it had just entered the Dragon Gate realm, and its momentum was at its peak, so it didn't take her seriously. The lake where its nest was located was also guarded by the water god, who was just a follower of the monster. The water god bowed to it, and every year, it would pay tribute to it. From the section of the river outside the buried river temple, both sides had been fighting upstream. That battle was earth-shattering, and in the end, the river spread 300 miles on both sides of the river. Fortunately, the river was in the wilderness, so it didn't affect the common people. It was no match for the buried river god in the water, so it could only retreat upstream and recuperate for decades. After the Dragon Gate realm was stabilized, It could transform into a human form. It went ashore in the form of a strong man, and with the treasures, it personally went to the Bayou Manor to ask for forgiveness. Who knew that the bitch, whose brain was damaged, would attack without saying a word. It was also ferocious at that time, and both sides used all their treasures. Compared to the first battle in the river, it was even more tragic. More than half of the Bayou Manor was submerged, and many were destroyed. Cracks appeared on the river god's golden body of the water god temple, and it didn't gain any advantages. One of its natal treasures and one of its treasures were damaged, and the other was destroyed. It retreated in a crushing defeat. In the following 200 years, it regarded the Battle of the Bayou Manor as a great humiliation. Even though its cultivation had skyrocketed, and it was already close to the threshold of the gold core realm, it still didn't transform into a human form. It swore that it would only swagger ashore on the day that the crazy bitch's golden body collapsed and the temple was abandoned. As for the pile of fragments of the golden body, it was naturally its meal. Perhaps it could ascend to the gold core realm in one fell swoop without having to go to the great river. However, in a serious battle in the water, it really wasn't a match for the buried river god. It didn't gain any advantage even once. After more than 200 years of dealing with it, it seemed that the old woman was determined to stop it at the upstream of the buried river. Because of this kind of stupid thing that harmed others without benefiting herself, the progress of her golden body was slow even though she received so much incense from the human world year after year. Tonight, it suffered another defeat without any suspense. It quickly retreated upstream. When the short woman saw that it had made up its mind that as long as she couldn't kill it, it would come ashore to harm the people. Only then did she stop angrily. The iron spear had already fallen to the bottom of the river during the battle. She sheathed her saber and sword and found the weapon that she was most comfortable with. While cursing, she flashed and returned to the Bayou Manor. Only then did Zhong Kuei and Chen Pingan appear together. The two of them went ashore and went to the water god temple on the mountain. There were nearly 1,000 people waiting to open the door and burn incense. The foot of the mountain was full of carriages and donkeys. As a result, there were many supper stalls outside the temple. Coupled with the strange scene in the upstream section, everyone was excited. Zhong Kuei accompanied Chen Pingan to look at the white jade inscriptions. One by one, they were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Most of them were prayers for rain from the past emperors and local officials of the Great Spring Dynasty. Some of them were similar to the content of the self-condemnation decree, as well as the Xie Yuan after the successful prayer for rain. Chen Pingan read these inscriptions quickly and glanced through them. Zhong Kuei had already gone to the front of the forest of inscriptions. He squatted on the ground and looked at an ancient stone tablet that was seriously worn out. There were only a few broken crosses left on the tablet. The content was intermittent and many words were missing. Chen Pingan came to Zhong Kuei's side and found that it was a poem without a signature. Probably because of the long years, wind, sun, and rain, only about half of the words were left. Heaven and earth are deaf, the sun and moon are dim. The mountains and rivers are haggard, the grass and trees are withered, the cheerful people in the sky complain. Bound by an iron letter to the Bayou Manor, the thunder god, the thunder god, the thunder god, the old man, between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds are swallowed and spat out. Good at martial arts, a drop of golden water from the sky is full of flying lines like a machine. Sweeping away the heat of the world. Zhong Kuei asked, "Can you see anything?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Just recognize the words." Zhong Kuei said with emotion, "Teacher once said that the words on this stone tablet are actually a long-lost Taoist cultivation formula." Chen Pingan asked, "Then you see the knack?" Zhong Kuei said seriously, "Just recognize the words." Chen Pingan laughed. The two stood up. The entrance of the ancestral temple was crowded with people. Zhong Kuei complained, "Because of you, I can't burn the first incense." But soon Zhong Kuei said helplessly, "There must be officials or dignitaries waiting at the back door. That small door will open 1 to 2 minutes earlier than the main door. So the ordinary people outside the temple, no matter how many days or years you wait, as long as you don't go to the back door, you won't be able to burn the first incense in your life." Chen Pingan hesitated and said, "In my hometown, There is a Buddhist saying, don't ask for help from outsiders. Zhong Kuei said, that's a good saying. Buddhism emphasizes on faith, which is to have a firm belief in the right heart. About the first incense, many pilgrims in the world have misunderstood. The first incense is not the first incense in the incense burner. Like you said, don't ask for help from outsiders. The first incense is the first incense of every sincere person. The first incense of this life, the first incense of this year, and the first incense of this month are all the first incense. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, that makes sense. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, do you think it's easy to be a gentleman in the academy? You need a lot of knowledge. Chen Pinggan asked, then can you write a poem for me? The title is What's the Feeling of Looking at the Inscription on the Rain Prayer Tablet? I often see this in the literates' writing. Why don't you have a try? Zhong Kuei looked up at the moon and said, tonight is a good night to go up the mountain and go into the water, to visit the mansion, and to get close to the deities. But it's not suitable to recite poems. Chen Pinggan laughed again. Zhong Kuei flew into a rage out of humiliation. Chen Pinggan, you're being boring. Zhong Kuei smiled and asked, do you want to go to the Bio mansion with me? That's the future water god palace. It's very rare. There are only a few in the whole Tongya continent. If you are lucky, you can see the goddess of the buried river. Chen Pinggan said, didn't I see her just now? Zhong Kuei patted his forehead. But this pat made him have a sudden inspiration. Lucky chance. The lucky chance of your Yin Master's night tour might be with the Bio mansion and her. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, forget it, I have to go back quickly. Zhong Kuei looked as if he had seen a ghost. How could there be someone in the world who did not take lucky chances seriously? There was a commotion at the foot of the mountain. Zhong Kuei grabbed Chen Pinggan and said, trouble is coming. Let's go take a look. The old woman in charge of the temple stood side by side with a sage-like old cultivator at the foot of the mountain. They blocked the path of a woman in white. The people at the supper stall in the distance were pointing and gossiping. It turned out that the woman's face was sickly pale. Not only that, although her dress looked no different from a commoner's, but if one looked closely, the path behind her was like a bamboo basket leaking water. The path was wet and the traces were obvious. The old woman held a dragon-headed walking stick and hit the ground heavily. She sneered and said, a little water ghost dares to offend the water god temple. You are asking for death. The old cultivator laughed and said, she is an evil ghost in the water. It doesn't seem appropriate to say that she is asking for death. The old woman smiled sinisterly and stared at the rebellious river ghost. It was just a little fellow. Her soul would be scattered with a single strike of the walking stick. Killing her would be considered a merit. The water ghost woman was trembling. She bit her lips and mustered her courage. Looking at the two high and mighty figures, she said timidly, old immortal in the temple, immortal master, I am here to find a scholar. He said that he can help me break free from the river demon's restraints. I don't have to continue being an accomplice to the evil. The old woman raised her eyebrows. What a joke. You came ashore for no reason. It must be the river demon's scheme. The old cultivator stroked his beard and laughed. Shall I do it or shall you do it? The old woman gripped her walking stick tightly and was about to kill the ghost. However, she realized that she could not lift the dragon-headed walking stick no matter what. She turned her head in shock and saw a smiling scholar who said to her, let's talk nicely. This lady is not lying. I did promise her this matter. It's not easy for her to risk being tortured by the water demon to come ashore to find me. If I'm the liar who spouts nonsense, she will be miserable for the next 10 or 100 years. She might become a soul wick buried under the river and burn in the water until her soul is exhausted. This kind of torture is more terrifying than any torture in the world. Zhong Kuei smiled at the female ghost who had pulled his hair previously and said, Lady, you are very brave and have good taste. I'll help you fulfill this wish. Just because you dare to come ashore, I'll fight for the chance to reincarnate. The old woman's face flushed red. She could not move the dragon-headed walking stick in her hand at all. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, Ignorant child, what nonsense are you talking about? You want to protect the river demon's water ghost under the water god's nose? The old cultivator's eyes were gloomy, and his words were even more sinister. This person has ulterior motives. Perhaps he wants to collaborate with the river demon to harm our water god. Zhong Kuei ignored him and stared at the water ghost's eyes. There was fear, regret, and a hint of guilt towards the downtrodden scholar in front of her. Zhong Kuei smiled and nodded. Just based on your kindness, even if Sir scolds me, I will make an exception for you. At least in front of me, Zhong Kuei, good will be rewarded. There is no distinction between humans and ghosts. Lady, please wait a moment. Zhong Kuei stretched out his hand and gently pulled downwards. The dragon head crutch, which weighed over 100 kilograms, was nailed directly into the ground and disappeared without a trace. With one slap, the old temple attendant spun several dozen times in the air and fell over 100 feet away. With another slap, the old cultivator fell into the buried river. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's reasonable, but it's a little impolite." That was what Zhong Kuei had said to him at the inn. Zhong Kuei laughed and said, "Ask yourself honestly." Zhong Kuei stopped smiling and said shamelessly, "It's fine as long as it's reasonable. The word etiquette is too big. I'm just a gentleman, not a saint. I don't need it for the time being." The female ghost buried in the river opened her mouth wide. She could guess that the scholar in front of her was a Qi refinement warrior with a high Dao, but she definitely did not expect him to be able to slap the two old immortals to the point that they could not resist. Zhong Kuei's aura was completely different. He strode forward and waved his sleeves. He stood in front of the female ghost and said in a low voice, "Report your name, hometown, and birth date." The female ghost did as she was told. Zhong Kuei nodded, indicating that he understood. He closed his fingers and gently pressed them against the female ghost's forehead. He said calmly, "I'm Zhong Kuei, a gentleman from the Great Fu Academy." Chen Pinggan realized that other than him and the female ghost, all the citizens outside the water god temple seemed to have fallen into silence. The river of time seemed to have paused for a moment. Zhong Kuei said slowly, "I hereby announce to Fengju that this woman has gone to the underworld. No ghosts can invade her, and no Yama can humiliate her. All the negative karma will be written off. I'll accept it and let her reincarnate to receive great fortune." Chen Pinggan raised his head abruptly and saw that 1,000 feet above the buried river, dark clouds covered the bright moon. He could vaguely see the head of a ghost that was as big as a mountain. It had an astonishing aura, and its appearance was exactly the same as the highest-ranking ghost messenger in Fengju that was depicted in some of the celestial paintings on the mountains. Then, the sea of clouds became thicker and thicker, falling down and covering the water of the buried river. The legendary official of the netherworld slowly walked out of the black fog. After he reached the shore, he quickly stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head, and on his head was the official hat of the netherworld. He cupped his fists and said, "As you wish." As he cupped his fists, there were clanking sounds. It turned out that his arms were wrapped with two chains that hung down to the ground. Zhong Kuei retracted his fingers. The female ghost's spirit began to dissipate. Like fireflies, they floated towards the ghost messenger standing on the riverbank. She choked with sobs and said, "Thank you, young Master Zhong. I hope I can repay your kindness in my next life." Zhong Kuei smiled and waved his hand, "No need. Don't get involved with me anymore. In your next life, you can be a rich young lady." In the end, the female ghost was taken away by the great ghost messenger of Fengju that was similar to a hunting envoy. The buried river and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly scattered. At the last moment, the ghost messenger intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the yin god Chen Pinggan. Zhong Kuei wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a mouthful of turbid air. He turned his head and reminded Chen Pinggan, "Your yin god is indeed unusual. It's actually not suppressed. Could it be that you've walked through the river of time before? That's impossible, right?" Chen Pinggan didn't answer this question. He only said, "I think Zhonyang will fall in love with you." Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up. "You really think so?" Chen Pinggan smiled, "I'm just being polite with you. Don't take it seriously." Zhong Kuei smiled bitterly and then muttered, "You really did something that doesn't follow the rules." Zhong Kuei suddenly tilted his head and rubbed his chin with his palm. He clicked his tongue and said, "I'm so awesome. It's rare to see a man as handsome and capable as me." Chen Pinggan nodded in agreement. "You can even write limericks and be an accountant." Zhong Kuei sighed, "It's so boring to chat with you." Baiyu Manor was not built on the banks of the buried river, but in the middle of a valley, about 10 miles away from the river. In addition, the mountain roads on both sides of the river were impassable, and there were few signs of human habitation. Therefore, it was a difficult task for all the local officials to visit Baiyu Manor. Fortunately, Water Goddess was elusive, which saved them a lot of trouble. Many of the mansions of the local mountain and river deities were visited by local officials once a year, which had long been the custom in the officialdom. Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran were cultivators of the Golden Peak Temple. Of course, they didn't find it difficult. Yin Miaofeng announced his name in front of the main gate of Jade Touring Manor. In addition to his status as a consecrator of the Great Spring Dynasty, he also announced his sect, the Golden Peak Temple. It couldn't be helped. All the cultivators of the Great Spring Dynasty had heard of the weird temper of Water Goddess. Yin Miaofeng was afraid that if he didn't mention the Golden Peak Temple, Jade Touring Manor might not open its doors tonight. However, Daoist Baozhen was wrong. Even if he mentioned the identity of the Golden Peak Temple and Xiao Yuanran's grandmaster, Jade Touring Manor's main gate was still closed. Even the janitor didn't show up. Yin Miaofeng looked unhappy, but he had to swallow his anger. He once again begged the Water Goddess to open the door. He also admitted that he had a secret order from His Majesty. Xiao Yuanran became more and more curious. What important matter did his master want to cause the two of them to be locked in the door? In a huge manor that covered an area of more than 100 acres, in a brightly lit hall, a short girl stepped on a bench and ate a bowl of noodles on the table. To be precise, it was a big bowl. It was bigger than 2 of her heads. It was stir-fried eel noodles. There were quite a few stewards and maids standing in the hall. They were all water ghosts that died unjustly in the burial river. One of the old men asked softly, "Goddess, are you sure you don't want to see the 2 Daoist priests from the Golden Peak Temple?" The girl didn't even raise her head. Her chopsticks flew as she ate the noodles, making a clattering sound. She said vaguely, "See my ass? It's just the same excuses. It's so annoying." She suddenly raised her head and said to a simple and honest man who looked like a cook. He was taking off his sleeve, "It's cooked well. Next time, add more chili. 3 or 4 ounces of chili. The taste will be even better. Don't forget, it's best if it's the Chaotian pepper from Liu Laosan's shop. That's the most authentic spicy one." The cook seemed to stutter. He nodded and said, Ma, I know." The short woman rolled her eyes and said angrily, "Mother, your grandpa's mother, I'm still a virgin." Suddenly, she was shocked. She slapped her chopsticks and stood up abruptly. Her face was full of murderous intent. "Damn it, there's someone who dares to make trouble at the ancestral temple. He's got some guts." A wisp of smoke appeared on the table, like someone burning incense. The smoke curled up and an old woman's voice sounded. After listening attentively to the story, she burped with murderous intent. She quickly lowered her head and bent down. She picked up her chopsticks and ate a big mouthful of stir-fried eel noodles. Then she wiped her mouth and strode out. When she was near the threshold, she said to the old steward, "I'm going to the ancestral temple. Send away the guests outside. Tell them that unless the imperial court can get the academy to take out the book, our Bio mansion would rather guard the old horizontal board." The old steward frowned. Although he respected the water god, he was not afraid. He asked directly, "Goddess, what if the 2 immortals of the Tao sect get angry and beat me up until my soul is gone? What should I do? Then who will buy things for you in the marketplace in the human world?" She spat, "If you're afraid of death, then you're afraid of death. Don't make excuses for yourself." Although she said so, she stepped out of the threshold and disappeared. Only her words echoed outside the Bio mansion, "Speak properly. You're not allowed to kill. No, you're not allowed to kill ghosts." In the temple of the buried river, the figure of a short woman appeared out of thin air. She carried a knife and a sword, but did not bring the iron spear. In the boundary of the Golden Body Temple, She came to the two culprits in one step. "You two, what's the matter? Why do you want to cause trouble here?" The words of the old woman in the temple who was forcibly thrown in by the provincial governor can only be trusted to a certain extent. I don't believe her exaggerated words, but I'm clear about the turmoil here. Tell me, I'll listen. She, who was confronting Chen Pinggan and Zhong Kuei, quietly retreated as she spoke. She was not afraid of anything, but she felt too embarrassed to raise her head and talk to others. When she no longer needed to raise her head, she stopped and remembered something. "Oh right, I'm the local water god of the buried river." Zhong Kuei told her the process, concisely and to the point. The truth of the matter was very clear. After listening, she nodded gently and said, "That's about it. Then you can walk around freely. I'll ask the old woman in the temple to behave and not make trouble for you." Zhong Kuei saw that she was really going to leave, so he quickly urged her to stay. "I really have something serious to talk to you about." She looked dignified. As the orthodox water god who governed the water transportation of the buried river, the previous treacherous movements in this place had concealed the secrets of heaven. It was as if a radius of more than 10 miles was shrouded in mountain fog, causing her to be unable to investigate the strangeness. However, she had a rough idea of the other party's general strength. Compared to that troublesome river demon, he was only stronger and not weaker. Even if she was in the ancestral temple and her combat power was a notch higher than that underwater, but when it came to fighting, she was a girl. If she could avoid fighting, then she would not fight. Since that scholar had made things clear, then she would just treat it as a chance encounter. "You go your way, I'll go back and eat my bowl of eel noodles." She did not expect the scholar in front of her to have something serious to talk about. Was it about the Bio mansion's promotion from the mansion to the palace? She asked directly, "Are you from the Da Fu Academy?" Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "The water god guessed correctly." "As expected, don't say as expected." Stop. She raised a hand and interrupted Zhong Kuei's polite words. She said angrily, "You scholars like to flatter." "It's true." Chen Pinggan found it interesting. Zhong Kuei scratched his head. "Can't I exchange it for a saint's book? Do you know that the emperor of the Liu family of the Great Spring will be in a difficult position if you are so stubborn? The gentleman from the academy in the Mirage City might also be angry at you for not knowing what's good for you. It's not that our Dafu Academy is unreasonable and arrogant. It's just that your request is too unreasonable, water goddess." She nodded and said, "I know that my request is too much, so don't agree to it. I don't care about the Bio Palace." "Oh right, I hope that the Academy will not vent your anger on the Imperial Court of the Great Spring. If there's anything, come at me. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. The Bio Mansion still has this bit of responsibility." Zhong Kuei said helplessly, "I don't understand. Why do you have to ask for that saint's book, water god? Could it be that you know that saint?" The goddess of the buried river shook her head vigorously. "I'm just a small water god. How can I know that Wen Sheng, who is more knowledgeable than the heavens? I've read his book and feel that his articles are like pearls. They are much better than the Sage of Rites, who is very reasonable, but it's a pity that his wording is dull, and the second saint who is even less knowledgeable. Yes, if the Holy Master is compared to Wen Sheng, he can barely be considered comparable." Zhong Kuei blinked. "Water god, aren't you afraid of being struck to death by lightning when you say this in front of a gentleman from the academy?" Heh. After all, Zhong Kuei was from the most orthodox lineage of the second saints. Moreover, his teacher, the mountain master of the Da Fu Academy, came from the second saint's residence in the Central Plains. Zhong Kuei was angry, but he did not do anything to the water god in front of him. If he did not scare her, his conscience would not be at ease. Actually, the real reason was that Zhong Kuei was worried that his teacher, who was overseeing the central plains of the Tongyi continent, would be attracted by the strange phenomenon here and use his supernatural powers to observe the mountains and rivers here. Then, if he did not speak up for justice now and regain some face for his lineage, would he not be scolded to death by his teacher when he returned? She probably also realized that she had spoken without thinking and was already disrespectful. Therefore, she blinked her eyes. "I still have a bowl of noodles at home that I haven't finished. I have to go back. It's not delicious when it's cold. Chen Pinggan stood at the side without saying a word. His heart was already in turmoil. 344. The old woman in charge of the Burial River Temple was a trusted follower of the local provincial governor. In addition to the recommendation of the provincial governor, she spent a lot of money to build a relationship with the Ministry of Rights in the Mirage City. That was how she got such a lucrative position. Many Qi cultivators were jealous of her. Previously, the old woman complained to the Azure Touring Mansion using the method of burning incense. Now, even without the reminder of the water goddess, she stopped and completely gave up the idea of revenge. She didn't dare to. She absolutely didn't dare to. The young gentleman of the Dafu Academy could kill her with just a fart. Why had the Great Quan dynasty prospered for decades and vaguely had the power to be the leader of various countries in the central part of the Tongya continent? Other than the wise emperor and the gathering of civil and military officials, everyone knew that it was because there was a gentleman in the Mirage City. The traditional strong countries such as the North Jin dynasty and the Southern Qi dynasty did not even have a sage from the academy. The gentleman from the academy in front of them was so young. It was a great deterrent in itself. There was a world of difference between a man in his 40s and a young prodigy who won first place in one fell swoop. The old woman in charge of the temple and the old cultivator who had returned to the shore were like two children who had made mistakes waiting to be beaten by the teacher. They were old immortals in the eyes of the common people, but their relationship with the Bio mansion was very ordinary. They knew that the water goddess looked down on them from the bottom of her heart. For the sake of the provincial governor's mansion and the imperial court, the water goddess turned a blind eye. As long as they did not go overboard, she would not argue with the water goddess temple. It was just that tonight was a little difficult. Because the water goddess and the ancestral temple were no longer their protective talisman. Zhong Kuei scolded sternly, one is in charge of burning incense in the ancestral temple, and the other is a cultivator of the imperial court of the Great Quan dynasty. You have no compassion at all. Without knowing what is right or wrong, you want to use your power to commit crimes. No wonder there are so many ghosts buried under the river. Apart from the scourge of the big demon, the two of you can't escape the blame either. The old woman and the old cultivator were so scared that their faces turned white. The words of the teacher of the academy after tidying up his clothes were as heavy as 10,000 pounds. They were not empty words. The short woman said in a low voice, "The flood of ghosts in the river is mainly my fault." Zhong Kuei waved his sleeve and did not give the water goddess any face. That's two different things. These two people's duties were so important, yet they wanted to save time and effort. They were unwilling to ask even half a question, unwilling to think even the slightest bit. What kind of dereliction of duty was this? They aren't rich men who can just lie down and enjoy life. Here, their every move is related to the fate of the imperial court. The two of them were about to be torn apart. Judging from the situation, the righteousness of the imperial court was already involved. If the young gentleman continued to lean on the academy's principles, wouldn't the two of them be doomed eternally? The old woman was the first to kneel down and beg for mercy. It was nothing more than some words that she would never do it again. The old cultivator also bowed and said that he had let down the imperial court's trust and that he would do his best in the future. Zhong Kuei snorted coldly and said, "Since it's your first offense, I'll let the water god deal with you." The two of them hurriedly stood up to thank her and apologized to the water god. Zhong Kuei felt that the two of them were an eyesore. He waved his sleeve and reprimanded, "Why aren't you returning to the ancestral temple to reflect on your mistakes? Don't make a fool of yourself here." The two of them left awkwardly. Zhong Kuei turned his head and said to the short woman seriously, "As the water god of the buried river and worshipped by thousands of people, you should at least take care of the people below you. Don't always stare at that river demon. The incense of the divine path is not just about fighting and killing. If the people who burn incense are sincere, even if there is only one incense stick a year, the incense will not stop burning. However, if the people under your jurisdiction are blinded by greed and come here to burn incense only for the sake of asking and do not have much sincerity towards you, what can you do? After hundreds of years of incense, the sky is filled with incense. Even in the middle of the night, There are hundreds of people waiting outside to enter the temple to burn incense. The momentum is even greater than that of the Confucian Temple and the City God Pavilion in the Mirage City. The true amount of incense and how much it weighs every day is unknown to the ordinary people and the temple attendants. However, as the water god of the buried river, how can you not know? If not for the existence of the Hall of the Goddess of Inspiration, which helped you to attract a large number of sincere women to burn incense and worship, you would have long been destroyed by the talented river demon and the water god temple and by Yu Mancha. For the first time, the short woman felt guilty and embarrassed. Zhong Kuei did not speak anymore. Chen Ping'an's heart had already calmed down. During his 2 travels to the vast world, outsiders had only mentioned Mr. Qi and the Sage of Literature 3 times. City god Shun, one of the beautiful clothes nation of the Aquarius continent, and the old Daoist of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land had mentioned the theory of order. Then there was the water god in front of him. She had actually studied and became the Sage of Literature's worshipper. Furthermore, it was not just a normal admiration, it was close to obsession. Even Chen Ping'an did not dare to say that the old man's knowledge was on par with the Sage of Literature's. When Kui Dongshan talked about his teacher in the past, he only said that the Sage of Literature was extremely knowledgeable and was like the sun in the sky in the eyes of the scholars in the world. He did not compare him with any of the statues of the Confucian Temple. Moreover, to ask the Dafu Academy for a book of Confucian classics and worship it in the ancestral temple was related to the foundation of a god's golden body. Moreover, it was related to the palace that the gods of mountains and rivers dreamed of. Chen Ping'an was shocked and puzzled by the short woman's decision, but he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he had finally met someone who was on the same path in the vast world. Zhong Kuei said to Chen Ping'an, "Do you know why it makes sense? It's not just about 2 slaps, it's not even about my identity as a gentleman." Chen Ping'an was indeed curious and asked sincerely, "Why do you say so?" Zhong Kuei said generously, "It's because of the Confucian Academy's use of the books of the sages and thousands of years of education. The 72 academies were established in the 9 great continents, causing everyone on and off the mountain to revere them. If the teachers of the academy only relied on force, they would not be convinced and would only accumulate disadvantages. I, Zhong Kuei, am just taking advantage of the trees planted by my predecessors." Chen Ping'an felt that it was a little strange. Zhong Kuei's current words and actions were completely different from usual. Of course, there was nothing wrong with what Zhong Kuei said. Zhong Kuei rolled his eyes and put on a posture of listening attentively. He laughed out loud and said, "Sir, you're finally gone. I think I've already dealt with tonight's storm. It's a blessing in disguise. Haha, maybe the next time I return to the academy, so will even praise me." Chen Ping'an was speechless. This was the Zhong Kuei he knew. The goddess of the buried river had her eyes opened and almost doubted whether this person's identity as a gentleman was fake. Zhong Kuei patted his stomach and said, "The bowl of noodles I told you about has made me addicted. Let's go to your Bio mansion for supper." Chen Ping'an frowned and said, "There's a supper stall not far away." Chen Ping'an was no longer ignorant of worldly affairs. The statue of the Sage of Literature was not only moved out of the Confucian Temple but also smashed. All the books he wrote were banned and destroyed in the vast world. Back then, the 72 academies in the 9 continents were either personally led by the Hill Master or at least a gentleman abbot. They were responsible for supervising the imperial court to carry out this matter without any mistakes. Once he got involved in the Buried River Temple, the imperial court of the Great Spring, and the Dafu Academy, he would be used by someone and could possibly harm others and himself. The dispute of the literary lineage had already been settled and the future generations did not need to be reasoned with. Why? Because the sages had already explained everything. The water goddess with a delicate figure seemed to have changed her mind and began to invite the 2 of them to the Bio mansion. She laughed and said, "The stall outside the temple can't compare to the supper of my Bio mansion. Go, 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 I'll take out a jar of 100-year-old wine to entertain the 2 of you." She wanted to use the identity of the gentleman of the academy to intimidate the 2 consecrators of the Liu family outside the Bio mansion. She was complacent and felt that her scheme was not inferior to that of the river demon. The more she thought about it, the happier she was. She laughed foolishly. Chen Pinggan felt a little helpless. The water goddess was too honest. Wasn't it obvious that the supper of the Bio mansion was not easy to eat? It wouldn't be too late for her to be secretly happy after tricking the two of them into the mansion. Zhong Kuei pretended to be blind and turned a blind eye. He pulled Chen Pinggan and only said that he wanted to see if the 100-year-old wine was comparable to the 5-year-old plum wine in the inn. She could no longer hide her appearance at the water goddess temple tonight. Zhong Kuei reprimanded the old woman in the temple on the spot. The short woman simply let go of her hands and stretched out her hand towards the buried river. The river water immediately surged and a water column gushed out. After sweeping to the shore, it turned into a lifelike yellow flood dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Outside the temple on the mountain, the flood dragon docilely bowed its head. The buried river god leaped onto the dragon's head. Zhong Kuei pulled Chen Pinggan and flew up, standing on the neck of the yellow flood dragon. It twisted its body and returned to the buried river from the shore. Then, it quickly swam towards the Bio mansion downstream. The people on the shore who were waiting to open the door to burn incense saw the water goddess's heroic appearance and supernatural powers with their own eyes. They all knelt and kowtowed. After getting up, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They felt that this trip was not in vain. What a blessing it was to be able to see the water goddess's spirit. The three of them rode on the flood dragon formed by the river water and quickly arrived at the Bio mansion in the quiet forest. It seemed to be quite far from the river, but in fact, the mansion was connected to the water vein under the mansion. The mansion was located at the center of a formation. It could gather the essence of the buried river and absorb the fate of incense from the entire buried river. This was the foundation of the water goddess. The golden statue in the ancestral temple was only an external manifestation. The Daoist master and disciple from the Golden Peak Monastery, Daoist Baozhen Yin Miaofeng and his disciple Xiao Yuanran, other than being refused entry by the water goddess, they also had supper. The old butler had asked the chef to make some specialties that looked, smelled, and tasted good. In addition, there were 2 pots of fine wine to entertain the 2 consecrators who had said that they would not leave until they saw the water goddess. The old butler felt a little guilty. The 2 guests who had come from afar had extremely good tempers. They did not barge into the mansion, nor did they speak harshly. The old Daoist Baozhen only smiled at them and asked for supper. This made the old butler, who was afraid of being beaten to death, feel very touched. The flood dragon turned into a stream and rapidly disappeared outside the mansion. Zhong Kuei understood and glanced at the short girl beside him. The water goddess laughed dryly and pretended to be stupid. When the master and disciple saw Zhong Kuei, they immediately stood up to welcome him. After walking down the steps, they bowed and introduced themselves. Although they had not personally seen Zhong Kuei leave the inn to teach the 2 princes a lesson with his yin and yang spirit, Yin Miaofeng had long heard of Zhong Kuei's name. The 2 of them had first discovered that every time the Yarrow family's cavalry fought a great battle at the border, a slovenly green-robed scholar would appear far away from the battlefield. He would watch the battle from afar and never interfere. After the battle ended, he would quietly leave. Later on, when another great battle broke out, a green-robed scholar would quietly arrive. Yin Miaofeng used his identity as a consecrator to inquire about this matter in the Mirage City, but no one could find out about this person's background. Later, with the help of the Golden Peak Temple, they found out that Zhong Kuei was the youngest gentleman in the history of the Dafu Academy. He was a sage at the age of 12 and a gentleman at the age of 18. At the age of 20, he received the prefix of the gentleman's title, upright. Obtaining the 2 words upright was not something that a hill master of the academy could decide. It required the personal verification of the sage of the academies when lineage and the approval of several sages who had statues in the Confucian temple. This was because every gentleman was known as a quasi-sage. The reputation of the Da Fu Academy was not as good as the other 2 academies located at the north and south ends of the Tongyi continent. However, in the eyes of the Confucians of the continent and the immortal abodes of the sects, Zhong Kuei, as a native scholar of the Tongyi continent, was very close to various powers and land immortals. In order to get this gentleman to take charge of their country, the strongest dynasties of the Tongyi continent tried their best to befriend the Daefu Academy. Even the master of the Golden Peak Temple would have to treat the gentleman Zhong Kuei as an equal. Therefore, Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran did not dare to show any disrespect. Xiao Yuanran felt that his master, Daoist Baozhen, was deliberately showing respect and flattery to Zhong Kuei. This cultivation genius of the Golden Peak Temple felt uncomfortable in his heart, but he did not show it. Yin Miaofeng had to show such a humble attitude. The matter of the Azure Touring Mansion had reached a critical juncture. As the proud disciple of the Mountain Lord of the Daefu Academy, Zhong Kuei might be able to play a decisive role. When the time came, not only would he complete the secret mission in the Mirage City, but he would also be able to help Da Quan rope in a future Confucian sage. Then, his most valued disciple, Xiao Yuanran, would have a backer outside of the Golden Peak Temple. Naturally, Zhong Kuei had seen this pair of Taoists before, and more than once. His impression of them was not bad, but it was not good either. Otherwise, he would have greeted them long ago. After Yin Miaofeng explained the purpose of the night visit to the Azure Touring Mansion, Zhong Kuei found that the buried river god did not seem to be involved, which made him angry and amused. However, he came to the buried river tonight for this matter. Moreover, the matter of the river demon bribing the Mirage City was not simple and had violated his taboo. Therefore, he simply said to Yin Miaofeng, "I will persuade the water goddess about the matter of the Azure Touring Mansion's books. You can rest assured and report to the Mirage City. Of course, you can be more flexible in your wording. If the matter is successful, you will be rewarded. If not, you will not be punished. As for why I am helping you this time, there are reasons, but you don't have to blindly think about it." Yin Miaofeng thanked him gratefully and left with his disciple, Xiao Yuanran. The old butler led the way, bringing the water goddess and the young guest who seemed to have an even greater background to the mansion's guest hall. Chen Pinggan walked beside Zhong Kuei and looked at the scenery of the Azure Touring Mansion. On the screen wall, there was a vivid picture of the water goddess temple and the buried river. Incense rose in spirals, smoke rose, and the river surged, making the sound of flowing water. Only the water goddess could see Chen Pinggan's yin spirit. The Daoist master and disciple could not see through it. This was because Chen Pinggan was in the ancestral temple and the Azure Touring Mansion, which belonged to the boundary of the buried river. As for the river demon and the water ghost, as long as the former was in the rivers and lakes, its attainment was profound, especially in the buried river that it chose to walk on. In fact, it had already obtained a supernatural power close to that of the water goddess, so it could also see it. As for the water ghost with shallow attainment, it was more like the drunkard had smelled the fragrance and was naturally attracted. They came to a bright hall with candles as thick as an arm. The bowl of stir-fried eel noodles was still on the table. Chen Pinggan looked at the big bowl and was stunned speechless. Zhong Kuei's expression was normal. He sat down at the table and said to the water goddess with a smile, "Come with me too. There's no need for such a big bowl. A small plate will do." She nodded and looked at Chen Pinggan. "Young master, do you want supper?" The yin spirit was not like the yang spirit of a cultivator's external body. It could not eat delicacies in the human world and only used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as nourishment. Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head, saying that there was no need. The water goddess and the gentleman sat at the same table, eating the eel noodles in their bowls and basins. Zhong Kuei's voice sounded in Chen Pinggan's heart lake. "This water goddess is good at refining weapons. I don't know what kind of opportunity she had, but she obtained an ancient inheritance. She used the poem on the stone tablet to pray for rain as a refining technique. It's said that the quality of this chant is very high. It's the foundation of the Tao of that immortal in the upper 5 realms. Therefore, some people are very concerned about it. However, due to their reputation, they can only take it slowly." As Zhong Kuei said, the goddess of the buried river had refined a total of 9 weapons. 2 of them were ranked as Dharma treasures. In the process of fighting with the river demon, 3 of them were destroyed. Those were the Dharma treasures that allowed her to firmly suppress the river demon for more than 200 years. It was just that she had too many weapons. When women in the world went out for an outing, they would change their makeup and clothes. When the goddess of the buried river patrolled the territory, she would choose a weapon based on her mood. After eating supper, the water goddess spoke frankly to Zhong Kuei. I'll have to trouble you to give me a definite answer. If I insist on asking for the book of the Sage of Literature, will the Dafu Academy find an excuse to destroy the Bio Manor? Or will they deliberately make things difficult for the Lius of the Great Spring? Sooner or later, the kingdom of Northern Jin and Southern Qi will be destroyed. Chen Pinggan looked at her in a new light. Zhong Kuei shook his head and smiled. The Dafu Academy won't be so unreasonable. At most, the Bio Manor will destroy its own future. In the future, no matter how much you and the Great Spring Kingdom contribute, there will be no hope for you to be promoted to a palace. You must know this in your heart. Today, whether it's because you feel that the Bio Manor is unjust or because you really admire the Sage of Literature's moral writings, you have rejected the Dafu Academy's good intentions. From now on, you will be recorded in the Academy's records. In the future, when you perform great deeds that benefit the common people and contribute to the country, you will still only be able to hang the Bio Manor's plaque. When the time comes and you feel that the Academy is unfair, you might as well reconsider your choice today. She nodded and said, I'll remember it. When the time comes, I will definitely not blame the Dafu Academy. An eye for an eye. Actually, it's me who offended the Dafu Academy's dignity. Zhong Kuei sneered. You still know? The little water goddess of the Bio Manor dared to reject the Dafu Academy's conferment. In the eyes of the other 3 academies in the Tongyi continent, wouldn't it be the biggest joke? Zhong Kuei's seemingly understated conclusion carried a lot of pressure and risk. Scholars were the most concerned about face. Perhaps it would not be a big deal if they suffered a big loss, but if they were to be slapped in the face in public, they would most likely be killed. Therefore, Zhong Kuei's words tonight were the biggest protective talisman for the Bio Manor and the Buried River Temple. After all, Zhong Kuei was without a doubt the next Hill Master of the Dafu Academy. There were even rumors that Zhong Kuei had a chance to become the Grand Chancellor of a certain academy. She smiled awkwardly. Do you want another bowl of noodles? Zhong Kuei clicked his tongue. A bowl of noodles to protect the Bio Manor. A bowl of noodles to protect the Great Spring Empire. Water Goddess, you have a good plan. Zhong Kuei's mouth was unforgiving, but he still ordered another bowl of noodles. Because it was really delicious, she even asked for 2 jars of good wine. The aroma assailed the nose, and it was much better than the wine Chen Pinggan had drunk. Excluding the Forgotten Worries wine from the inverted hanging mountain, perhaps only the Osmanthus wine could compare. However, drinking and eating noodles had nothing to do with him. Before drinking, Water Goddess repeatedly said that this century-old wine should not be drunk too much. One person could only drink 3 big white bowls at most. If one drank too much, even an immortal would be drunk. Then, Chen Pinggan saw Zhong Kuei and her drink 4 big bowls each. 1 jar of wine was emptied, and not a single drop was left. Water Goddess even asked the servants to bring another jar to the table. Therefore, Chen Pinggan saw 2 drunkards with terrible alcohol tolerance. Zhong Kuei wailed about Zhonyang. Water Goddess spoke loudly and slapped the table from time to time to help boost her momentum. At this moment, she stepped on the chair and gave herself a thumbs up. She asked Zhong Kuei, who she had just acknowledged as her brother, what do you rely on to survive in the martial world? Zhong Kuei was still talking about his Zhonyang. She then asked and answered her own question. Backbone. You have to have a straight spine and hard fists. You have to be open-minded when you talk and behave. Brother Zhong Kuei, I think you are a good person. You are responsible, like a big man. I will acknowledge you as my brother. In the future, I will do anything for you. Chen Pinggan sat at the side in boredom. He thought that if the little boy in green from the river water snake was present, he would probably say that it must be that friend who was loyal and patted his chest loudly. Zhong Kuei pointed to the opposite side of the table. The direction of his finger was far away from Water Goddess's seat. He said with drunken eyes, Isn't surviving in the martial world the business of martial artists? You are a water god. No, it seems that the water god calling herself a martial artist is the most legitimate. All right, You are right. However, backbone can't be eaten. Water Goddess raised her eyebrows and took a big gulp of wine. She said with a slurred tongue, I usually have food to eat. I am very full, stewed snake meat, stir-fried eel noodles. It is said that my chef used to cook for the emperor. His skills are superb, so I still have to have backbone. Zhong Kuei shook his head. You have your backbone. It has nothing to do with me. I only want Zhonyang. Chen Pinggan stood up and was about to go to the entrance of the hall to enjoy the scenery. He could not drink the good wine that was close at hand. In the end, it was annoying to look at it. At this moment, Zhong Kuei sat up straight in horror. His green robe suddenly trembled, and the smell of alcohol disappeared from his body. Water Goddess knocked her head on the table with a bang. Her head tilted and she fell into a deep sleep. Chen Pinggan turned his head to look. There was only a figure of medium height wearing a Confucian robe. Zhong Kuei bowed. Disciple Zhong Kuei greets teacher. That person's voice was deep as he said slowly, I am an outer disciple of Fushang sect. Some time ago, I accidentally encountered a disaster. After the news was passed to the academy, the other party seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It was a great demon of the upper 5 realms. It destroyed half of Fushang sect's mountain gate. Of the 2 pure jade realms in Fushang sect, one died and the other was injured. The great demon was seriously injured and tried to escape to the West Sea. Fortunately, it was stopped by the leader of Taiping Mountain who rushed there first. However, most of the demons that Taiping Mountain suppressed at the bottom of the well for thousands of years just happened to escape at this time. Zhong Kuei's face was solemn. Teacher, what should I do? That person sneered. It is not to drown your sorrows by drinking in the middle of the night. Zhong Kuei lowered his head. I know my mistake. That person sighed. Before dawn, leave for Taiping Mountain. At that time, you and all the other academy disciples will have to listen to the Daoist priest of Taiping Mountain. Do not rely on the academy's identity to act on your own. Do you understand? Zhong Kuei nodded. I understand. Zhong Kuei wanted to say something but stopped. He should be the Dafu Academy's mountain master. The scholarly man shook his head. Only cultivators of the upper 5 realms are qualified to encircle and annihilate that great demon. Zhong Kuei was silent. The scholarly man finally said, Zhong Kuei, you have to be careful. In this disaster, everyone has the possibility of dying. Even I am no exception. Zhong Kuei nodded. He suddenly realized something. Hua Town? The scholarly sage hesitated for a moment. We can put it aside for now. Zhong Kuei's eyes were complicated. The Dharma image of the sage arriving at the Azure Touring Manor had already dissipated in an instant. Chen Pinggan stood at the door, dumbfounded. Fusho sect, Taiping Mountain. They were all sects of the Tongya continent that Chen Pinggan happened to be familiar with. Especially the fairy of the Mirror Heart Chamber in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Her real identity was the female Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain named Huang Ting. The most inconceivable thing was that the great demon had actually caused one of the immortal couples of the Fusho sect to die and the other to be injured. Zhong Kuei stood up and looked at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan was puzzled. What's wrong? Zhong Kuei smiled bitterly. I might have a difficult request. Chen Pinggan immediately understood Zhong Kuei's thoughts. Is it that little snow cone? Then, Chen Pinggan shook his head. Zhong Kuei's expression dimmed, but he felt that it was reasonable. Chen Pinggan smiled. I can't give it to you, but I can lend it to you. Zhong Kuei asked, really? Have you thought this through? The battle this time is extremely dangerous. Not to mention me, Zhong Kuei, even my teacher may lose his life. Aren't you afraid that by borrowing my little snow all and helping me to write with spirit, it may be destroyed in the battle formation one day? Aren't you afraid that even if I, Zhong Kuei, don't die, I won't pay you back? Chen Pinggan blinked and extended 4 fingers. Zhong Kuei laughed. I understand. Ask yourself. Chen Pinggan suddenly thought of a problem. Let my real body come to the Azure Touring Manor. 300 miles of water will take a lot of time. Zhong Kuei, Why don't you go to the post house and get the little snow cone by yourself? Zhang Kuei thought for a moment. You can get the water goddess to bring your real body here. It'll be quick, because there are some things that I need to do in the azure touring manner. It's not suitable for outsiders to see. Zhang Kuei walked to the table as he spoke. He tapped the table with his fingers. Water goddess, are you still pretending to be asleep? She smiled and sat up, leaving the table. I'll go and fetch this young master's real body now. However, I'll have to trouble your real body to jump into the buried river after I count to 10. As the water goddess counted, her figure swept towards the buried river near the azure touring manor to fish someone out. This was the unique ability of a god. After counting to 10, Chen Pinggan smacked his head, feeling helpless. After a moment, the water goddess brought back Chen Pinggan's real body and a little follower. Zhang Kuei laughed heartily. Chen Pinggan asked, how does the yin god return? Zhang Kuei waved his sleeve and shook a gust of wind. He gently blew Chen Pinggan's yin god into his real body and reminded him, before you can have a yang god to protect you, don't roam the night with your yin god so easily in the future. Chen Pinggan let out a long breath. He took out the small snow cone from the square-inch object and handed it to Zhang Kuei. After Zhang Kuei took the small snow cone, he asked, how do I return it to you in the future? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, you can send the small snow cone to Chen Pinggan of Luorpa Mountain in the Dali dynasty of the Aquarius continent. After Zhang Kuei nodded, his expression became stranger and stranger. Zhang Kuei could not help but ask, don't tell me you really know Mr. Qi from the Cliff Academy. I know a lot of things about the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Chen Pinggan neither nodded nor shook his head. The water goddess drank a mouthful of wine to calm herself down. Then, she asked carefully, do you know Mr. Qi's teacher? Chen Pinggan scratched his head, took off the blade-strengthening gourd, and drank the wine. It seemed that the old man was the one who taught him how to drink. At that time, the old scholar was carried behind a young man. The old man patted the young man's head with all his might and shouted that the young man wanted to drink. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, scholar's residence, F. 3:45. Pei Qian said that he wanted to go to the entrance to look at the screen wall. The incense in the temple would float, and there would be a fragrance. The water would move, and there would be sounds. It was too interesting. The water goddess waved her hand and summoned a young maidservant to bring Pei Qian over to enjoy the scenery. Remembering that a scholarly sage from another lineage had just left, Chen Pinggan put down his wine gourd and said, my hometown, Longquan County, was actually the earliest Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Mr. Qi was a teacher in the school, but I was poor when I was young and did not go to school. My neighbor next door was Mr. Qi's student and often mentioned it. But Mr. Qi has naturally seen it before. After all, the town is only so big. Zhang Kuei sat back at the table and poured a cup of wine with a smile. Of course, he did not completely believe Chen Pinggan's words. A young pure martial artist had the blade-strengthening gourd and 2 natal flying swords, and could even travel at night. Even if there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Lizhu Grotto Heaven and Chen Pinggan had other good fortune, Zhang Kuei would not believe that Chen Pinggan and Qi Jingchun had only met. However, Chen Pinggan had some reservations, so Zhang Kuei did not probe further. Although the knowledge of the literary sage had been banned by the major academies, it was not a big deal for the private library to have a few works of the literary sage. Not to mention knowing Qi Jingchun, it did not matter even if he had gone to that school. As long as Chen Pinggan was not a direct disciple of Qi Jingchun's lineage, there would definitely not be any trouble. Even if it was true, in the territory of the Dafu Academy in the Tongye continent, it did not matter. There was Zhang Kuei and his teacher. However, if it was in the 2 academies at the north and south ends, it would be hard to say. The water goddess's eyes lit up. She placed her hands on the table and asked hurriedly, have you seen the literary sage? Is he a particularly elegant old man with a laurel belt? His sleeves are cool, and there is a hint of gentleness in his seriousness. Furthermore, one can tell at a glance that he is an otherworldly expert with great knowledge. His temperament is similar to the mountains and forests in paintings. Chen Pinggan could only say against his will, I've never seen him. The water goddess's eyes were filled with regret and pity. The former was for herself, while the latter was for Chen Pingan. She slumped back into her seat and gulped down a large bowl of wine. After wiping her mouth, she sighed, "That's truly a regret in life. To think that you've never met an old man like that. Try to meet him in the future, or else your life won't be complete." Chen Pingan smiled helplessly. "All right, I'll fight for it." She recalled something. "Then have you seen a guy called Quisha? He's a bastard who betrayed his master despite being the eldest disciple. There's also that sword immortal whose sword skills are divine. His name is especially domineering. His called Zwazwa. It's said that his sword skills are invincible. There are also people like Maro Xiaodong. There are so many disciples of the literary sage. You should have seen one of them, right?" Chen Pingan raised the wine pot. "It's a pity. Let's drink." The water goddess slammed the table and said angrily, "Drink my ass. What's wrong with you? If I were born and raised in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven, the first thing I would do after leaving my hometown would be to visit the literary sage. If I can't enter the merit forest of the academy, I'll settle for the next best thing. At the very least, I have to scold Kui Dong, see his swordsmanship, and play chess with Maro Xiaodong." Chen Pingan echoed, "That makes sense. Water goddess." Zhong Kuei held back his laughter. "Scold Kui Dong? Water goddess, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Even though that Dali Imperial Tutor's realm is rumored to have plummeted, he can still crush your golden body with 2 fingers. The water goddess said confidently, "Can he hear me scolding outside Dali's capital?" Zhong Kuei rolled his eyes and said, "Then he really can't hear you." The 3 of them drank their wine. The atmosphere gradually became solemn. After the great demon lurking near the Fusho sect was exposed, it went on a rampage, killing one and injuring the other of the unpolished Jade Realm couple who were experts in joint attacks. The battlefield was still on the Fusho sect's mountain. Even if that great demon had the advantage of an innately strong physique, it would still need to be at the 12th realm. A great demon of the immortal realm who should have been famous had actually been hiding in the central region of the Tongyi continent for countless years. The Fusho sect and the academy did not notice it at all. Moreover, coincidentally, when the leader of Taiping Mountain went to stop it from entering the sea, the prison that suppressed the demons in Taiping Mountain suddenly opened and successfully escaped. In addition, there were ancient treasures and immortal weapons in the Hassa continent, the Tongyi continent, and the Fuyao continent. The 3 continents had already attracted countless cultivators to fight over them. The water goddess asked carefully, "May I ask if your mountain master is really not afraid of dying after leaving the academy and taking the lead to kill the demons?" Zhong Kuei laughed angrily and said, "Can you think of my husband a little better? Besides, anyone in the world can ask this except you, water goddess. In the past 200 years, you took the initiative to leave the Green Touring Manor and the Water God Temple. How many battles have you fought with that demon?" The water goddess took a sip of wine. "That's different. I'm just a small water goddess. Your husband came from the residence of a saint in the Confucian temple." Zhong Kuei glanced at her and said, "Is that the logic you saw from the sage's books?" The water goddess flew into a rage out of humiliation. It was fine if he scolded her for being short-sighted, but she could not allow it to involve the sage of Wen. She slammed the table and stood up. "Zhong Kuei, if you continue to speak so strangely, spit out the noodles and wine." Zhong Kuei took a sip of wine. "I'll drink your wine." He took another sip. I drank it again. "It's delicious." The water goddess was so angry that her face turned livid and her body trembled. Chen Pingan said softly, "There's a memorial arch in my hometown. One of the 4 plaques says do not pass on. This is probably the reason why Mr. Zhong Kuei made such a choice. Previously, Zhong Kuei had said why the world was willing to abide by the rules set by the Confucian school. Mr. Zhong Kuei's actions today, regardless of whether he lives or dies in the end, the 3 of us, not to mention Zhong Kuei, who is a student, at least you and I will feel that the learning style of the Great Fu Academy is enough to make people look up to you. If I have children in the future and they go out to travel the world, I will definitely let them come to the Tongyi continent and go to the Great Fu Academy." Zhong Kuei nodded and raised his wine bowl to toast Chen Pinggan. The water goddess nodded and agreed. She also toasted Chen Pinggan with a bowl of wine. All good things must come to an end. Zhong Kuei put down his wine bowl and prepared to leave the Buried River Jade touring manor after finishing the last thing. Pei Qian ran all the way to the threshold of the hall and cupped his hands in water. His face was filled with joy. He shouted to Chen Pinggan as if he was presenting a treasure, "I fished out a handful of water from the screen wall. Do you want to take a look?" She lowered her arm and closed her fingers between her hands. There was really a pool of green water. Chen Pinggan looked at it and said, "Return it." Pei Qian nodded and returned the way he came. Behind him was the maidservant who was covering her mouth and laughing. The water goddess felt that her youngest daughter was quite interesting. She smiled and said, "It's just a handful of buried river spirits. It's not worth much immortal money. Young master, you don't have to ask her to put it back." Chen Pinggan shook his head and did not explain in detail. Zhong Kuei also carried a Fengsuan item with him. It was a small and exquisite bronze paperweight divine beast called Xieji. He took out the small snow all that was engraved with the words with spirit and 3 golden talisman papers. The background was a faint seal script. Chen Pinggan did not know what was good for him. He only felt that it was slightly different from his golden talisman papers. However, the water goddess was an expert in these talisman papers. She said in surprise, "Wind thunder paper? They are the dragon claw seal, jade tendon seal, and Lingji seal. These are valuable. When my green touring manor first opened up the manor, we only talked about talisman papers. The Great Spring Imperial Court only rewarded us with a piece of wind thunder paper with the dragon claw seal pattern." Seeing that Chen Pinggan's expression was calm, as if he did not know how precious the talisman paper was, the water goddess explained, "The talisman written on this talisman paper is the best at impeaching ghosts. Even the high and mighty earth immortals like the Aurus Core and nascent soul stage cultivators would treasure this item. It is extremely expensive. Cultivators below the Aurus Core stage would probably go bankrupt if they wanted to buy these 3 pieces of wind thunder paper." It was not that Chen Pinggan did not know the value of the golden talisman paper. Back in the Battle of the Brushui country, he followed the old sword sage Song Yusen to carve the formation. A royal consecrator once took out a golden talisman and summoned a golden armored deity to block Chen Pinggan's surprise attack. Chen Pinggan saw with his own eyes that after the old man threw out the talisman, he had a pitiful look. Now that even Taiping Mountain is not peaceful, you can imagine how chaotic the central part of the Tongye continent is. It's not right to travel the Jianghu without a few protective talismans. Zhong Kuei placed the 3 talisman papers on the table and held a small snow all in his hand. Before he drew the talisman, he said softly, "Chen Pinggan, friends are friends, but it's better to be casual when exchanging money. I'll help you write 3 talismans, the Heaven, Earth, and Human Commander talisman. It has a strong murderous aura and is perfect for suppressing and killing ghosts. It's a set of talismans that I created myself and can be used alone. It's enough to scare off ghosts in the Aurus Core stage and even ghost kings in the nascent soul stage." Chen Pinggan patted his shoulder and smiled, "Since it's so valuable, I can lend you the small snow all for a few more days." Zhong Kuei shook his shoulder and shook off Chen Pinggan's hand. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not familiar with you." The water goddess was speechless. She could not guess what kind of relationship the two of them had. One was willing to lend an upper-grade magic weapon, while the other was willing to give 3 pieces of wind and thunder paper. Zhong Kuei started to put on an act, just like how he wrote the couplets in the inn. He held a brush in one hand and hovered in the air, ready to draw the talisman. He shook his sleeve and raised it high. The sage once said that if one has read more than 10,000 books, one can write like a god. "Water goddess, bring me some wine." The water goddess brought him a bowl of wine. Chen Pinggan reminded him, "Don't get carried away. Draw the talisman properly. If it doesn't work, you can make another piece of wind and thunder paper for me. You said it yourself, friends are friends, but money is more important." Zhong Kuei put down the bowl of wine resentfully. Chen Pinggan said again, "I'm just joking with you." Zhong Kuei's face was full of resentment. The water goddess was a little impressed by this young master who wandered in the night. Do you really not take the gentlemen of the academy seriously? Zhong Kuei took a big gulp of wine and burped. Then, a mysterious scene appeared. Wisps of snow-white spiritual energy, which seemed to be the righteous energy of the scholar, were exhaled by Zhong Kuei. The wisps of righteous energy wrapped around the tip of the small snow cone pen. Zhong Kuei's drawing of the talisman was even more unorthodox. He did not put his pen on the talisman paper. Instead, he recited a poem. Fang Zhong Ci Feng Ge, Iron Cavalry encircle Dragon City. Then, he shook his wrist gently and a string of small people the size of rice grains fell from the tip of the pen. Upon closer inspection, they were actually horse-riding generals in silver armor. More than 100 cavalry quickly arranged themselves on the wind and thunder talisman paper and stopped their horses. Zhong Kuei, who was holding the pen in his right hand, pointed at the talisman paper with 2 fingers on his left hand and said in a low voice, "Freeze." The silver-armored cavalry instantly melted and turned into the golden talisman paper. In an instant, it turned into a talisman. The other 2 talismans were similar in terms of talisman drawing. They were worthy of the reputation of having ghosts and gods under my wrist. The water goddess was greatly impressed. As expected of the quasi-saint of the Great Fu Academy. Not to mention moral essays, just this talisman attainment was probably enough to make a talisman warrior of the unpolished Jade Realm slap the table in admiration. Zhong Kuei handed the 3 talisman papers to Chen Pinggan. The 3 talismans are done. Chen Pinggan carefully took the talisman and asked with a smile, "Are you tired from drawing 3 talismans?" Zhong Kuei patted his stomach and sneered, "It's a piece of cake. I'm full of strategies. I'm hiding 100,000 armored soldiers and 3 talisman papers. That's all." Zhong Kuei was dumbfounded because he saw Chen Pinggan take out another 3 talisman papers after putting away the 3 talisman papers. The topmost one was also made of golden material, but it was not the wind thunder paper with ancient seal patterns. It seemed to be even older. Chen Pinggan gently placed them on the table and said with a smile, "Since you're not tired, help me draw 3 more. It's best if it's a Thunder Dharma talisman, a guiding talisman that can break through some obstacles in the mountains and rivers, and a talisman that can imprison a sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword. For example, the Water Well talisman." The water goddess was filled with doubts. This young master from another place was really extraordinarily rich. Zhong Kuei wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Forget it. I'll be a good person to the end. Write another 3 talismans." After some thought, he made up his mind. Zhong Kuei said in a deep voice, "I'll write you a 5 thunder talisman, the main dharma that the celestial master of Mount Longhu is good at. Thunder Dharma is the leader of all Dharma. Thunder Dharma inheritances are mixed, and Mount Longhu is the most orthodox and main Dharma. My master has traveled to Mount Longhu several times and met the great celestial master once. He happened to learn a 5 thunder talisman. 5 dragons biting a pearl that contains lightning and surges into the void." He realized that Chen Pinggan's gaze was strange. Zhong Kuei exclaimed and said bitterly, "Can't you let me rest for a while before I start? I've written 3 superior-grade talisman papers in one go. I'm exhausted. I didn't expect you to take out 3 such good talismans. If I had known, I would have pretended to be humble." Chen Pinggan smiled and sat down. "It's not too late to draw talismans after drinking. I won't rush you." Only then did Zhong Kuei heave a sigh of relief. He drank a large mouthful of wine and took out the golden talisman paper at the top and placed it properly. The small snow all that was hovering more than a foot above the talisman paper had lightning flashing and thunder rumbling at the tip of the brush. Purple lightning and white lightning were so close that there was a vast heavenly might. The water goddess's heart trembled in fear. After writing the astonishing 5 dragons biting a pearl talisman, Zhong Kuei wrote a barrier-breaking talisman. Then, he sat down on the chair and stared blankly at the last talisman paper made of green material. Chen Pinggan understood. He reached out to pick up the talisman paper and said with a smile, "Forget it, I won't scare you anymore. The 2 talisman papers from before were enough. Zhong Kuei's expression was solemn as he grabbed Chen Ping'an's arm that was holding the green talisman paper. I must draw this talisman. However, I need to prepare it properly and be careful when I write. If I make a mistake, even if you, Chen Ping'an, don't hit me, I will scold myself. Chen Ping'an asked, can you draw it? Zhong Kuei retorted, what's there to be afraid of? Of course I can draw it. I just feel that drawing an ordinary well talisman would be too wasteful if it could only imprison the flying swords of sword cultivators below the nascent soul realm. Chen Ping'an praised, Zhong Kuei, your talent in talisman drawing is much stronger than mine. Zhong Kuei said helplessly, you are a pure martial artist. Do you think I should be happy that you are inferior to me in talisman drawing? Chen Ping'an was speechless. After a moment of silence, he did not disturb Zhong Kuei's recuperation and the noble qi in his chest. However, he made a decision in his heart. Zhong Kuei took a deep breath and said to the water goddess, send all the ghosts out of the green touring manor. Let them return after I succeed in drawing the talisman. Although she did not know why, she still used the river burying god and the green touring manor lord's unique spells to expel all the stewards, maidservants and servants in the manor. Zhong Kuei stood still with one hand behind his back and the other holding the small snow awl. A cool breeze blew in his sleeves. In an instant, the green touring manor began to tremble. The underground water veins surged. The water goddess found it difficult to breathe. She retreated and tried her best to distance herself from the gentleman from the Great Fu Academy. However, she still felt extremely uncomfortable. She only felt slightly better after she left the hall. She bit her lips and her eyes were in a daze. This scholar named Zhong Kuei was definitely not as simple as a gentleman from the academy. When Zhong Kuei put down his brush, he chanted softly, the sword rises, the river clears, the mountains collapse in all directions, the sea of the 9 provinces boils. After the talisman was completed, the talisman gallbladder that would only be hidden in the talisman appeared on the spot. It was a white-robed sword immortal that was a finger tall. It floated above the talisman and drew its sword agilely. Sword qi circulated and moved as fast as lightning. Zhong Kuei's face was slightly pale. He kept the small snow awl and took a big gulp of wine. Although he was exhausted, he was all smiles. This talisman is also self-created. It's a talisman that I'm most proud of. It's named the Sword Suppression Talisman. It uses the majestic sword intent of an ancient sword immortal to suppress all intrinsic flying swords below the upper 5 realms. The talisman paper is excellent and my talisman is also drawn well. It's unlike the water well talisman that only traps a flying sword for a moment. Once this sword suppression talisman is used, it can directly deprive a golden core realm's intrinsic flying sword. The flying sword of a nascent soul realm sword immortal cannot be trapped for too long. It will break out of the talisman sooner or later. Remember, this talisman must not be taken out easily. If outsiders see it, my master has warned me that this sword suppression talisman does not follow the rules. It's too targeted at sword cultivators and will easily bring trouble to yourself. Chen Ping'an felt a little guilty. You've worked hard. Zhong Kuei smiled and waved his hand. He spoke to Chen Ping'an telepathically. This talisman paper is the manuscript of the sage's family's fundamental knowledge. Do you know how rare it is? Even my master only kept 3 of them with him when he left the central divine continent. He used one when he crossed the sea and another when he reached the Tongya continent. Now he only has one left. It's my master's precious treasure. Even I can only look at it and not touch it. Therefore, if it's only a golden talisman paper, the power of my sword suppression talisman will be greatly reduced. It will only be able to trap the intrinsic flying sword of a golden core realm sword cultivator for at most 5 minutes. Zhong Kuei cheered happily and began drinking again. Chen Ping'an flipped his wrist and secretly passed a talisman paper to Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei was dumbfounded. He stared and said, "Are you crazy? It's fine if you don't know its value, but I've already told you how rare it is. Why are you treating it like child's play? Hurry up and take it back." Chen Ping'an did not allow any explanation. He released his fingers and allowed the green talisman paper to float down. Zhong Kuei had no choice but to quickly catch it and put it in his sleeve. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and raised it high. He chuckled softly. I wish you success on your trip to Mount Taiping and slaying demons. Zhong Kuei wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything. He silently raised his wine bowl and clinked it with the blade-strengthening gourd in Chen Pinggan's hand. They both drank a large mouthful of wine. Zhong Kuei finished the wine in his bowl and stood up. I'm leaving. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and sent him off. Zhong Kuei was about to leave. Chen Pinggan reminded him, aren't you going to ask the water goddess for a jar of wine? Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up. He gave Chen Pinggan a thumbs up. The water goddess was a heroic person. Naturally, she would not be stingy. She brought 2 jars over, but Zhong Kuei kept one and gave it to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan did not stand on ceremony. Coincidentally, the inn's green plum wine was finished. He slowly poured the 100-year-old wine from the azure touring mansion into the blade-strengthening gourd. Zhong Kuei carried the wine jar and his figure flashed. He flew through the air and came to the shore of the buried river. Just as he was about to cross the river, he suddenly stopped. It turned out that he saw his master's yin spirit, as if waiting for him on the shore. Zhong Kuei quickly hid the wine jar behind him. The hill master of the Da Fu Academy was a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. He walked slowly on the shore of the buried river. Zhong Kuei followed behind him. The 72 academies in the world had 72 hill masters. Their realms were different. The highest could be in the immortal realm. However, there was no lack of hill masters who were only in the nascent soul realm. For example, Maro Xiaodong of the Great Sui Kingdom's New Cliff Academy was only in the nascent soul realm. However, with the hill master overseeing the academy, a nascent soul realm cultivator was comparable to a jade pure realm cultivator. No one dared to underestimate him. This scholar who came from a saint's mansion was not high or low among the hill masters of the academy. He was in the jade pure realm. In the Da Fu Academy, he was in the immortal realm. However, this time, he went to the seaside in the west of the Fuho sect to pursue the great demon. After leaving the academy, he was only in the jade pure realm. The hill master said softly, the other party may have a backup plan. Therefore, I don't want you to shrink back. I just want you to plan before you act. Even if you are subduing demons around Taiping Mountain, you cannot let your guard down. Zhong Kuei nodded and said, I understand. The hill master stopped in his tracks and extended his palm. A green talisman floated in his hand, keep it and protect yourself. Zhong Kuei did not reach out to take it. Mister, did you not use your supernatural powers to check on the Bayou Manor when you were by the river? The hill master reprimanded softly, previously, you summoned the ghost servants of the underworld without permission. As the hill master of the Da Fu Academy, it is my duty. How can I not investigate? When you were in the Bayou Manor, you were only interacting with friends. Naturally, I saw no evil. If it were not for the fact that I could not give you this talisman in front of outsiders, my yin spirit would have left long ago. Zhong Kuei smiled, Mister, you are right. You are right. I have learned my lesson. The hill master did not mind. Why not? Zhong Kuei could only be honest. Other than the brush that I hit it off with, my friend also gave me a green talisman. It was made of the same material as yours. The hill master frowned and kept the talisman in his hand. He seemed displeased and asked, why did you accept such a valuable item? Zhong Kuei was speechless. He thought carefully, I don't know why, but it seems that I should have accepted it. Please punish me. The hill master was silent for a moment. You don't have to hide that jar of Bayou Manor wine. Since you have made a good friend, isn't it worth drinking? Remember, you can drink, but don't delay the journey to Mount Taiping. And, don't do it again. Zhong Kuei scratched his head. Was Mr. possessed by a ghost? Mr. was famous for being old-fashioned. He followed the rules everywhere and was scrupulous in everything. He was best friends with the hill master of the academy in the Julu continent, who made mountains collapse and the earth crack when he made a move. The night-roaming yin spirit returned to his real body in the blink of an eye. The hill master was a little sad. Looking at the interaction between his disciple Zhong Kuei and the young man, he could not help but think of his own youth. He was more or less jealous of someone with the surname Qi, along with the descendants of the saint's mansion and the disciples of the rich families and sects. It was because the person who called himself Alliance was the person they admired the most. He liked to tell people that Xiao Qi was his friend. Whoever dared to bully him, he would beat the coffin of his ancestor. In the jade-touring manner, the water god's first sentence after Zhong Kuei left was earth-shattering. "I know that you've met the old master Wen Sheng, and it's definitely not a casual encounter." Chen Pinggan was unmoved. "Why don't I know?" The water god sneered. "Are you still pretending? Zhong Kuei can't recognize your identity and can't see through your knowledge because he doesn't belong to the old master Wen Sheng or the Qi Jingchun of the Cliff Academy." "Who am I?" "I've read all of the works of the old master Wen Sheng countless times without missing a word. I know very well how great the old master Wen Sheng was when he participated in the debate between the three sects. The Qi of literature is magnificent. No matter what book you read, your Qi will be different." "Who am I?" "I'm a buried river god after all. The Qi reading technique is my specialty." Looking at the water god who spoke with certainty, Chen Pinggan asked with a smile, "So?" Her face instantly fell and her aura disappeared. "Have you really never met the old master Wen Sheng?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "I have." The water god lay on the table with a resentful look in her eyes. She suddenly jumped up. "You have?" Chen Pinggan extended a finger and gestured for us to speak softly. The water god looked at the young man who really knew the old master Wen Sheng in a daze. "Oh my god, how can there be such a handsome young man in the world? Otherwise, after getting him drunk, we'll become sworn brothers, right? If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that he had some sort of relationship with Lord Wensheng?" She wiped her mouth and laughed foolishly. She thought to herself that her schemes were indeed unparalleled. As expected of someone who had read so many books about the old master Wen Sheng. She had not read the books for nothing. She would definitely not embarrass the old master Wen Sheng. Chen Pinggan regretted saying that he knew the old master Wen Sheng. 2. 346. The first watch is the human, the second watch is the fire, the third watch is the wandering ghost, the fourth watch is the thief, the fifth watch is the rooster crowing, the world is white. Tonight, in the middle of the night, the river was filled with yin energy. Over at the relay station, there might have been the Yarrow family iron cavalry stationed there. Their weapons were solemn, and they blocked that terrifying aura. Yarrow Jinji was practicing the money lesson in his room. It was commonly known as the Forest of Fire Pearls. It was one of the secret methods on the mountain. Although it was called a secret method, it was not really considered a mainstream method. Yarrow Jinji had obtained it by chance in the library when he was young. All these years, he had treated it as a pastime. With 3 copper coins, he would toss it to the ground to ask for divination, or 6 coins to ask for lessons. 6 copper coins would be placed in a bamboo tube. After tossing the copper coins out, he would look at the front and back, ask about the future, and judge whether it was good or bad. Yarrow Jinji himself didn't really believe in the theory that it worked sometimes. Today, she used 3 coins to ask about his future prospects in the capital. Great luck. He also used the 6-coin question method to test the length of De Quan Liu's dynasty. Afterwards, Yarrow Jinji put away the copper coins one by one. His face was full of doubt and he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He could only mock himself that it was wrong to not ask about the common people and ask about ghosts and deities. She was no longer bothered by the results. She got up and walked to the window. She saw Yarrow Lingji practicing his swordsmanship. A little further away, there was a room that was still lit. Without guessing, he knew that Yarrow Shenji was reading a book on the art of war by the light of a lamp. She sat back at the table, thinking that she could often go to Mr. Liu to play chess, give the little girl named Pei Qian a few exquisite small things, and find an opportunity to give the young Mrs. Liu something appropriate. Because as a woman, she could see the hidden meaning in the depths of Xiao Yuan Rant's eyes, but she clearly saw through it, but pretended not to understand. During this journey to the north, She had only spoken 2 or 3 sentences with the young Daoist priest and had deliberately looked at his back once. As for that young consecrator, it was funny to say that he thought that he could hide everything with an indifferent expression in front of her. She was certain that her unintentional gaze that time was enough to cause ripples in the heart of an ambitious cultivator. Yarou Jinji had always believed that this was more important than 1,000 words. What's more, a person's words were never excessive. Whether or not it entered one's ears was one thing, and whether or not it entered the hearts of others was another. Women who were beautiful and men who were powerful had an innate advantage. When Yarou Jinji thought of this, he felt a little depressed. Why was someone able to get along with him peacefully? From late at night until daybreak, Julian stayed by the riverside, pacing back and forth. Strange things happened one after another last night. First, the little girl, Pei Qian, said that she saw a golden bridge on the river. Then, Chen Pinggan stopped the sword furnace and said that he and Pei Qian should go back to the relay station first. Chen Pinggan then jumped into the river and Pei Qian jumped in without saying anything. After that, a whirlpool appeared in the middle of the river. The spiritual energy on the surface of the river made Julian feel uncomfortable. The whirlpool wrapped Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian in it. It suddenly appeared and disappeared, leaving Julian with a blurry figure of a short girl. It was said that the Tongyi continent was only one of the 9 great continents in this vast world. The world was vast. How big was it? Cultivators were incredibly powerful. Earlier, Julian was a little depressed. He was like a rich gentleman who suddenly entered the capital and found that he couldn't buy anything with the money in his pocket. He was still a little disappointed. However, Julian cleaned up these thoughts very quickly. Instead, he was filled with a heroic spirit and fighting spirit. Julian might be all smiles all day long, following Chen Pinggan everywhere. However, he had not wasted a single moment in the past few days when his martial arts cultivation had been advancing bravely and ferociously. The other 3 were not inferior to Julian. Wei Xian was carefully examining the world, seeing the world in detail. Sui Yuyu was in seclusion in the carriage, comprehending the sword. Lu Baixiang was a genius, skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This was the most intangible advantage of Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, and the other 3. Without exception, they were all once invincible in the world. As pure martial artists, their state of mind was almost flawless, and they were most worthy of the word pure. Between the 4 of them, there was a secret competition. The bottleneck of the 7th level depended on who broke through it first. As long as they entered the golden body of martial artists, the 8th level of the Imperial Wind Realm and the peak of the 9th mountain were no big barriers to them. It was just a matter of time. Zhu Lian looked up at the sky and began to return along the path he came from. He weighed a pebble in his hand, gently rubbing it. The pebble was constantly blown away by the wind by the riverside. Other than the bottleneck of the martial way, the 4 of them were naturally dissatisfied with their own shackles. Wei Xian was the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Lu Baixiang was the founder of the demon sect, and Sui Yuyu was a female sword immortal who even wanted to break the rules of the blessed land. To say that the 4 of them were wholeheartedly convinced by the young man holding the 4 scrolls and were willing to work like cattle or horses, not to mention Chen Pinggan, even the child called Pei Qian wouldn't believe it. However, the 4 of them had a deep impression of Chen Pinggan after the incident at the inn. Zhu Lian clenched the pebble in his hand and muttered to himself, looking at Chen Pinggan's natural attitude now, Lu Baixiang should be the first to reveal the truth. Is that why the 2 of them are so close and relaxed? After Zhong Kuei finished drawing the stunning sword suppression talisman, he left the buried river with his teacher one after the other. The fate of the mountains and rivers of the Baiyu Manor gradually stabilized. The young female servant brought Pei Qian back to the main hall. Previously, Pei Qian was at the projector wall. She had just thrown the buried river spirit back to the projector wall when she saw the chaotic scene of the incense burning and the churning of the river water. It was as if the river water would gush out of the stone wall and flood the manor in the next moment. Pei Qian was shocked and clamored to return to Chen Pinggan's side to stay. The water ghost servant girl who was wrongfully buried in the river many years ago was chased out of the manor by the water deity's power. Pei Qian was left standing alone at the projector wall, wailing until her throat was hoarse. Now that she had returned to the main hall, Pei Qian's face was still streaked with tears. She stood timidly at the threshold, not daring to enter. She still had some eyesight. She knew that Chen Pinggan was discussing business with someone. If she had caused trouble again and angered Chen Pinggan, Zhong Kuei had interceded for her last time. This time, no one would speak up for her. Chen Pinggan turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian ran into the main hall like a wisp of smoke and sat on the chair beside Chen Pinggan. She sat upright and said with a bit of grievance and guilt, "I just returned the water to the projector wall. I don't know the reason, but the earth shook and the mountains shook. Chen Pinggan, I really didn't do it on purpose. You mustn't be angry." Chen Pinggan flicked Pei Qian's forehead and said with a smile, "You still know how to be afraid." When Pei Qian saw this, she was relieved. That frightening phenomenon most likely had nothing to do with her. With a boost of confidence, she immediately straightened her back. The fragrance of the wine on the table assailed her nostrils. She was really hungry. Besides, she had seen many supernatural beings. In the past, Pei Qian had heard the storytellers under the bridge tell those supernatural stories in the lotus flower-blessed land. They always talked about how a cup of wine and a peach in the underwater dragon palace and the immortal mansion could increase one's lifespan after eating. She asked tentatively, "Can I have a sip of wine?" Chen Pinggan glared at her. Pei Qian immediately pretended to be enlightened and said, "I'm still young. Why would I drink wine? Chen Pinggan, you should drink more." The water goddess, who was straightforward by nature, was amused by this mischievous little girl. There are still many 100-year-old water flower wine in the residence. I'll give you a jar later. As for whether Chen Pinggan snatches it away to drink or leaves some for you, I don't care. Staying by Chen Pinggan's side, Pei Qian was not afraid of anything. She said in an old-fashioned manner, "If you really want to give me wine, I'll have to thank you. However, I'm still young and can't drink wine. Otherwise, it will affect my learning. Next time, we'll come to your house as guests. When we can drink wine, don't be stingy. Otherwise, you'll be letting down your identity as an immortal." The water goddess clicked her tongue in wonder. She carefully sized up Pei Qian's features. The more she looked, the more moved she was. She said to Chen Pinggan half-truthfully, "What a spirited little girl. Why don't you let her stay in the roaming jade manor? I'll help you take care of her. In the future, she'll take over the position of the buried river goddess of the roaming jade manor. I promise to teach her everything and refine 2 magic treasures for her. In at most 200 years, she'll become the most powerful water goddess in the Great Spring Dynasty." Pei Qian stood up in a panic and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. I still have to go to the Dragon Spring County of the Aquarius continent to help my family put up spring couplet." Chen Pinggan tactfully rejected the water goddess's suggestion. If he did not bring her along, he would not be at ease. The water goddess did not insist. However, she was not joking when she said those words just now. If Pei Qian, who she had taken a fancy to, really stayed in the roaming jade manor, she would really do her best to let the little girl inherit the buried river deity position. She would also do her best to forge and refine 2 magic treasures. Even if it went against her nature and she had to feign civility with the Great Spring Dynasty and the Great Spring Academy, she would still win the title of Palace for the roaming jade manor. Then, she would be free to slaughter the great demon that had been causing mischief in the river for 200 years. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, it would still be a merit that would benefit the 900,000 people on both sides of the river. It would be worthy of the sage's teachings that she had read from the Sage of Literature's books. As for why she, the water goddess, had such an affinity with Pei Qian, it was even more difficult to understand. As a long-established deity that oversaw a region of land and water, the buried river deity had great fortune. Otherwise, she would not have been able to comprehend a celestial mantra that was the foundation of the 5 upper realms from a stone tablet that no one cared about. Just now, she had carefully used the deity's chi observation technique. If she did not look, she would not know. However, when she looked, she was shocked. She was already considered to be one of the best in the world who was lucky enough to have the golden form. The dark and thin little girl in front of her was even more outstanding than her. She was a first-class deity. In layman's terms, it was a pity that she was not a deity that enjoyed the incense. The so-called golden form was a bit similar to the innate sword embryo of the sword cultivator. The Buddha of Buddhism was blessed by nature. When he cultivated on a certain correct path, he would make rapid progress. People with the golden form were mostly born thin and small, but their bones were extremely hard. In the world, there was a technique called Jin Liang. It focused on how much a person's backbone was. The golden form was the most important kind in the world. Their temperament was tough, easy to be impatient, and decisive in killing. Especially in the 5 elements, the golden form was solemn and dignified. Therefore, they were born to be officials and generals. It was just that the water goddess's eyesight was very good, but it was still not good enough. Pei Qian's qualifications were outstanding and had long been beyond the scope of the 5 elements. Therefore, when Zhu Lian saw Pei Qian, he also felt that the little girl was a martial arts genius. Even Yarrow Jinji, who had previously bought the copper coins, thought that the little girl might be a genius in divination. As long as he followed her to study divination, he could get twice the result with half the effort. Only the gentleman Zhong Kuei had a more comprehensive and far-reaching view. It was a pity that Pei Qian met Chen Pinggan, who did not reason with her. As for practicing martial arts or cultivating the Tao, Pei Qian did not even think about it. This little girl was now trekking through mountains and rivers with Chen Pinggan. As long as she could have a talisman worth an entire mansion pasted on her forehead, she would be overjoyed and would not feel tired walking. This was probably what it meant by everything has its weakness. No matter if Pei Qian followed Zhu Lian to practice martial arts or stayed in the Jade Touring Manor to become the next buried river deity, no matter how high her achievements were, there was no hope that she would be grateful to Zhu Lian and the water goddess. Perhaps one day there would be a conflict and she would be slapped to death by Pei Qian. After that, she would feel that it was natural. You guys have angered me and I am more capable than you. If I don't kill you, am I supposed to stay by your side and be an eyesore? It was just that when it came to Chen Pinggan, Pei Qian's thoughts were completely different and could be said to be unique. However, the two of them were only fated to be in this mountain and were completely unaware of it. The water goddess waved her hand and the maidservant silently retreated. Only then did the water goddess ask, Chen Pinggan, I am a straightforward person and you are even more so. Otherwise, Zhong Kuei would not have interacted with you in such a manner. Then, shall I speak my mind? Chen Pinggan nodded, please speak your mind, water goddess. The water goddess's expression was solemn, as if she was preparing her words and had something important to discuss. Chen Pinggan did not know why. Logically speaking, Zhong Kuei had already helped to settle the matter of upgrading the manor to the palace, so there should not be any difficulties in the Jade Touring Manor. However, since she was so solemn, Chen Pinggan waited quietly for her to continue. She asked slowly, Chen Pinggan, you've met the Sage of Literature. Then, is the Sage of Literature a lofty mountain that people look up to? Is the Sage of Literature so eloquent that every word he utters is worthy of admiration? Is it because after listening to those profound and simple truths of the great Tao, one would have the thought that we juniors should just kowtow to him? Opposite the table, the water goddess was in high spirits. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan did not drink. Otherwise, he would have spat out a mouthful of wine on the spot. Pei Qian did not know who the Sage of Literature that the water goddess was talking about was, but from her tone, it seemed like Chen Pinggan knew that rather powerful old man. She felt honored and crossed her arms in pride. Chen Pinggan drank a mouthful of the 100-year-old water flower wine of the Jade Touring Manor in the blade-strengthening gourd. He hesitated for a moment and could not bear to destroy the mighty image of the Sage of Literature in the water goddess's heart. He chose and said, Old Sir is naturally very knowledgeable and has an extremely good temper. He treats others kindly and never puts on airs. When he is outside, he is very approachable. How could he not be approachable? He was small and had traveled the world. He looked like a poor old scholar. It was more appropriate to replace approachable with ordinary looks. He was even worse than Zhong Kuei at the inn. He liked to abduct people to drink. When he drank, He liked to pretend to be drunk and go back on his word. However, Chen Pingan could not bear to tell the water goddess the truth. He was afraid that if she was not careful, her Tao heart would really collapse. This time, the water goddess did not need to drink from the big white bowl. She picked up the jar of wine and took a big gulp. The sage of literature is indeed as I thought. Oh the heavens! He is extremely knowledgeable, but he also bemoans the state of the universe and sympathizes with mankind. He walks in the mortal world, is amiable, and treats the world well. Back then, the sage of literature was only ranked 4th in the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. He was not allowed to accompany the Saint Master. How preposterous! The water goddess chattered non-stop and kept defending the sage of literature that she respected greatly. Chen Pingan did not reply, but he thought of many true scholars and people who yearned to be scholars. Mr. Qi's husband, Mr. Qi, the lotus flower-blessed land, Zhong Qiu, who looked like Mr. Qi, Chen Pingan, and the child, Cao Qinglang, who looked like him. Everything in the world, reasonable and unreasonable, will eventually land in one place. Where my heart is at ease is my home. Chen Pingan didn't say anything. He just drank the wine. The wine was so delicious that he thought of those wonderful people and things. The old elementary scholar Wen Sheng's theory of order, Mr. Qi's not disappointed, Zhong Qiu's clear conscience, and Cao Qinglang's hope. Chen Pingan would definitely not become a drunkard today. Perhaps, as Alliance had said, he would really become a wine immortal. One was talking to himself, while the other was thinking to himself. They both drank and did not need anyone to persuade them. The so-called cellar storage of the water flower wine of the Azure Touring Manor was hidden in the river Essence. After 100 years, it would naturally age and become sweet. It was easy to drink, but the after-effects were not small. The water goddess was really drunk. She sat cross-legged on the chair and shook her head. She said that she envied Chen Pingan to death. He had seen the sage of literature and was so familiar with the sage. He had achieved the great fulfillment in his life, but she did not have such luck. She sat on the altar every day. It seemed that the water goddess temple was filled with incense, which was even more exuberant than the Mirage City. However, there were so many selfish desires mixed in the incense. She did not like many of them. She wanted to ask the sage of literature face to face. The sages had said so many principles. There were so many statues of gods in the Confucian temple. There were so many scholars who had read the books of the sages. Why was the world still so unbearable? It always made people more and more disappointed, making her dislike the human world more and more. In the end, the water goddess counted with her fingers and said the classics in the books of the old scholar, Wen Sheng. She complained that the people of the world were not willing to learn such a good principle. Was it because the old scholar, Wen Sheng, was too knowledgeable that the people of the world could not touch it? In the end, she scratched her head with both hands and was at a loss. Pei Qian rolled his eyes. All right, I shouldn't drink alcohol in the future. If all women become crazy like this imperial concubine after drinking alcohol, it would be too laughable. There was one thing that was good about Chen Pingan when he drank. Before he was drunk to death, his eyes would always be brighter as he drank. He looked completely new and his eyebrows would be raised. It was as if his fist technique was no longer restrained but released. It was as if the lethargy of his youth was suppressed by the pressure of the wine. However, this did not mean that Chen Pingan was becoming more and more sober as he drank. It was just that when he was drunk, he would not be able to suppress his nature. Before drinking, he would be cautious. For example, he would always cover the surface of a bronze mirror with both hands or a lamp in a shabby room with both hands. He did not want others to see it. After drinking, he would release his hands and let out a bright light. Chen Pingan placed the blade-strengthening gourd heavily on the table and said loudly, "Why is old Mr. Wen Sheng's knowledge too high? Isn't it useful? It's very useful. I want to tell you that this theory is applicable everywhere. Good people can learn it, evil people can learn it, emperors can learn it, commoners can learn it, immortals on the mountain can learn it, demons and ghosts can learn it, and even the gods of the mountains and rivers can learn it. As for whether you are willing to apply it or not, that's a matter for after you learn it." Learning this knowledge first is beneficial. Chen Pinggan subconsciously sat up straight and imitated the gentleman Zhong Kuei. He also imitated Mr. Qi, who was teaching in the school. After learning the true knowledge of the world, one will have the source of living water in one's heart. I feel that old Mr's knowledge, the word order, is great knowledge. True knowledge can be learned by everyone. Do you want to learn it? The water goddess's eyes were in a daze. She slammed the table and said, I'll learn it if you say it. Chen Pinggan leaned forward slightly and wrote the word order on the table with his finger. The purpose of this knowledge is the word order. Apart from the order of etiquette and rules, there is a huge river that benefits the common people. I, Chen Pinggan, don't know much. I'll only say what I know, and what I'm not wrong. Now, I'll use the content that old Mr. told me that night to tell you the meaning of the order. Chen Pinggan recounted the opening content of the old master's discussion of the Tao that night in detail. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan had a good memory. Even though he was drunk, he did not make a mistake. The first chapter was divided into order. Everything in the world had a sequence of events. He could not skip any link. He could only choose what he wanted to talk about. Otherwise, everything in the world would never be able to tell right from wrong. Otherwise, there would only be positions and no right or wrong. It would be as if everyone in the world was pitiful and hateful. How could he really be reasonable? Could it be that he could only rely on his fists to speak after he could not reason with them? That would be ridiculous. The second chapter was about judging big and small. There were big and small differences between right and wrong. He had to use the good techniques of the legalists and the techniques of the Taoists. The third chapter was about determining good and evil. Using etiquette and rules as the basic yardstick, combining local customs and people's morals, he had to determine good and evil. The fourth chapter was about combining knowledge and action. If one was wrong, he had to correct it. Chen Pinggan took 2 hours to explain the contents of these 4 chapters in detail. This knowledge of order is the best knowledge. However, it is extremely difficult to start and act according to the purpose of this knowledge. I don't know why old Mr. Wen Sheng advised me to drink. I don't know why he cut down the Rainmaster's statue and flattened the Flood Dragon ravine without reason. I also don't know why Zhong Kuei, a gentleman, is not like a gentleman of the academy. I don't know why the old monk of the Temple of Heart said that the world owes good people. I don't know why the old Daoist brought me to see the blessed land of lotus blossoms. Good people are rarely rewarded, while evil people are rarely punished. Chen Pinggan wanted to combine knowledge and handling matters. However, he would often start to doubt himself as he spoke. He told the water goddess who was listening attentively across the table that Chen Pinggan still felt that the principles he had figured out were still too small. Especially when it came to the complicated good and evil, as well as the fine details of people's hearts, he was far from being qualified to make final conclusions. Chen Pinggan sat there and talked to himself most of the time. Another 2 hours passed. Time slowly flowed by like the river outside the green touring manor. The water goddess had already stood up and stood respectfully. She bowed slightly, like a student listening to the teachings of a teacher. She engraved it in her heart and did not dare to miss a single word. Pei Qian seemed to have heard it, but she also seemed to be absent-minded. She lay on the table with her face pressed against the table. She looked at Chen Pinggan, who had spoken so many principles in one breath. In her memory, other than the battle with Cao Qinglang on the street outside the alley, he had fought the imperial tutor, the great demon Ding Ying, and Chen Pinggan without much words. After leaving the blessed land of lotus blossoms, he had killed the big green water buffalo with one strike near the Jin Huang residence at the border of the northern Jin kingdom. On the second floor of the inn, he had asked to search his conscience and killed the arrogant and despotic young duke with 3 punches. Chen Pinggan said that he did not understand many things in the past. Actually, the little girl, Pei Qian, did not understand either. Why was it that Chen Pinggan, who was reasonable and kind to everyone in the world, was the only one who treated her badly and had the worst temper towards her? She still felt that staying by his side, even if she was scolded and beaten, she still felt that she didn't feel wronged. She felt at ease and felt that she could do whatever the guy beside her wanted her to do. She did not need to think too much about anything. Of course, she still felt very irritated and troublesome. However, these emotions were much better than when she was alone in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom like a little lonely ghost, drifting here and there year after year. She always felt that one day she would freeze to death or starve to death. It was probably because of tonight's situation that Chen Pinggan would still say what she approved of the most. What he said might not be the most reasonable and right. Chen Pinggan would see all kinds of good people in the world. Pei Qian only wanted to see all kinds of evil people in the world. In the green touring manor, the 3 golden words on the plaque were dazzling and overflowing with golden light. The water ghosts in the manor were shocked and surprised to find that the entire manor was filled with faint golden light flowing like water. The water of the buried river outside the green touring manor was sparkling. Under the moonlight, it was especially bright. Many water ghosts who had died unjustly could not help but swim from the gloomy bottom of the river to the surface. Then, bathed in the moonlight, they dissipated one after another, as if they had been freed. In the water god temple on the buried river, the good men and women who were waiting outside to burn incense for the first time in the morning burst into an uproar. It turned out that the vague image of the water god's golden body in the temple suddenly rose from the ground. It was dozens of feet tall and looked down on the world. The 2 words golden body on the clay statue became more and more true to its name. It was majestic and awe-inspiring. In the depths of the buried river, the great demon that was only a hair's breadth away from the golden elixir realm was hiding in a nest at the bottom of the river. It should have been the most comfortable, but at this moment, it felt as if it was in a pot of oil and was extremely tormented. It had no choice but to rush out of its nest. It roared loudly and stirred up huge waves, escaping frantically upstream along the buried river. Every time it wanted to go ashore to commit murder, the riverbeds on both sides were like cages, causing it to run into walls everywhere. It was forced to run around in the deepest part of the river, unable to harm the people on both sides of the river. The sky was slightly brightening. In the hall of the green touring manor, the water god's sleeves fluttered. Golden light flowed all over her body, especially in her chest. There was a golden pill that was spinning, illuminating the entire hall with a golden light that far surpassed the candlelight. There was a saying in the book, "If you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening." She had never thought that she would have such good fortune, to hear the Tao in the night and form the golden elixir in the morning. The water god bowed to the ground and was deeply grateful to the young man in front of her. Her face was already filled with tears as she cried tears of joy. "Since you are the direct disciple of Master Wen Sheng, why did you lie to me?" 7. 347. After the water god finished speaking, there was no answer for a long time. She looked up and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The little teacher had actually fallen asleep while sitting. There was only a slight snoring sound. She smiled knowingly. The little teacher's freedom and relief did not seem to be very particular, but in her eyes, he was not inferior to the human heroes who could kill people in 10 steps and travel 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. The river god thought for a moment and was about to carry Chen Pinggan to the residence to rest. Pei Qian was facing a great enemy. She hurriedly protected Chen Pinggan and asked, "What are you doing?" The water god rolled her eyes and said, "Do you want him to sleep here until late in the morning? He has to have a comfortable bed to lie on. Otherwise, how can my green touring manor treat guests?" Pei Qian acknowledged and reminded, "Then be careful. Don't wake my father up." At the same time, Pei Qian carefully hung the blade-strengthening gourd on Chen Pinggan's waist. If she lost the wine pot, she would probably be beaten to death by Chen Pinggan or scolded to death. There was no choice. In Chen Pinggan's heart, she was the most worthless. The water god did not argue with her youngest daughter about the way she addressed him. She could naturally tell at a glance that little teacher Chen was definitely not related to the little girl by blood. As for why the old and the little girl would travel the pugilistic world together, it was probably fate. Fate met and separated. Fate came and went. It was the most wonderful thing. Just like tonight, who would have thought that Chen Pinggan, who was visiting the green touring manor for the first time, would bring her such a great opportunity? One had to know that on the path of the divine path, one could only rely on the accumulation of incense. Compared to Qi refinement warriors and pure martial artists, it was harder to improve. Think about it, for the gods of the mountains and rivers to advance, other than the imperial court's conferment and the emperor's decree to use the destiny of a country in exchange for the ascension of a god, they could only collect the incense essence from the good men and women in the ancestral temple bit by bit. The water god's movements were gentle as she carried the young man who had the best alcohol tolerance in the world. He was not heavy, and she did not use her divine ability to shrink the ground into an inch to directly go to the small courtyard. Instead, she carried Chen Pingan and walked step by step. For the impatient river god, this was unprecedented patience. She was very curious. How could such a young man have so much knowledge in his stomach? How could he be regarded as the successor of the Wen Sheng and Qi Jingchun? At that time, he should still be a young man. If he was really a young man, how good was his background and how good his talent? Could it be that he was the reincarnation of the legendary god, the proud son of heaven who was born with knowledge? However, thinking about it, she felt that something was amiss. The Wen Sheng had seen all kinds of geniuses. He should not be as tacky as her. Pei Qian walked beside the water god and kept looking up at her expression. Seeing that the owner of the mansion was smiling strangely, the little girl finally could not help but ask, "Don't tell me you like my father." The water god shook her head and said gently, "No, I don't like him, and I don't think he's worthy. If I have to choose a scholar from the world to be my husband, I would probably prefer that sloppy gentleman. Only by marrying such a man can I live. It's difficult for someone like young Master Chen. If she fell in love with Chen Pingan, Pei Qian would be angry. However, when she heard that the river god said that she did not like him, she was even angrier. She blurted out, "Are you blind?" The water god turned around and looked at the angry little girl. She smiled and said, "Oh, could it be that all the women in the world have to like Chen Pingan to not be blind?" Pei Qian snorted coldly with an arrogant expression that said, "You woman, your hair is long and your knowledge is short. I'm not going to waste my breath on you." The water god was already in a good mood. When she saw Pei Qian's expression, she laughed out loud. Pei Qian, who felt that she had underestimated him, became even angrier. "What are you laughing at? My father is your benefactor, and I'm his daughter. I'm your little benefactor. Show some respect." The water god's footsteps were light as she asked softly, "Why don't I give you a gift of gratitude?" Pei Qian's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed. She said weakly, "Forget it. You can give it to Chen Pingan yourself. I don't dare to accept any gifts. Otherwise, when he wakes up, he will definitely despise me for not having any upbringing and etiquette. If my good intentions are treated as ill intent, why should I bother? Don't you think so?" The water god could not help but laugh. She finally held back her laughter and said seriously, "It's fine. I have something precious to give to Chen Pingan. As for you, since you're Chen Pingan's daughter, as half an elder, it's not too much for me to give you something for the first time. Even if you hide it secretly and don't let Chen Pingan discover it, it's actually not too much. It's not a big deal." Pei Qian was slightly tempted, but she quickly sneered and said, "Why don't you know that I don't do bad things? I'm very bad. If I obtain some extremely powerful immortal treasure or learn an impressive immortal spell technique, I'll kill whoever I don't like. Even Chen Pingan can't stop me. However, if Chen Pingan can't defeat me, I'll take care of his face. I'll only kill when I'm alone. Compared to that scoundrel surnamed Zhu, that old thing, and that ugly woman named Right Hand who always has a sullen face, I'm killing people faster. It's just like how I usually eat when I'm hungry. In the blink of an eye, Chen Pingan will give me a big bowl of white rice." The more the little girl spoke, the happier she became. The water god was shaken to the core. It was only at that moment that she realized what a little freak Chen Pingan had brought along. She made killing sound as if it was eating. Furthermore, it was not the kind of words that ignorant children like to pretend to be terrifying. The water god's expression changed as she observed Pei Qian carefully again. Pei Qian suddenly said angrily, "Goddess water god, you're really evil. You repay kindness with ingratitude. Are you deliberately tricking me?" Do you want Chen Pinggan to see that I've made a huge mistake and chase me out of the house? Then, you can take the opportunity to be a good person and take me in. You want me to be a maidservant who serves tea and water to you in the green touring manner? The water god remained silent. As she carried the sleeping Chen Pinggan, she lowered her head and sized up the tanned and petite girl. She deliberately made her gaze turn cold. She deliberately concealed it and revealed it. She smiled and asked, "Is that how you look at me?" Indeed, Pei Qian immediately took a step back and pretended to smile casually. "Water god, I'm just joking with you." The water god understood. This little girl who had a golden heavenly appearance definitely had a powerful background. Furthermore, there was almost no need to hope to control her personality. For some reason, the water god recalled that when Pei Qian had brought water over, Chen Pinggan had said something softly. The little girl had immediately returned and placed the water essence back. Furthermore, she seemed to be following her heart and did not have any intention of disobeying him. The water god finally figured out something. Then, she praised the young man behind her in her heart. Pei Qian was amused. "You were scaring me just now." The water god was a little helpless. Does this little girl really have a sharp intuition that can see through the ups and downs of people's hearts? If someone were to spend time with her day and night, how tiring would it be? After sending Chen Pinggan to the most elegant courtyard in the green touring manner, the door to the courtyard opened automatically. After placing him on the luxurious bed, Pei Qian shouted and moved aside. She helped Chen Pinggan take off his boots and cover him with a blanket. Only then did she sit by the bed and stare at the water god. The latter smiled and said, "You have a place to sleep. I'll bring you there now." Pei Qian shook her head vigorously and said, "I have to keep watch for my father and guard against bad people." The water god joked, "All right, stop trying to flatter me. Chen Pinggan is already asleep." Pei Qian was skeptical. He turned around and looked at Chen Pinggan. Only then did he stand up and say with a smile, "Then take me to sleep for a while. I'm so sleepy. However, you must remember to greet me immediately when my father wakes up. We still have to hurry on our way. We agreed to catch up with the group after dawn. My father has always kept his word." The water god was completely convinced by this little rascal. After leaving the house with Pei Qian, she asked curiously, "Large group? What's going on?" Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and roughly explained the situation of the Yarrow family's team. The water god nodded. "No problem. Sleep in peace for 4 hours. When the time comes, I'll send you to the upper reaches of the buried river just like last night." Only then did Pei Qian feel relieved. He followed the extremely rich short woman to her residence. It was in a nearby courtyard. Although he was picky and had a look of disdain on his face, he was already envious in his heart. He thought to himself that when he had a lot of money in the future, he would definitely have such a huge residence. Such a luxurious and imposing house. He also wanted to use gold and silver to pave the floor. Then, he would paste the yellow paper talisman in the house. After settling down Chen Pinggan and the mischievous little girl, Green Jade Immortal Gate opened. Water Goddess arrived outside Green Touring Manor's entrance in a single step. She looked up at the plaque and fell into a daze. She took another step back and instantly arrived at the Water God Temple where her golden body was enshrined. There was still about 15 minutes before the door opened to welcome the devotees. She strode into the main hall. Previously, when she formed the Golden Core Realm, there was a natural phenomenon. It caused the hundreds of devotees outside the door to bow their heads and worship with extreme sincerity. She also sensed it in the distant Green Jade Immortal Gate and gained some understanding of the divine Tao's incense. The clay statue of the golden body on the altar in the main hall had already returned to its original state. It no longer emitted divine light that shone on the river. The statue's appearance was actually only 40 to 50% similar to her actual appearance. Moreover, the statue's woman had a graceful figure. Her sleeves fluttered and her lines were agile. She was like a deity wearing heavenly clothes. She had always felt that it was not her at all. She had overly beautified her description and beauty. However, This was the rule of the mountain and river deities and the statues in the ancestral temple. The earliest temple attendant was a woman who was hell-bent on being saved by her from drowning. She gave up her wealthy status in the secular world and became a temple attendant in the water god temple. She worked for 50 years and slowly turned from a young woman to a white-haired old woman. Because she did not have the talent for cultivation, she only lived to the age of 80 before passing away. It was this temple attendant who was diligent and reluctantly traveled everywhere to help her gather believers. Year after year, she opened a porridge shop to help the people. On her deathbed, the old woman held the water god's slender hand that was like fine jade and laughed hoarsely. The goddess was still so beautiful. The golden statue's craftsmanship was not good enough and could not compare to 1,000th of the goddess's looks. In the end, the old woman's eyes were filled with tears as she asked the water god a question. It was only 4 words. Has it disappeared? Before the water god could give an answer, the old woman had already passed away. When she was young, her husband was a merchant and often went out. She couldn't stand the loneliness and hooked up with another man. After her affair was exposed, she colluded with another man and killed her husband. Later, she successfully remarried and seized all of her ex-husband's property. She bullied and humiliated him. After a few years of happiness, they met because of bad karma and separated because of bad karma. During a spring outing, she was beaten half to death by a fickle man and thrown into a river. Only then was he saved by her, who was a small water god who was buried in a temple in the river. With all these things, the water god could not solve her doubts. It was not until she read Master Wen Sheng's moral essay that human nature was evil and was taught to be good that the buried river god came to a sudden realization. As the buried river god, she could use incense to illuminate people's hearts. Originally, she hated the ugliness of people's hearts and would even reject the curling incense. She always felt that every time she let people's wishes come true, she would have an additional trace of evil karma. After that, her state of mind began to change. She ruled the buried river and suppressed it with her might to intimidate evil thoughts. At the same time, she joined forces with several city gods on both sides of the river to appear several times. She also prayed to the imperial court for rain and spared no effort to use her supernatural powers. Even if her cultivation was weakened and her golden body dimmed, she had to strive to grant all requests. Regardless of whether the incense was good or greedy, at least she had to make herself have a clear conscience. However, after hundreds of years, there would always be a time when her patience was exhausted. She began to walk into the water god temple less and less. She became more and more fond of staying in the bayou manor that refused guests. She wholeheartedly relied on the immortal's incantation to refine one weapon after another in order to pass the boring life of a god. There was an even more important inside story. It was because the incantation passed down from ancient times could not only be used to refine weapons, it could also refine the water of the buried river and even refine incense in the human world. It was truly a great supernatural power of immortals that could be used to refine everything. She originally thought that since the young lady named Pei Qian was fated to come here and had such good qualifications, it might be the will of the heavens that Pei Qian could inherit her deity position and this supreme incantation. Unfortunately, it seemed that this was not the case. She could only wait. The inheritance of deity position was the same as the qi cultivator taking in a disciple. It was never a small matter. If one was not careful, not only would the disciple suffer a disaster, the master would also be implicated and die. Otherwise, she would teach an ingrate who was not familiar with the teachings and betrayed the teachings, deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors. For example, the master Wen Sheng that she admired the most. How knowledgeable was he? Didn't he still teach a Kui Dong? The morning sun shone into the main hall through the window. The water goddess retracted her gaze and sighed softly. The old woman in charge of the temple stood at the door. Her wrinkled old face was filled with tears of excitement and joy. It was truly a piece of great news. The water goddess had ascended the deity position. Naturally, everyone in the temple buried by the river would follow her. From now on, not only would the river demon have to tuck its tail between its legs and not dare to stir up trouble, but everyone from the provincial governor's mansion, the county governor's mansion, and the county yamen would probably have to change into a more respectful expression. Even the arrogant provincial governor, who thought that he was her benefactor, might have to be more polite to her in the future. The old temple attendant asked nervously, "Your Highness, the Lord City God, the Earth Lord, and some small river Hebo near the buried river have all rushed over to congratulate Your Highness. They know Your Highness's temper, so they don't dare to disturb the Bayou manor. They have all prepared valuable gifts and are waiting outside the temple. Will you see them or not? If you're tired, I can help to reject them. They won't dare to say anything." The water goddess said indifferently, "I still have some time. Let's meet them." Protecting the fate of the mountains and rivers and educating 900,000 people in the area isn't something that our water goddess temple can do. We need to work together. The old woman was extremely surprised. She didn't know why the mischievous water goddess had changed her personality. However, it was still a good thing. She immediately turned around to pass down the order. As long as the water goddess was willing to put in some effort to recruit the gods of the mountains and rivers, the buried river temple would definitely be able to respond to her call and become the #1 great spring water goddess. Ever since the first female temple attendant died, the buried river temple had been replaced one after another. However, she didn't have any feelings. Coming and going, life and death, it was just like that. At this moment, the water goddess who was alone seemed to be talking to an old friend. She smiled and said, "I heard that there are 2 families in the Mirage City who are the best at creating deity statues. The Zhong family is known to be short and beautiful, adding to their elegance. The Cao family is known to be floating in the air like an immortal. Which one do you think is more suitable for me? Which family's craftsman would you prefer?" The corners of her mouth curled up and she smiled. She waved her hand and said, "You don't have to think about it. Whichever family has a big mouth and offers a high price, pick them. Now, we don't have to worry about money." At dawn, at the riverside post house, the old General Yarrow Jun found that Chen Pingan didn't appear for breakfast and felt a little strange. Zhu Lian smiled and explained that the young master hadn't returned from his travels. Last night, he suddenly had an idea to visit the buried river temple. The old general might as well hurry on his way. The young master would definitely follow. Yarozhen laughed and said that this guy was really not loyal. If he had known, he would have dragged him along last night. What was a delay of 1 or 2 days? Zhu Lian didn't say anything more. He smiled and left, sitting at the same table with Lu Baixiang and the other 2. Lu Baixiang looked at him. Zhu Lian shook his head and smiled. "Don't ask me. The young master didn't ask me to follow at that time. He only said to return as soon as possible and asked me to inform the post house." Wei Yixian just lowered his head and ate the porridge, his chopsticks flying. Whether it was sitting posture or eating, Sui Yuyu was the most unique of the 4 retainers. Even the most simple-minded of the Yarrow family retainers felt that this beautiful woman with a sword on her back was definitely not an ordinary person. She wasn't a retainer that any young master of the Great Spring aristocratic family could have. Lu Baixiang frowned. Zhu Lian smiled. "What, you don't trust me? Even if I have that kind of thought, do I have the ability?" Seeing that Lu Baixiang wasn't willing to talk to him, Zhu Lian's smile deepened. The Taoist master and disciple sitting in the corner, Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran, looked at each other and didn't say anything. But in the lake of their hearts, each of them had a voice. Xiao Yuanran drank a bowl of porridge and asked telepathically, could the phenomenon in the latter half of the night at the buried river temple have something to do with this person? Yin Miaofeng answered, maybe. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. After all, the reaction of the water goddess was the great phenomenon of forming a jindan. Even the gentleman Zhong Kuei might not have the ability to help her. But this Mr. Chen of unknown origin really can't be judged by common sense. We don't need to pay attention to him. As long as he doesn't cause any trouble, we can already report to the Great Spring Liu family. Regardless of whether the Bio Manor ascends to the imperial palace or not, it is already fortunate that there is a gentleman from the academy supporting it. Now that the buried river deity has advanced through his own ability, we can actually talk about our visit last night and benefit from it. Perhaps I can help you get some benefits. Xiao Yuanran nodded. He glanced at the Yarrow girl who had put on the veil hat again and didn't say anything else. Although Yarrow Xianji and Yarrow Lingji were the direct descendants of the Yarrow family and were highly regarded, they still didn't have the qualifications to sit at the same table as their grandfather, Yarrow Zhen. The 3 seats were occupied by old soldiers who had followed Yarrow Zhen for most of their lives, regardless of rank. Yarrow Zhen took it as a matter of course, and the 3 old soldiers also didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Yarrow Xianji blinked at Yarrow Lingji and pouted. Yarrow Lingji asked, "Do what?" Yarrow Xianji lowered his voice. "Do you think Mr. Chen met some blind guy and went on a killing spree to kill demons? Think about it, Mr. Chen used his own strength to defeat the demons within hundreds of miles of the buried river. They were all crying like ghosts and howling like wolves. Isn't this scene very heroic?" Yarrow Lingji said unhappily, "Are you still asleep? Do you like to dream during the day?" Yarrow Xianji raised his eyebrows. "You think Mr. Chen can't do it?" Yarrow Lingji said, "I don't think there are so many demons in the buried river. After all, there is the water deity temple suppressing it." Yarrow Xianji laughed heartily. "Didn't I say so? You actually believe that young Master Chen has such capabilities?" Yarrow Lingji frowned. "Eat your porridge." Yarrow Xianji smiled happily. "Today's porridge is especially delicious. Which young man didn't admire a true hero?" Chen Pinggan suddenly woke up. He sat up on the bed, sweating profusely. After thinking about it carefully, he felt slightly more at ease. In his memory, he only talked about the order of old Mr. Wen Sheng, and did not talk much about the fight between the 3rd and 4th places. He also did not talk much about Mr. Qi. However, even so, when he saw the goddess of the river burying God later, he still had to remind her. If they were to chat behind closed doors, they could speak and act without restraint, but if they were to open the door, they should not talk about this matter anymore. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan would have left and returned to the Aquarius continent long ago, but the water goddess would not be able to move from the green touring manor and the golden body of the ancestral temple. Glancing at the pair of boots under the bed, he was stunned. The boots were placed with the tips facing inwards. Chen Pinggan shook his head. "Fine, are you afraid that I don't know that you helped me take off the boots?" She was really clever. Why didn't she spend more time on her studies? After leaving the house, Chen Pinggan stood in the middle of the courtyard. It was about the end of the 7 o'clock in the morning. The Yarrow family's entourage should have already set off. He and Pei Qian needed to hurry on with their journey. Not to mention the 300 li buried river route to the courier station, they had already been delayed for more than 2 hours. But after drinking the 100-year-old water flower wine last night, he felt refreshed. His body had more or less recovered from the battle at the inn, and his state of mind was more relaxed. It was like an old house that had accumulated too many miscellaneous items. Even if the owner treated them as treasures, but if he tidied them up one day, it would definitely be more pleasing to the eye. At the entrance to the courtyard stood a young female servant. It was the water ghost of the mansion that had led Pei Qian to see the projector wall last night. She smiled sweetly at Chen Pinggan. "Chen Gongzi, Nyang Nyang wants me to wait here. Once Gongzi wakes up, I will lead you to the hall where you drank last night." Chen Pinggan smiled and walked over quickly. He asked, "The little girl I brought with me?" The servant girl pursed her lips and smiled. She carefully worded her words and explained, "That young lady woke up earlier. She slept for less than 2 hours before waking up. Then I brought her around Bayou Manor. The young lady is lively and cheerful. Everyone in the manor likes her very much." Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment, but still asked directly, "She didn't ask for anything from Bayou Manor, right?" The servant girl quickly shook her head. No, she really didn't. She also didn't know how to lie." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "What did she ask for? If it's too valuable, we won't take it away. If it's something ordinary, I can pay for it." The servant girl said nervously, "She only asked for some paper and brushes that Bayou Manor bought from the marketplace. She said that from today onwards, she will learn how to draw talismans. She also said that she will return the money to Bayou Manor sooner or later." "Young Master Chen, it's just some ordinary paper and brushes. It's really worthless. Please don't blame the young lady. Why don't you take it as a gift from me to the young lady? Young master, you don't know that I haven't dealt with people for many years. I'm very happy that the young lady is willing to talk to me. It's just like when I was still alive during the new year. Chen Pinggan smiled. Then I'll take it as a gift from you. But when the time comes, I'll ask her to thank you. The servant girl smiled and curtsied sideways. Young master is very understanding. I hope you can visit Bayou Manor often in the future. When she saw Pei Qian, she smiled brightly. Chen Pinggan asked, "Don't you have anything you want to say?" Pei Qian glared at the female ghost behind Chen Pinggan. She resentfully took out a small writing brush made of bunny hair from her sleeve. Then, she lifted her coat. It turned out that she had hidden a large stack of rice paper close to her body. She quickly said, "I've told Sister Shenhua that I borrowed this brush and paper from Bayou Manor. I'll definitely return the money in the future, but I was afraid that you wouldn't agree, so I hid it." Chen Pinggan asked, "Even if you earn money in the future, do you know how far Tongyi continent is from Aquarius continent? How are you going to return it in the future? If you let Immortal Ferry help you send it, you can buy a house in Nanyuan Kingdom's capital with that money. Are you sure you can earn so much money?" Pei Qian was at a loss. Chen Pinggan sneered. "Maybe you know this, so you're willing to return the money?" Pei Qian smiled awkwardly. Her gaze wandered, but she didn't dare to look at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand. Pei Qian said with a sad face, "Don't hit my head, don't pull my ears, hit anywhere else." Chen Pinggan laughed angrily, "Keep the brush and paper. This sister said that she gave it to you as a parting gift." Pei Qian passed the brush and paper to Chen Pinggan. She looked at the beautiful female ghost who was covering her mouth and laughing. She had a grateful expression. "Sister Shenhua, you're such a good person. No, you're such a good ghost. You should be the water goddess." Chen Pinggan kept the item in the blade-strengthening gourd and glanced at Pei Qian. Pei Qian immediately woke up and bowed to thank the servant girl. The two of them and the female ghost came to the main hall. The water goddess had been waiting for a long time. Compared to the carefree and heroic buried river deity from before, she finally had the bearing of the water goddess today. She changed into a brocade robe that was similar to the imperial court's titled Madam. After the maidservant Xian Hua left, the water god went straight to the point. She said solemnly, "Chen Pinggan, the kindness of a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring. What's more, this kindness is greater than the heavens. I have to give you something, or else I'll feel uneasy. I've thought about it for a while. There's nothing in the Jade Touring Manor that can catch your eye. The weapons that I've refined myself are passable in terms of quality, but these two magical weapons are my natal items, so I can't give them to you. As for the rest of the weapons, their quality isn't high enough. Speaking of which, even if I give you everything, it's still not enough to repay your kindness. Therefore, I want to give you the immortal refining incantation on the rain prayer tablet outside the ancestral temple." The water goddess took out a jade slip. "I hope that after you memorize this Tao incantation, you'd better destroy it immediately. It's not that I'm stingy, but what's recorded on the tablet is related to the foundation of an ancient immortal's Tao. It's a great opportunity and karma. It might not be a good thing if it's leaked out easily. Once it can't bear it, it'll be a disaster." Without another word, Chen Pinggan nodded and took it with a smile, keeping it in Flying Sword 15. The water goddess said in surprise, "Aren't you going to refuse and be polite with me? If you exchange gifts, it'll show your true feelings." Chen Pinggan held back his laughter. "To tell you the truth, I really do need a top-notch refining incantation. Back then, I inexplicably wandered the night as a yin spirit. Once the thought came to my mind, I went straight to your water goddess temple. The opportunity that Zhong Kuei mentioned should be this. If I don't take it, I'll be punished." The water goddess scratched her head. "That's the logic, but I keep feeling that something's missing. If you reject it righteously and say that you're a gentleman and don't ask for anything in return, I'll cry, throw a tantrum, and insist on giving it to you. You'll have no choice but to accept it. In the end, the host and the guest will part happily. How interesting would that be?" Chen Pingan smiled and did not say anything. After that, the water goddess brought the two of them to the buried river. She still used the previous mystical ability to send the two of them to the vicinity of the post house upstream of the buried river. The mountains and rivers moved in a single thought. This was one of the divine Tao spells that Qi refinement cultivators were most envious of. The other should be that as long as a god was in his own ancestral temple, he would have an additional power similar to the scholarly sage presiding over the academy and the perfected one in the Daoist temple. The water goddess probably did not want to part too quickly. She brought them to the gate of the green touring manor. As they approached the gate, she suddenly asked, Chen Pingan, do you have the works and manuals of the Sage of Literature? It's best if it's the kind that the Sage of Literature personally gives you. Don't worry, I won't openly enshrine it in the water goddess temple. That would be too reckless. I'll secretly hide it in the green touring manor and put it together with the memorial tablet that I secretly engraved. This is one of my greatest wishes and also my utilitarian heart. Now that I've taken a huge step forward in my divine Tao and my cultivation has skyrocketed, from now on, I need to truly read the Sage of Literature's moral knowledge and bring the dead book to life. My intuition tells me that once I succeed, I'll be able to improve even further. Perhaps even the Great Spring Dynasty's 5 Great Mountains main temple is inferior to my buried river temple. Seeing that Chen Pingan was silent, the water goddess stopped and revealed a pleading expression for the first time. Chen Pingan, I'm begging you. Chen Pingan pondered for a long time. The old mister gave me an introductory Confucian book, but it's not his work. The water goddess's face was filled with surprise. As long as it's a book that has passed through the hands of the Sage of Literature, it's fine, I'm not stupid. There must be the true meaning of the great Tao in the book. In Chen Pingan's mind, he recalled the short woman he had met for the first time. She carried a saber and a sword on her back and held an iron spear that was about twice her height. She fought the river demons at the bottom of the river valiantly. He also recalled the words she had said to him and Zhong Kuei when she appeared outside the water god temple. From the beginning to the end, she was not arrogant at all. She was so neutral and peaceful that she did not look like a god. Instead, she was a true scholar. Chen Pingan sighed and turned to the little girl. Pei Qian, you should have memorized the book I asked you to read repeatedly. Why don't you give it to the water goddess? The water goddess was stunned. He actually asked in a questioning tone. A scene that left the water goddess even more confused appeared. Pei Qian bit her lips and refused to speak, much less nod. Chen Pingan took off the blade strengthening gourd and took a sip of wine. The water goddess gritted her teeth and said, My green touring manor actually has a treasure to guard the manor. It's extremely rare and is definitely not inferior to the immortal's incantation. As long as you're willing to give me the book, I'll return the favor. Then, she smiled at Pei Qian. Apart from repaying Chen Pingan, I'll also give you something good. I don't dare to say that it's priceless, but it's a top-notch rare treasure. However, Pei Qian only stood in place without saying a word or nodding. Her 2 small hands clenched the corner of her shirt tightly. She was afraid that Chen Pingan would be angry at her and hate her even more. However, she was also afraid that Chen Pingan would nod and agree to the water goddess's request. At that moment, Chen Pingan put away the blade-strengthening gourd and bent down. He actually smiled at Pei Qian and rubbed her head. If you're unwilling, forget it. Pei Qian hugged Chen Pingan and started crying. Chen Pingan did not know what she was thinking and why she was crying. He smiled helplessly at the water goddess. I'm sorry, but after I return to the Aquarius continent, I'll try my best to find one for you. When the time comes, I'll send it to you. As for repaying me, there's no need. The water goddess sighed. She looked at Chen Pingan and then at Pei Qian. She wrung her hands and lamented, that's the only way. They came to the side of the buried river. Chen Pingan carried Pei Qian and jumped into the water. The water goddess waved her sleeves and the strange whirlpool that Zhu Lian had seen previously appeared in the buried river. In the next moment, she, Chen Pingan and Pei Qian were already standing in the buried river 300 li away. One of them floated while the other stepped onto the shore. The water goddess stood by the shore. Chen Pinggan bade farewell and left. After walking for a distance, he probably said something to Pei Qian. The crying little girl turned her head and waved goodbye to the water goddess. The water goddess smiled and waved back. They walked further and further away. Pei Qian, who was behind him, was still sobbing. Chen Pinggan laughed. "You didn't do anything wrong, what are you crying for?" The little girl leaned her head against Chen Pinggan. "I'm sorry." Chen Pinggan. The little girl was heartbroken. "You're right, I'm just a money loser." Chen Pinggan laughed angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? Remember to study hard in the future, you have to be diligent." Pei Qian sniffled and nodded his head. Chen Pinggan said in annoyance, "Don't wipe your snot on me." Pei Qian leaned back and helped to wipe the tears and snot on Chen Pinggan's back. He laughed. Heh. Until the big and small figures disappeared into the distance. The water goddess laughed heartily. As expected, this is the direct disciple of Master Wen Sheng. Chen Pinggan had originally planned to give her the book. If he heard that there was a precious treasure that could be exchanged, how many people in the world would really care about the wishes of a little girl beside them? After she stopped smiling, her expression was solemn. She bowed in the direction where Chen Pinggan had left. Indeed, there was a hierarchy in learning the Tao. Last night, they sat and discussed the Tao. Today, they started to do it. This was the combination of knowledge and action. Chen Pinggan was truly a teacher, a real teacher. F. 348. The Yarrow family was experienced in doing things. There were people waiting for Chen Pinggan at the inn. Zhu Lian was among them. The young scout, Yarrow Shenji, even shamelessly stayed behind. Chen Pinggan apologized to the two old soldiers of the Yarrow family. The old soldiers laughed heartily. One of them quickly waved his hand and said that young Master Chen was too polite. He was treating himself as an outsider. He could not accept this. The way Yarrow Shenji looked at Chen Pinggan was like looking at a general who had returned victorious from the battlefield. Chen Pinggan was a little confused. A group of people rode on horseback to catch up with the main group. Pei Qian and Chen Pinggan rode on the same horse. The little girl was very happy. The old general, Yarrow Zhen, had already let the carriage slow down. Soon, Chen Pinggan saw the figures of the group. After a period of rest and recuperation, and with the help of a prince's miraculous medicine, Yarrow Zhen's injuries from the assassin were almost completely healed. Today, the horses slowed down for the journey to the north. After obtaining Yarrow Jinji's permission, he left the carriage and began to ride. In the end, he was an old man who had spent most of his life fighting on horseback. When he was young, he was already used to the rapid march of long-distance attacks. He would not fall off even if he slept on horseback. Today, he was riding side by side with Chen Pinggan. The scenery along the way was pleasant. His little benefactor also chatted with him about the scenery of the temple by the buried river. Yarrow Zhen's spirit was very good, and his laughter was hearty. Chen Pinggan wanted the old general to help him ask the government for a geomancy map of the buried river basin. Yarrow Zhen agreed without asking. Pei Qian had already rushed Chen Pinggan to the carriage. Once again, he was in the same room as Sui Yu. The latter sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His sword was held horizontally across his knees. Pei Qian had always disliked this cold woman. She looked at everyone as if they owed her dozens of taels of silver. Who was she trying to show her sour face to? Be careful, she might become an old woman next year. Before entering the carriage, Pei Qian had asked Chen Pinggan for the small regular script writing brush and rice paper. She sat in the corner and opened the cotton bag by herself. She carefully placed her new belongings inside. From the bottom of the bag, she took out a heavily wrinkled book. She glanced at the pair of boots in the bag. They were bought not long ago, but they were covered in mud. She stuck out her tongue and quickly put the bag, not daring to let others see it. Lying down, Pei Qian held the book. She flipped and flipped it over for a long time. She finally put it on her face. And fell into a deep sleep. Sound. Before falling asleep, the little girl thought about what that fellow had said. He wanted her to study hard in the future and not just memorize books with her strength. She thought about it. Today was too tiring. She would talk about it tomorrow. She would do it tomorrow. She was so happy that she almost laughed out loud when she thought of the saying, "Tomorrow brings on tomorrow, and there are so many tomorrows." Therefore, the little girl slept especially soundly today. Sui Yuyu opened her long and narrow peach blossom eyes and gently exhaled. She quickly raised her hand and gently waved it, instantly shattering the aura. The 4 people in the picture scroll, except for the taciturn Wei Xian who was the first to come out of the picture scroll cage, the other 3 came to this vast world on the same day. Zhu Lian had taken the extreme path of external martial arts. Only when he had reached the peak of martial arts did he switch from external martial arts to internal martial arts. Otherwise, this martial madman, who had been killed by Ding Ying, would not have wanted to kill the other 9 great grandmasters alone. In that tragic chaotic battle, the most terrifying thing about Zhu Lian was that the more seriously injured he was, the more powerful his killing power was. Although Ding Ying was lucky enough to survive to the end and obtained the lotus crown on Zhu Lian's head, Ding Ying, who was known as the first person in history, had never mentioned the Battle of Nanyuan Kingdom to anyone. Perhaps there was a great mystery behind it. Liu Baixiang was extremely talented. He learned everything quickly and well. Therefore, on the path of martial arts, he could accept hundreds of rivers into the sea. This was roughly the same as Ding Ying, the first person in the later generation of Lotus Flower-blessed land. However, Liu Baixiang's ambition, or aspiration, was not as crazy and pure as Ding Ying's. Therefore, when he founded the Devil Sect, he was still alone. He liked to wander around, so he was surrounded. Only in that battle, he participated in the bloody encirclement and fell into a state of decline. Deep in his heart, there was a trace of admiration for Liu Baixiang. As for the one thing that was destined not to remain in Jianghu, it was that in that great battle, the 2 people who fought to the death the most were both fairies from famous sects who adored Liu Baixiang. They probably had the mentality of dying for love. Wei Xian's martial arts was the rarest. He was born to be a match for 10,000 people on the battlefield. He was good at dealing with encirclement and killing situations. In history, there was almost no record of this Nanyuan Kingdom's founding emperor catching and killing people. And she, Sui Yuyu, whether it was talent or temperament, was actually more like a cultivator of the vast world. She was not a pure martial artist who longed for some end. Although Sui Yuyu had been in the abbot's land recently, her real sight was still not the human world, but the heavens. She was now trying out an unconventional swordsmanship. In Lotus Flower-blessed land, where the spiritual energy was thin, it could only be a pavilion in the sky. In the vast world, it had great potential. The current step was somewhat similar to a martial artist's filling the sea, but she was different. She was fanning the flames between her waist and ribs. She made a sword furnace and nurtured a breath of sword aura, imitating a pure martial artist's breath of vital energy. It was like a fire dragon, patrolling everywhere. Once Sui Yuyu succeeded, not only would she cultivate her body and spirit, she would also cultivate a wisp of sword aura into a sword embryo. It was almost the embryonic form of a sword cultivator's life-flying sword. And now, Sui Yuyu had no chance to come into contact with anything related to sword cultivation. Sui Yoyo's talent in swordsmanship could be imagined. These days, she only heard some private discussions in the border army of the Yarrow family. It was the heroic feat of the Yarrow family's benefactor, Chen Pingan, as an assassin. Among them, they mentioned the elegance of sword cultivation, the fierce and powerful killing power, the mysterious appearance of flying swords, which made her fascinated. This was good. Lotus Flower-blessed land was too small to accommodate her sword. This world was big enough. One day, she must go to the highest place to use her sword. Sui Yuyu continued to close her eyes. When it came to cultivation, she would never lose to anyone. Her opponents were never Wei Xian and the other 2. Outside the carriage, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The Great Quan dynasty was at the peak of its prosperity. Along the way, many children in the countryside would stop to watch. The couples in the village were not afraid, only curious. Chen Pingan rode the horse, looking at the people of the great Quan dynasty. Back then, when he brought along the little boy in green and the little girl in pink to pass through the border during the snowstorm, he once met an elite border army scout from Li dynasty. The scout was well trained and extremely capable. After reading his customs clearance document, he jokingly suggested that they go to Beacon Fire to seek shelter from the wind and snow. Chen Pinggan did not have a good impression of Emperor Dali, King Song Jianqiang, and his neighbor Song Jisin. But because of that encounter, Chen Pinggan did not have any prejudice against the Dali dynasty. That day, at dusk, the team stayed in a big inn near the city. The inn was very elegant and there was a small garden with green bamboos. That night, Yarozhen personally delivered a map to Chen Pinggan. At that time, Chen Pinggan was carefully examining the jade slip in his room. Pei Qian was yawning across the table with a demon suppression pagoda talisman pasted on her forehead. Her reason was that she had heard that it was easy for there to be female ghosts in the bamboo forest. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled, and she always felt that there would be female ghosts floating around the bamboo forest. After Yarozhen knocked on the door, Pei Qian immediately ran to open the door. When the old general saw the talisman on her forehead, when the little girl asked the reason, she laughed and said that there was no need to be afraid. Even if there were ghosts in the bamboo forest, the soldiers of the Yarrow family were all full of yang energy. It was the ghosts that should be afraid of them. Pei Qian said, "Oh, take off the talisman." She put it on the table and went to sleep in her room. Yarozhen gestured with his hand, indicating for Chen Pinggan to sit down and talk. When the two of them sat down, Chen Pinggan naturally had to thank them. The map was something that the imperial court had always prohibited from flowing into the public. It was even stricter than weapons like bows and crossbows. Yarozhen smiled, "It's not a big deal." The local provincial governor agreed very readily. "As an official, you don't have to care too much about this kind of thing. Don't think that you owe me a big favor. Speaking of which, when Governor Liu first saw me, he was very uneasy. He had no choice. He has a relative who works in the Ministry of War. Didn't he fall into my hands? When he heard that I wanted a map, you don't know how his expression was then. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders." Chen Pinggan smiled, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Yarozhen pointed at Chen Pinggan, You, I just don't understand. After 2 battles, life and death are the most important thing. Benefactor is such a straightforward person. Why is it that when it comes to daily interactions, you're so unstraightforward and unheroic?" Chen Pinggan was speechless. Yarozhen said softly, "That grandson of mine, Yaro Xianji, is shy and doesn't dare to open his mouth. He begged me to tell you that he wants you to give him some pointers in martial arts. What do you think?" Chen Pinggan thought carefully, "If it's just a friendly exchange of pointers, I don't mind. But if Yaro Xianji wants to gain something, I recommend him to look for Wei Yixian. I'll help him greet Wei Yixian." Yarozhen said in all seriousness, "That kid just wanted to be polite." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Then I'll spar with him tomorrow." Yarozhen stroked his beard and smiled, "After that, I'll have him look for Wei Yixian." Chen Pinggan nodded, "I'll go talk to Wei Yixian later. In this way, I'll be able to accept this geomancy map with a clear conscience. After all, the pointers of experts like us can't be bought with money." Yarozhen slapped the table and laughed, "That's right. You're so shameless now, just like me when I was young. No wonder we hit it off." Chen Pinggan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yarozhen came in high spirits and left in high spirits. Chen Pinggan opened up the geomancy map and took out the water word seal from the Fengzuan item. He exhaled lightly and stamped it heavily on the buried river deity temple and the roaming jade manor. Only then did he keep the water word seal and the geomancy map. He continued to browse the densely packed words on the jade scroll. The palm-sized jade scroll had more than 5,000 words carved on both sides. The front side was the main text of the immortal artifact refining technique, while the backside was the water deity's annotations and insights. Although on the surface, it was just an incantation for refining artifacts, it was actually talking about the great Tao of the 5 elements. The content of the words was clean and exquisite, and the purpose was lofty. As the water deity had comprehended it from a rain prayer tablet, she used the water element as the beginning to explain the general context. Water, the 5 organs, the kidneys, the 5 senses, the 5 senses, the 5 fingers, the 5 liquids, the 5 sounds, the 5 consciousnesses, the 5 fears, the 5 worships, and the main god, the black tortoise of the north. The meridians were clear, and the acupoints involved were involved. As for how to refine them, the water deity had a detailed explanation on the back of the jade scroll. She could be said to have told Chen Pingan everything she knew. She even told Chen Pingan clearly on the back of the jade scroll that this immortal artifact refining technique could refine the golden body and incense flame. Chen Pingan was shocked to the core. Only then did he know that the words "a drop of water from a golden bottle in the sky" on the tablet had a deep meaning. It said that after the cultivation of the incantation was completed, it was equivalent to the effect of melting the entire golden core into water essence, moistening the internal organs. The flying thread in the sky was the relay road that connected the meridians in the human body. As for the 4 days in the turning into the 4 cool days, sweeping away the heat of the world, it was also related to the Daoist heavens. The 4 floors of the Beko Keikyang building could help cultivators subdue their inner demons with 4 different Daoist techniques. This was no longer an unorthodox method, but the most orthodox method of Taoism. This was simply the path to heaven that all earth immortals of the nascent soul stage dreamed of. Walking on it might not necessarily be successful, but it was equivalent to building 4 bridges in the sky for earth immortals, giving them 4 extra chances to ensure that they would not go astray. They could even go back the way they came. Furthermore, during their cultivation, it could also benefit their body and spirit. Who would not be envious of such benefits? No wonder the water goddess said that this art could be refined by all things. She deduced that even if it was an immortal cave abode with the word sect, this art would be a treasure unique to the sect master. Chen Pingan closed his eyes and silently recited the 5,000 words in his heart. He made up his mind not to take out the jade slip easily in the future. For some reason, Chen Pingan held the jade slip in his hand and felt cool all over. His entire body felt comfortable. The injuries from the battle at the inn were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Chen Pingan opened his eyes and realized that it was a little strange. However, Chen Pingan could not recognize what kind of beautiful jade the jade slip was. He thought that he could ask Wei Pai when he reached Luopa Mountain in the future. In the latter half of the night, a wave of water vapor suddenly filled the post house and enveloped it. The white fog made Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran forcefully interrupt their meditation. At the same time, they walked out of the house and went to the garden. Chen Pingan also stopped the sword furnace and opened the window to jump out. Soon, under the urgent reminders of a few cultivators who followed the army, the Yarrow family of the post house got up and put on their clothes. The old soldiers wore armor and held weapons in their hands, waiting for battle. Zhu Lian's house was pitch black, but the hunchbacked old man had been circling the table silently. His steps were very particular. Sui Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes and closed them again. Wei Xian lay straight on the bed. His hands were clenched and placed on his abdomen. He did not move at all. Lu Baixiang came to the window and stopped. At the bamboo forest, Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran were relieved to see the uninvited guest. Daoist Bao Zhen smiled and cupped his fists to congratulate her. The water goddess has completed her golden body. Congratulations. The person standing in front of them had a short stature. She wore an unusually beautiful noble attire. She was the buried river deity who rushed over from the roaming jade mansion. From now on, even if the master of the Golden Peak Temple came here and saw the buried river deity whose cultivation had skyrocketed, he could no longer look down on her. It had to be known that in the buried river, especially near the roaming jade mansion and the water goddess temple, this short woman was equivalent to the strength of an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm. The water goddess smiled and said, "Last time, my roaming jade mansion did not treat you well and was very rude. This time, other than a private matter, I also want to invite Zhenren Yin to my mansion as a guest. I apologize to Zhenren Yin and Zhenren Little Xiao." Daoist Bao Zhen was really flattered. Firstly, Her cultivation was different from the past. Even if she was here, she could be considered half a nascent Soul Realm big shot. Secondly, the roaming Jade Mansion had already established a relationship with the sage-to-be Zhong Kuei. Even if she ignored the Liu family of the Great Spring, the imperial court could only pinch their nose and accept it. Thirdly, the upper echelons of the Great Spring knew the bad temper of the buried river deity. She was willing to express her attitude. Yin Miaofeng was just one of the Liu family's consecrators in the Dragon Gate realm. How could he not be surprised? Even the arrogant Xiao Yuanran had a sincere smile on his face. Chen Pinggan came to the side of the master and disciple and greeted them first before looking at the water goddess. Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran left tactfully. At the same time, they told the old soldiers of the Yarrow family and the cultivators accompanying the army not to be so vigilant. Yin Miaofeng took the opportunity to expose the identity of the buried river deity. Yarrow Zhen smiled and cupped his fists at the water goddess from afar. There were many rumors about the buried river deity at the border. Naturally, it was very suitable for the old general's temper. The water goddess cupped her fists at Yarrow Zhen and returned the greeting. She said something straightforward that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When the general retires and returns to the border, you must come to my roaming Jade Mansion to drink as much as you want. Yarrow Xianji and Yarrow Lingji rolled their eyes almost at the same time. Yarrow Jinji wore a curtain hat and stood beside Yarrow Zhen. She was slender and elegant. Finally, the water goddess flipped her wrist and a jar of wine appeared. She threw it to Chen Pinggan and told him telepathically, "Keep that jade scroll carefully. The jade scroll itself is a good thing. Otherwise, it would have been blown to pieces by those great Tao words long ago." Following that, the water goddess did not hide her words and everyone could hear her. She laughed heartily and said, "Along the way, I've been thinking about it and almost wanted to repay your kindness with my body. Fortunately, I held back. I drank half of this jar of water flower wine when I came. Originally, I wanted to boost my courage. I didn't expect that after entering the post house, I was still timid and couldn't say those embarrassing words. Chen Pinggan, don't you feel a little regretful that you're missing a beautiful woman? Haha, there's more than half a jar of wine left. Use it to drown your sorrows." This was the water deity. She came and left in a hurry. Chen Pinggan stood on the spot and held the wine jar. He felt that it was not right to drink the wine but not to drink it. Yarrow Zhen laughed in schadenfreude. After Yarrow Xianji was dumbstruck, he stretched out his hands and gave Chen Pinggan 2 thumbs up. Pei Qian stood in the distance in a daze. Chen Pinggan kept a straight face and brought Pei Qian back to his residence. When the two of them separated, Chen Pinggan said seriously, "In the future, if you see a girl with the surname Ning, you are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened tonight." Pei Qian blinked his eyes. What if I accidentally let it slip?" Chen Pinggan said in a deep voice, "After I'm beaten half to death, I'll beat you half to death. Do you understand?" Pei Qian immediately said in a clear voice, "Understood. I've read books, and now I'm unyielding. I won't say it even if I'm beaten to death." They returned to their rooms. Chen Pinggan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Finally, he laughed. He no longer practiced the sword furnace stance and laid on the table. He took out the small whetstone and engraved it with the beautiful word naive and the cute word Ning Yao. "Miss Ning, I'm fine." Along the way, they walked for a long time and encountered many people and things. "I miss you a little." "No, I miss you a lot." 1. 349. 10,000 words chapter. A short woman in a noble dress appeared out of thin air on the bank of the buried river and walked slowly. With the rapid rise of her cultivation, the goddess of the buried river became more adept at controlling the water transportation on both sides of the river. She was like a general who was expanding the territory. The buried river was a large river that almost traversed half of the Great Spring Empire. Previously, she relied on the refined weapons to barely maintain the power of the buried river. It was already difficult for her to deal with a river demon that had not reached the Jindan realm. If she suddenly promoted the Azure Mansion to the Azure Palace, the Great Spring Imperial Court would not be willing to give up part of the fate of the nation to Kintiangian cultivators to bring it to the Water God Temple. This was also one of the reasons why the Water God was unwilling to agree. Once the plaque of the mansion was changed to the Azure Palace, everyone would be envious and covetous. Perhaps the 2 plaques of the Gong Mansion would be burned as firewood one day. She was naturally forthright and irritable. That was true. However, she was able to guard the buried river for hundreds of years and firmly grasped the opportunities in her hands. Naturally, she was not a fool. She squatted down and scooped up a handful of water from the buried river. Under the moonlight, the water rippled slightly in her palm. Compared to the past, the spiritual aura was much more abundant. In front of the post house, many of the Water God Temple could not withstand the essence of incense and flowed backward into the ancestral temple. The originally silver-white essence of incense turned pale gold and floated toward the clay golden body in the main hall. The golden body was not a gold-plated craftsmanship of a sculptor, but the foundation of the divine path of a god of mountains and rivers. It was a manifestation of the great Tao. The pale gold incense slowly bathed the golden body of the god on the altar. In the divine path, it was known as drawing gold. There were only 2 situations where such a phenomenon would occur. One was when a Kintiangian cultivator carried the emperor's decree and acted according to the decree. He used an imperial brush to draw the golden body of a certain god. Most of the time, it was just enlightening. The other was when the Confucian sage pointed at the golden body. These Confucian sages must be at least the masters of the 72 academies. Apart from the buried river divine temple receiving such a great fortune, the green touring manor was even more blessed by the rising water fate. Auspicious clouds gathered to form a canopy. It could almost be considered a paradise for cultivation. This move was regarded as a title bestowal. He was truly recognized by the orthodox heaven and earth. No matter how magnanimous River Goddess was, she knew that this unexpected favor was not inferior to the first time Chen Xiaofu taught her. At the post house, she had joked that she would devote herself to him. The reason for this was because she really didn't know how to repay him. The jade slip itself was actually the so-called treasure of the Green Touring Manor. In ancient times, the buried river used to be the main branch of one of the 3 great blasphemy rivers of the Tongye continent. After that, the sea changed into mulberry fields, the river changed its course, accumulated silt, blocked, and other unforeseen events. The rule of the great blasphemy became smaller and smaller. In the end, there was only one section left, which was the buried river. The predecessor of the Green Touring Manor was the ruins of the River Blasphemy Dragon Palace. The jade slip was the most precious treasure she found in the dilapidated Dragon Palace. Its color did not change even after 10,000 years. It was the essence of the river water that condensed into a substance. It was also the manifestation of the water fate of the heaven and earth. It was then refined into a jade slip by the old Dragon King. Presumably, in the distant years of the Dragon Palace, this jade slip was also a treasure that the Dragon King loved so much that he could not bear to part with it. She wanted Chen Pinggan to immediately destroy the jade slip after he memorized the immortal Tao formula. In fact, she had the intention of teasing him. Unless Chen Pinggan was an immortal of the upper 5 realms, he would not have the ability to destroy the jade slip. However, if he refined it into his natal item, he would possess the Tao formula of ascending to immortality in a single step. She believed that as long as Chen Pinggan was diligent, there was a high chance of success. She took a step into the buried river and walked on the surface of the water, like a goddess in a supernatural novel. The only flaw was that the river demon must have colluded with a nearby mountain god. It went ashore and hid in a certain mountain fate, disappearing without a trace. The water goddess fell backward and laid on the surface of the buried river, drifting downstream with the current. The drowned water ghosts in the river followed the water goddess at the bottom of the river and floated towards the water god temple. She suddenly covered her face with her hands, looking as if she didn't have the face to see anyone. How can a virgin say such shameful words? Fortunately, she quickly regained her fighting spirit. She sat up and said excitedly, Quickly get someone to go to the Mirage City to hire a craftsman to reconstruct the statue. Clothes make the man, makeup makes the god. The curve of the statue's chest can be a little exaggerated. The legs can also be a little longer. Some of the water ghosts wandering at the bottom of the river who had gained intelligence really widened their horizons. There was actually such an interesting water goddess in the world. On the Yarrow family's journey north, they encountered many things that made them not know whether to laugh or cry. A slightly famous Jianghu hero brought an 8 treasures exquisite spear made of fine iron and came over, saying that he wanted to have a taste of the Yarrow family's spear that shook the border. This person called for his friends, and more than 10 horses whizzed over and stopped on the official road. He sat high on the horse's back and waved his spear in a fancy manner. It couldn't be said that his skills were mediocre. As a second or third-rate martial artist, he still had dozens of years of practice. It was just that the skills of these martial artists were naturally not on the same level as the Yarrow family's spear. The latter could determine life and death in the blink of an eye. At that time, Yarrow Zhen was sitting in the carriage and reading military books. He only felt that it was funny and didn't lower himself to the level of these Jianghu heroes who wanted to be famous. Under Yarrow Jinji's order, the Yarrow family's cavalry silently took off their light crossbows, scaring the group of people who immediately fled off the official road. When the Yarrow family's troops were far away, they chattered endlessly, complaining that the Yarrow family's cavalry was embroidered pillows with an undeserved reputation and that they didn't even have the confidence to compare their spear skills. In the end, this group of people was arrested by the provincial capital's government on the same day, and they ate a solid meal in prison. Later, there was a young wild cultivator in his early 20s from the lower 5 realms who tried to become the Yarrow family's army consecrator. However, he didn't dare to be rash. He clearly explained his background and appropriately bragged about his immortal spells. Then, he squatted outside the post house where he stayed, nibbling on dry biscuits and drinking inferior wine, waiting for his punishment. Yarrow Zhen asked someone to give him 100 taels of silver. The wild cultivator's face flushed red, but he still took the silver before leaving. As they got closer and closer to the Mirage City, the news that Yarrow Zhen was about to be appointed as the Minister of War spread like wildfire and spread throughout the imperial court. Another down-and-out military cultivator, who was in the prime of his life and had a tall and sturdy figure, blocked the way and said that as long as someone from the Yarrow family could beat him, he would immediately get lost. Then, Xiao Yuanran showed his skills and he got lost. What really aroused the curiosity of the Yarrow family's troops were the 2 strange incidents where the mountain god waded into the river and the water god went up the mountain. However, these 2 mountain gods were far inferior to the mountain god who buried the river. They were the most inferior local gods. The mountain god governed the territory within a radius of 100 miles, while the water god was in charge of a river of 200 miles. The 2 sides were adjacent to each other, and their relationship wasn't harmonious. However, in the past, they were only small fights and curses at the border of the mountains and rivers. Recently, because a big pilgrim changed his sect from the mountain god temple to the water god temple, it was related to who would get the 100,000 taels of silver every year. The little mountain god asked a local god under his command to secretly persuade the pilgrim to change his mind. Unexpectedly, the local god was beaten up by the river god. In a fit of anger, the mountain god directly crossed the border and waded into the river. He used 2 big axes to hit the river, causing monstrous waves to rise in the river for more than 10 miles. The common people were shocked. How could the water god lose face like this? He carried the river and went up the mountain to the mountain god temple. At that time, the Yarrow family's team was just near the riverbank. The 2 consecrators and the Yarrow family's accompanying cultivators protected Yarrow Zhen and the 3rd Yarrow as they went to watch the show. Chen Pinggan followed them, and only Pei Qian and Zhu Lian followed beside him. Then, they saw the scene of river god beating up the mountain god temple. Both sides fought fiercely. The mountain god took advantage of the terrain and pushed river god back into the water. River god once again controlled the murky river water, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. They fought back and forth, and each used their supernatural powers. The beautiful mountain was flooded into a mess, and countless towering trees were broken and collapsed. Outside the battlefield, the local god and mountain elf spirits on the mountain, the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and water ghost servants on the river waved their flags and shouted. They all shouted themselves hoarse, and they looked more tired than fighting in the battlefield. They also competed with each other. Big red drums were set up by the river to cheer for their master river god. The drums were like thunder, and a flag that was dozens of feet tall was quickly brought out from the mountain and waved with all its strength. Xiao Yuanran stood beside Yarou Jinji and explained the inside story of the mountain god to her. His words were humorous, and the young girl Yarou Lingji listened with great interest. However, she did not know what her sister, Yarou Jinji, was thinking. Pei Qian was busy picking up the lively river fishes by the riverbank. This was much easier than fishing by herself. This farce was interrupted by a pale-faced Lord Xing Wang. He came with the wind, hovered in the air, and scolded the two gods. This Lord Xing Wang was wearing an official uniform specially made by the Ministry of Rites of Daquan. The front and back of the uniform were the same as the official's uniform in the world of the living. The specific rank was the pattern. However, Lord Xing Wang's uniform was all black, which meant that he was the monarch of the human world and walked in the underworld to restrain the ghosts and spirits that appeared at night. Compared to the obscene temples that were scattered all over the world, Lord Xing Wang needed to be conferred by the imperial court. Moreover, there was almost no improper situation. Any family that ruled the country would naturally have the easiest control over Lord Xing Wang, who had to be rooted in the city. Moreover, Lord Xing Wang was naturally loyal to the imperial court. Chen Pinggan looked at the commotion in the mountains and rivers, and his state of mind was calm. Compared to his experience in Longquan town and what he had seen and heard in his 2 travels, the scene in front of him was ultimately just a small commotion. It could not be said to be laughable, but it was very difficult to climb his hometown's cloud-covering mountain again and see the magnificent river for the first time. Zhu Lian stood beside Chen Pinggan. Among the 4 retainers, the Yarou family had a deep impression of this person. This was because compared to the other 3, this stooped old man was really too much like a retainer. In addition, they had heard about the performance of the 4 people in the fight at the inn. They vaguely knew that the beautiful woman with the sword on her back was a sword master, the dignified Mr. Lu was a master of the saber, and the silent Wei Xian blocked the attack of the imperial family's qi cultivators. As for this little old man with a kind expression, his attacks were the most ferocious. When the battle ended, the ground around the old man was standing was filled with broken limbs and bones. Zhu Lian did not look at Chen Pinggan. Many times, one did not need to look at a person's heart. Zhu Lian was more and more curious about that Longquan County and the Longquan Grotto heaven before it. What kind of hidden dragons and crouching tigers were there that could make such a young Chen Pinggan seem to have seen the great winds and great waves of the human world, and it was difficult for his state of mind to rise and fall. He was young and unperturbed. It was inevitable that he was lethargic and shrewd. However, Zhu Lian did not think so. Chen Pinggan, who was kind to others, gave him a vague feeling, as if in the depths of the ancient well of his state of mind, there was vaguely an evil dragon swimming at the bottom of the water, and its shadow was everywhere. It was just that this unknown dragon was probably tightly bound to the bottom of the well by etiquette and rules, the distinction between good and evil, and so on. It could not even float to the surface of the water and stick its head out. Zhu Lian did not dare to speculate about other things, but he was sure of one thing. In the depths of Chen Pinggan's heart, there must be 1 or 2 great obsessions that he could not let go of. This time, Lord Xing Wang was in a bad mood, and he wanted to flatten the River Earl Temple and the Mountain Deity Temple by stepping on the clouds for hundreds of miles to mediate the fight. The matter of the mountain and river deities overstepping their boundaries without permission was extremely sensitive. Once it was reported to the capital's Ministry of Rites, Lord Xing Wang, who was sitting at home and causing trouble from the heavens, would not end up any better than the 2 idiots who did not know the severity of the matter. Lord Xing Wang sent away the 2 trembling bastards who returned home. When he saw the group of Yarou family people by the river, he used the aura viewing technique. With just one glance, he felt that it was somewhat dazzling. He was shocked and immediately wanted to descend to check it out. However, Those people were domineering and lawless. Two cultivators directly pulled out their swords and pointed them at him, saying that he could not get close, or else it would be regarded as an assassination. Lord Xingwang was so angry that he almost wanted to call back the two subordinate deities. Fortunately, after eating incense for hundreds of years, he still had some patience. In the end, he only firmly remembered those unfamiliar faces and returned to the city with a gloomy face. On the way back to the main group, Yarou Zhen came to Yarou Jinji's side and asked softly, "Why are you so unreasonable?" Yarou Jinji said helplessly, "Along the way, it's inevitable that there will be social interactions and toasts. However, if it involves Xingwang and deities, it's not clear. Grandfather doesn't want to be impeached by the 6 imperial censors before entering Mirage City, right? Even if His Majesty treats it as a joke, from the officialdom to the marketplace, there is bound to be a storm of evil in the capital. Then, who doesn't like to watch a good show? Aren't we here to watch a good show? Would we care about the rights and wrongs of the two deities?" Yarou Zhen understood immediately and deeply agreed with him. The old general felt that it was a pity. If Yarou Jinji was a man, he would be relieved to stay at the border. Pei Qian picked up a lot of river fish, but in the end, Chen Pinggan was unwilling to accept them. She could only pick up the fish by their tails and throw them into the river one by one. She was so tired that she was sweating profusely. When they arrived at Riding Crane City, which was both a prefecture and a prefecture, they were only a short distance away from Great Quan's capital. This prefecture had a long history, and its name came from the legend that a cultivator had ascended here on a crane. There was a small mountain in the prefecture, and the scenery was ordinary. However, because it was the place where the cultivator ascended, every year, countless scholars and poets would come here to tour. Around the small mountain were residences bought by the nobles of the capital, and every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. The Xingwang from before should be in this city, but Yarou Zhen was not afraid of a prefecture's Xingwang. The Minister of Rights, who controlled the promotion and demotion of a country's Xingwang, had the same rank and salary as him. Furthermore, Great Quan respected martial arts, and the Minister of War was not an empty position. Otherwise, he would not have become the #1 position for all the generals to retire. He still stayed at the post house, which was the rule of the imperial court. The post house in the city took up a lot of space, and it was not inferior to the residences of nobles. In order to welcome Yarou Zhen, the trusted aides of the provincial governor and prefectural governor went to the post house several times, almost emptying the entire place. At this point, Yarou Zhen could only accept it and pretend that he did not know anything. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. This was especially true in the officialdom. Normally speaking, the imperial court could accommodate loyal officials, corrupt officials, and many fence-sitters. However, it could not accommodate someone who seemed to be a moral saint. It was like there was a demon-revealing mirror hanging high in the imperial court, revealing all the flaws of the pillars of the country. The old general was filled with emotions. These were the words that his granddaughter, Yarou Jinji, had said when she was 14 or 15. Sometimes, Yarou Zhen would laugh at himself. Could it be that all the life experience he had accumulated over the years had been fed to the war horses like horsegrass? Luckily, there was still Chen Pinggan in the group. During this trip to the north, Yarou Zhen liked to chat with this young man. Chen Pinggan had followed their agreement and sparred with Yarou Shenji, giving him some pointers. Yarou Shenji treated Chen Pinggan's words as a guide. When he went back to find his grandfather to talk, he was very sad and said that he had spent his entire life training in martial arts like a dog. Yarou Zhen then asked him if his so-called lifetime was a few decades. Yarou Shenji was speechless, which amused Yarou Jinji, who was brewing tea. Although Yarou Jinji had never won against Liu Baixiang in chess, she could be considered a national expert in tea. In the harsh sandstorm at the border, how could the Yarou family, whose men and women had been valiant for generations, raise such a beautiful girl? Yarou Shenji suddenly said, "Sister Jinji, I don't like that Xiao Yuan Ran. I like Chen Pinggan." Yarou Jinji smiled and said, "Whether you like him or not, what does that have to do with me?" Yarou Shenji wanted to say something, but Yarou Jinji glared at him, scaring him into swallowing his words back into his stomach. Yarojin's smile did not have the demeanor of a family head. Yaro Jinji said casually, "Grandfather, if nothing unexpected happens, the imperial court will send a secret envoy to Riding Crane City soon. At that time, it won't be too late for grandfather to laugh." Yarojin could not laugh anymore. He had been soaked in the red vat of officialdom for dozens of years. Each and every one of them had cultivated to become old fox spirits in the government. It was really a headache for him to play with their cunning minds. Chen Pinggan was practicing the six-step stance in his room, holding the sword in the air, closing his eyes to visualize each sword cultivator's style. There was a bamboo tube on the table. The bamboo was ordinary green bamboo, which was casually chopped from a bamboo forest on a green mountain along the way. Chen Pinggan wanted to carve a brush holder as a parting gift for old General Yao. Pei Qian ran over and said that she wanted to go out for a stroll. Chen Pinggan told her to ask Lu Baixiang if he was willing to take her out. If not, then she had to stay in the room and study. Previously, Chen Pinggan gave her a second Confucian classic, and Pei Qian memorized it thoroughly. There was one time when she came to Chen Pinggan's room with a face full of joy, saying that she could really recite it backwards. Chen Pinggan picked up the book and let her try. Unexpectedly, she really did recite more than 1,000 words without missing a word. Then, Chen Pinggan pulled her ear and told her to go back to the room to reflect on her mistakes. He only said that she had to study hard, and she treated it as nothing. At that time, Pei Qian angrily returned to her room. She stood on the chair and looked down at the broken book on the table. She pinched her chin and frowned. Study hard. What was the meaning of this? She did not study hard enough. In order to memorize a book backwards, she spent an incense stick's worth of time. She squatted down and looked at the name of the sage who wrote this bullshit book. She remembered it. When she mastered the sword and fist techniques, she would definitely beat this old bastard until he cried for his father and mother. She stood up again and blindly pondered for a long time, but she still couldn't think of an answer. She jumped down from the chair and picked up the mountain staff that she had relied on for a long time and practiced a crazy staff technique. After she finished practicing, she threw away the mountain staff. She suddenly felt that she was closer to being the #1 expert in the world. Only then did her mood improve. She threw herself on the bed and fell asleep. Today, after she received Chen Pinggan's promise, she eagerly went to find Lu Baixiang, who she secretly gave the nickname Xiao Bai. However, Lu Baixiang was playing chess with Sui Yuyu and said that he would wait for him for an hour. Pei Qian turned her head and looked at Wei Xian, who was sitting at the side. He didn't understand chess and was just waiting for the winner to be decided. She was about to speak when Wei Xian suddenly said let's go and stood up. Pei Qian suddenly understood. The two of them left the hotel together to go shopping. Pei Qian smiled and asked, "Old Wei, do you have money on you?" Among the four of them, Pei Qian was the least afraid of Wei Xian. He called him Old Wei, and Wei Xian also never showed a bad face. In fact, he didn't care at all. Wei Xian was silent. Pei Qian grumbled, "Then what's the point of going to the streets? We can't even afford to buy anything beautiful or delicious." Wei Xian suddenly said, "I have some money." Pei Qian frowned. "Where did you get it? Did you steal it? Give me half and I won't tell Chen Pinggan." Wei Xian said, "I taught the inn's little cripple a set of fist techniques and earned some money. Recently, I taught Yao Xian the fist stance and earned more than 10 taels." Pei Qian's face was full of envy. "Old Wei, you can earn big money wherever you go. I admire you for this." Pei Qian put his hands behind his back and walked with his chest puffed out. Soon, he clicked his tongue and said, "But Old Wei, you still cheated little cripple of his money. That's not kind of you. You might as well cheat Zhonyang. She really has money in her pocket. What a pity, Old Wei, you don't look likable. You're not as young and handsome as my father. Old Wei, you were born with such an ugly appearance. Do you blame your parents?" A dignified emperor said this to a young girl. How could Wei Xian be indifferent? The short man said with a straight face, "Back then, when the court painters painted my portrait, they all praised me for my heroic appearance. I think they were telling the truth." Pei Qian was shocked. Old Wei, are you blind or do they have eyes on their butts? Wei Xian continued to meditate in silence. There was no night ban in Crane Rider City. There were countless rich people in the city who were willing to spend a lot of money. After leaving the post house and turning into a street, the two of them walked in the bustling crowd. Pei Qian didn't have a single coin in his pocket, but his aura was like that of a rich man. This wasn't strange. She was able to fool a large group of people her age in a strange place like Huer Town. They all thought she was a princess living among the common people. In the end, she was able to deceive a group of shrewd and slippery constables who respectfully escorted her back to the inn. Pei Qian suddenly asked, Old Wei, I always feel that the girl who doesn't dare to meet people every day looks at my father strangely. Wei Xian said indifferently, the emperor is scheming. Pei Qian was confused. What are you talking about? Wei Xian didn't say anything. Pei Qian didn't want to get to the bottom of it. He swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, Old Wei, can you buy me a candy man? Wei Xian shook his head. Pei Qian said angrily, Old Wei, why are you so stingy? Wei Xian smiled for the first time, I don't have Chen Pingan's ability and patience. I can't raise you well. Pei Qian was confused and said pitifully, then I'll borrow money from you to buy a candy man. Wei Xian nodded, according to the 30% interest. Pei Qian frowned, although I know the 30% interest rule, I think it's better to forget about it. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. You won't starve to death. Even though she said that, she ran to the front of a candy-blowing man's stall and rooted herself to the ground, refusing to move no matter what. Wei Xian couldn't just leave Pei Qian here alone. If he lost Pei Qian, someone like Chen Pingan would definitely beat him up. At the stall, the old man was skillfully blowing candy while the young children were drooling with their eyes wide open. Those who had an elder beside them were able to get their hands on a candy man of different shapes. Underneath the rectangular cabinet was a round wooden cage, with a small charcoal stove inside. The old man was using a large ladle to pour the sticky golden sugar paste, which he spun around, and in a blink of an eye, all kinds of colored sugar figurines were produced. Wei Xian took out his money and bought 2 sticks. He stared at Wei Xian, who was holding 1 stick in each hand. Wei Xian passed it to Pei Qian, this is your reward. His tone was as if he had been bestowed with a large piece of land by an emperor. Pei Qian smiled, when I go back, I'll say good things about you in front of my father every day. I'm half a scholar now. Every word I say is as good as a nail. 1 big and 1 small, munching on the candy man, they didn't stand out in the sea of people. In the hotel, the winner was already decided on the chessboard. It was still Sui Yuyu who lost. Sui Yuyu didn't want to win in this game. Lu Baixiang was reviewing the chessboard alone in his room. He stared at the chessboard and twirled a free chess piece between his fingers. He pressed it against the table and gently slid it. In a room not too far away, Chen Pingan was carving a bamboo tube. He wanted to try to inscribe an entire essay of the sages on the outside of the brush tube. Fortunately, he had been carving words on bamboo slips all these years. Because he was familiar with them and also had the foundation of his youth, he didn't dare to say that the words he carved were full of spirit. But between the lines, there was a sense of propriety. There wasn't an aggressive and forceful aura, but it was still as long as a stream. In the end, there was still some meaning to it. Some people said that the cultivators of the lower 5 realms cultivated longevity, the cultivators of the middle 5 realms sought immortality, and the cultivators of the upper 5 realms walked the great Tao at an even higher level, almost never stopping for a moment. Chen Pingan didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He was busy and didn't waste his time. But occasionally, he still needed to stop or slow down his pace. He needed to calm his heart and enjoy the scenery on the road of cultivation. This was the case for carving beautiful words on bamboo slips. This was also the case for personally making a brush tube that wasn't worth much but only had the heart. The night passed uneventfully. Chen Pingan stayed up all night and carved more than half of the brush tube. After sleeping for 4 hours, he got up and continued to practice his fist stance. At the same time, he also practiced his sword. Winter was coming. He didn't know if he was lucky enough to encounter the first heavy snow of the year at the ferry outside Mirage City. It was said that Mirage City in the heavy snow was like a fairyland. During breakfast, Chen Pingan learned that the Yarrow family's team was going to rest in Crane Riding City for 2 days, but he didn't care. Yarrow Xianji ran to Chen Pingan and said that everyone had agreed to visit the small mountain where the immortals rode cranes and ascended. Moreover, the provincial governor's mansion had already informed the courier station that regardless of whether old General Yarrow went there or not, the vicinity of the small mountain would be under martial law today. No one was allowed to climb the mountain. After meeting, Chen Pingan found that there were quite a few people. There were the 3 Yarrows of the same generation, Xiao Yuanran, a Daoist priest wearing a green robe, and Sui Yuyu, who rarely showed his face in public. Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang chose to stay at the courier station. However, old General Yarrow didn't show up this time, which was a bit unusual. When he went out today, Chen Pingan had already changed into the golden wine robe of a higher grade, so he appeared in white. If one paid attention, they would notice that there was a white jade hairpin in his hair bun. In the Dali dynasty in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent, the young men were tall and big. They were at least half a head taller than those in the old Dragon City in the south. Moreover, it was common for 15 or 16-year-old men to marry and settle down in the countryside of the Aquarius continent. Only rich families and scholarly families would pay attention to 20 years of age. After Chen Pingan started practicing his fist stance, his height kept growing. Unknowingly, he already had the appearance of a proper young man. Behind him was the dark and skinny Pei Qian. As long as she was with Chen Pingan, she was not so afraid of Zhu Lian. The group went to the small mountain in the center of the city. When they passed by the martial temple in the state capital, they saw a strange person. Something strange happened. It was a tall and strong young man with bloodstains on his body. He barged into the martial temple, and was quickly thrown out of the gate by the martial temple's attendant. The civil and martial temples in the state capital were not places where random people could cause trouble. After the young man was thrown out of the gate, he kowtowed towards the martial temple, banging his head loudly, begging the martial temple. The attendant was a tall and skinny old man. He stood at the top of the stairs and spoke sternly to the young man. "How can the blade of the martial temple's saint be tainted by ordinary people? Seeing that you are young and ignorant, I will not pursue the matter of you barging into the martial temple. Quickly leave, don't be delusional." So it was a young man who barged into the martial temple, wanting to borrow the blade of the saint. The young man kowtowed until his forehead was red and swollen, and there were already traces of blood. He raised his head, and his face was filled with tears of despair. He said with a hoarse voice, "For the sake of the people of this county, Master wholeheartedly killed demons and evils. Now, he is trapped in the fog of the forest, and his life is at stake. After Master sent me out of the fog, he said that only by borrowing the long blade from the martial temple's master can I have a chance to kill the ferocious big demon that has been wreaking havoc. Master Priest Zhu, I beg you, this is a virtuous deed, the martial saint won't be angry." The dignified old man sneered, "Whether the martial saint will be angry or not, is it up to you? According to the laws of the Great Spring, do you know what kind of punishment you will receive for using the weapon of a martial temple's saint without permission? Local officials will be removed from their posts on the spot. The prefect will be demoted by 1 rank, and the provincial governor will be fined 3 years of salary." The young man was heartbroken, and he muttered, "There is a demon that harms people in this place. It's fine if the officials don't care, but now even the martial saint isn't willing to care." The old man seemed to be speaking sternly, and his eyes were cold, but he was actually sighing in his heart. "Young man, how can things in this world be so simple?" Zhu Lian raised his eyelids, and glanced at Chen Pingan who was standing in front of him. Chen Pingan was about to lift his foot, but Xiao Yuanran had already walked out in large strides. Chen Pingan quietly stopped moving. Xiao Yuanran came to the young man's side, squatted down and asked, "Where is your master trapped? Do you know the demon's cultivation level?" The young man answered one by one. Xiao Yuanran reached out to help the young man up, and grabbed his shoulder, smiling, I'm going to save your master, and help him get rid of the demon. Xiao Yuanran turned his head, and looked at Yao Jinji, who was wearing a veil hat, and said apologetically, Miss Yao, I'm afraid I can't go to the small mountain. Yao Lingji nodded lightly, and her face couldn't be seen clearly. Xiao Yuanran grabbed Xiao Yuanran, and ran away, leaping onto the roof ridge in the distance. After a few light touches, he disappeared without a trace. Yao Xianji was impressed, and her impression of Xiao Yuanran, this young consecrator of the Great Spring, became better. Pei Qian had been looking at Xiao Yuanran with narrowed eyes. She tilted her head, and was speechless. With this incident, the subsequent trip up the mountain was not very interesting. Moreover, the small mountain was indeed too small, and there was nothing special about it. Only Sui Yuyu, with his sword on his back, stood at the top of the mountain, looking up at the sky with a burning gaze. Chen Pinggan, other than feeling a little regretful that the scenery here was ordinary, did not reveal much emotion. The great spring mountain god waded through the water god ascended the mountain, and the young man in Riding Crane City borrowed a knife from the martial temple, but in the end, they were just insignificant splashes. The Great Fu Academy went to meet up with the Lord of Taiping Mountain, and worked together to stop the great demon of the 12th realm from escaping into the sea. The gentleman Zhong Kuei going to the gate of Taiping Mountain was also not a small matter. Other than the other two gentlemen, 3 sages, and more than 20 disciples of the Great Fu Academy, there were more scholars from the Wenyuan Academy, which was further south, who came to Taiping Mountain. There were more than 50 of them. Unfortunately, there was only one old gentleman leading them, and the rest of the disciples were far inferior to the Great Fu Academy. This was the awkward part of the Wenyuan Academy. The academy was not famous, and was the least talented among the 4 major academies of the Tongye continent. There were often rumors on the mountain that the Wenyuan Academy would be stripped of its title as one of the 72 academies. This was because this academy had not produced a new gentleman for close to 100 years. The 3 mountain lords of the academy also did not have many works of sages. The people of the world did not travel to the Wenyuan Academy for the sages, but for the countless books in the Wenyuan Pavilion. When Zhong Kuei arrived at the gate of Taiping Mountain, he followed his teacher's instructions and told all the disciples of the Great Fu Academy to listen to the arrangements of the Daoist of Taiping Mountain, and not to act on their own. Although there were disasters everywhere, the Daoist of Taiping Mountain, regardless of their seniority, did not panic. They made decisions in an orderly manner, and groups of qi cultivators went down the mountain to suppress the demons. There were casualties, and those who died in battle were mostly Daoist of Taiping Mountain. This made the qi cultivators of the 2 major academies and many immortal abodes respect them, and they cooperated more sincerely. In between the battles, the people who came from all over the world but had a common enemy talked the most about the outer sect oddjob young man from the Fuji sect, who became famous overnight. It was said that he was taken in as the last disciple of the Fuji sect, and was given a half-immortal weapon that was once refined by the Daoist partner of the sect for 100 years. If the young man did not see through the conspiracy of the 12th state demon and had to take action in advance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Most of the demons in the well of Taiping Mountain that suppressed the demons would not have escaped, but all of them would have seen the light of day again. Especially the demons at the bottom, whose cultivation was at least in the nascent soul realm. In the recent 10 days, demons who had been lurking in various places constantly surfaced and wreaked havoc. These demons were mostly in the Dragon Gate realm and the Golden Elixir realm, and were extremely difficult to suppress. The Daoist of Taiping Mountain did not dare to be careless. Almost all the Daoist of Taiping Mountain went out to help. Only the gentleman Zhong Kuei chose to stay in Taiping Mountain. No one had any objections. Zhong Kuei had killed the most enemies during their journey to slay demons and devils. Moreover, he did not blindly protect the disciples of the academy. For several times when he had gone down the mountain to fight, he had actively joined the qi cultivators of other sects on the mountain. Therefore, the Earth Immortal of Nascent Soul Realm, who was originally in charge of the overall situation of Mount Taiping, told Zhong Kuei with a smile before he went down the mountain that he would entrust the mountain gate to Mr. Zhong temporarily. The Earth Immortal of the Nascent Soul Realm secretly revealed to Zhong Kuei that the founder of Taiping Mountain would soon return, and might even bring back the crown princess Huang Ting from the lotus flower-blessed land. Zhong Kuei laughed and said that it would be better if he came back as soon as possible, so that he would not have to watch over the well every day. After that, Zhong Kuei would patrol the bottom of the well alone every day. Late one night, just as he walked out of the well, he saw a big demon that he had heard of but had never seen before. In fact, even many senior Daoist of Taiping Mountain had never seen this big demon that cultivated in Taiping Mountain, let alone Zhong Kuei, who was an outsider. It was a white ape with a sword on its back, dressed in black. It was as tall as an adult man, but the white ape with a very high cultivation state did not transform into a human shape, and always maintained its original appearance. Although the old ape was a big demon that was famous in the Tongya continent, it was also the guardian of Taiping Mountain. Not to mention the years that the old ape had cultivated, it had been guarding the gate of Taiping Mountain for 3,000 years. The old ape was even older than the founder of Taiping Mountain, who had left the mountain and was the only surviving founder. The construction of the well prison was the work of the founder of Taiping Mountain. But in the long years after that, the guarding of the well prison was handed over to this white ape, who was fond of carrying a sword on his back and rarely showed up in the world. In history, there were only a few times when the big demons escaped. Without exception, it was the white ape who took care of them all by himself. He handled everything neatly. Even many earthly immortals in Taiping Mountain had never heard of him. During the chaos, the old ape, a sword cultivator in the Jade Primitive Realm, was in closed-door training, trying to break the bottleneck of the immortal realm. Unexpectedly, the old ape came out after only 3 to 5 years of closed-door training. Could it be that he knew what was going on outside and had to show up in advance? The autumn wind was chilly, and the forest was silent. Even if the old ape just stood there, he was like a lofty mountain. Zhong Kuei was still wearing the green robe he wore at the inn by the Great Spring. He asked, "It's you, right?" The white ape with a sword on its back did not speak. He only answered with the rainbow-like sword energy rising from his back. 7. $3.50. The readers who repeatedly subscribed to the 349 chapters yesterday have been refunded with double the amount in the form of vouchers. I still have to apologize to everyone. The updates in the middle and early part of the month were a mess. However, I still worked hard and managed to update nearly 140,000 words in the end. I have to praise myself. In life, there would always be a few storms. It was as if the heavens were reminding people that they were living under someone else's roof and had to lower their heads obediently. For example, Chen Pingan met Cai Chin Chien in front of his house in Mud Bottle Alley. He met the original owner of the Robe Golden Wine in Flood Dragon Gully. He accidentally entered the depths of the lotus flowers and was surrounded by a group of grandmasters. It depended on whether he could endure it or not. If he could, it would be fine after the rain. If he couldn't, he could only be like a martial artist, shouting that he would still be a man after 18 years. The master led the way, but the cultivation depended on the person. That was the case for Zhong Kuei today. Before today, Zhong Kuei's cultivation was too good, too fast, and too amazing. He left everyone in the dust on the Great Tao, making all the Confucian scholars in the Tongyi continent unable to catch up to him. But today, the white ape appeared. A mortal enemy. Compared to Mr. Zhong Kuei, the mountain master of the Dafu Academy had to intercept the great demon hiding near the Fusho sect. This went against the mountain master's original intention. Zhong Kuei's current situation could be said to be a place of certain death. The white ape's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the young scholar who was seen as having a chance to become the Grand Chancellor of a certain academy. Zhong Kuei took a deep breath. Even if he had not broken through the bottleneck of the immortal realm, even if he was not a demon that was known for its innately strong physique, the white ape in front of him with an ancient sword on his back was also a true unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator. If Qi refinement warriors were the most rebellious thieves in the world, daring to challenge the cycle of life and death of the heavenly Tao, then sword cultivators were undoubtedly the most unreasonable existence among Qi refinement warriors. A gentleman would not give up his jade without a reason. The first strike of the white ape's unsheathed sword turned the protective jade pendant that the Dafu Academy had given to each gentleman into dust. Between the gentleman and the great demon, after the jade pendant containing the true meaning of the Confucian sage's essay was shattered, hundreds of golden characters slowly disappeared into the mortal world like a golden rain. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Kuei retreated to the edge of a well several hundred feet away. His sleeves fluttered in the autumn wind. His two small sleeves were filled with the vigorous aura of an autumn soldier on the battlefield. The prison well on Taiping Mountain was a building that looked like a huge well. There was a staircase that led downwards in the wall of the well. The staircase spiraled downwards, giving off a gloomy and cold aura, like a bottomless pit that led straight to the underworld. As long as the cultivators of the lower 5 realms approached the well prison, they would be disturbed by the evil qi accumulated in the well prison for countless years and their bodies would be eroded. The Taoist apprentices of Taiping Mountain had a special training session, which was to sit and breathe near the well prison to strengthen their bodies. It was extremely painful. The reason why the female Taoist Huang Ting was regarded as a talented Taoist jade was that she approached the well prison with her senior brothers and sisters for the first time. When everyone was struggling to prevent the evil qi from entering their residence of qi, she did not notice anything strange and sneaked to the edge of the well prison. If it were not for the old Taoist of Taiping Mountain who was responsible for watching the younger generation's training, who hurried to grab the little girl's collar, Huang Ting might have already entered the well prison when she was 9 years old. After that, Huang Ting fought with the seniors of Taiping Mountain. Finally, when she was 11 years old, she successfully entered the well prison. However, she almost died in the depths of the well prison. She could not go down or out and fainted. In the end, she was thrown out of the well prison by a white ape in black. The old ape walked slowly and leisurely until he reached the edge of the well prison. The unsheathed ancient sword's sword qi was so heavy that it could not be seen clearly. After the sword broke the jade pendant that was equivalent to an upper-grade magic weapon, the flying sword was no longer on Taiping Mountain. A white rainbow could be vaguely seen in the distance. It was as fast as lightning, like a slender white snake slithering on a large black screen. As a result, the mountain guarding formation of Taiping Mountain, which was about to be affected, suddenly stopped operating and showed an unusual disorder. Zhong Kuei could not successfully control the formation to suppress the demon. When the founder was on his way to the lotus flower-blessed land to bring Huang Ting back, the master went to the fuming sect to stop the demon of the 12th realm. Before the earth immortal of Yuanying, who was in charge of the affairs of Taiping Mountain, went down the mountain, he gave the central control of the mountain guarding formation to Zhong Kuei, an outsider, without reservation. It was not because he was a gentleman of the Dafu Academy, but because he trusted Zhong Kuei. In fact, this kind of behavior was highly suspected of overstepping and was likely to reveal the secrets of Taiping Mountain. However, no one in Taiping Mountain objected to it. There was once a saint who said that the Taoist of Taiping Mountain was full of ancient chivalry. He was indeed worthy of this praise. However, as the saying goes, virtue is 1 foot tall, and the devil is 10 feet tall. This white ape was indeed worthy of being the guardian of Taiping Mountain for 3,000 years. It could even make the formation temporarily stop. Zhong Kuei looked dignified and silently read a sage's article in his heart. The autumn wind in his sleeves was of a higher quality than the wind of flipping books that one could not get. When Zhong Kuei was not yet 20 years old, he had become a sage of the academy. Due to his unrestrained behavior, he had a bad reputation in the Fu Academy and was not liked by many old-fashioned old teachers. If not for the Hill Master's doting and protection, he would have been stripped of his title of sage and become a sage and gentleman of the academy. However, this was not something that could be done once and for all. Every few years, there would be a major examination. Zhong Kuei was drunk and slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He actually missed the examination. The older teachers of the Fu Academy either did not like Zhong Kuei's carefree behavior, were angry at his squandering of his talent, or had the original intention of being given a great responsibility and suffering. All the sages and gentlemen jointly wrote a letter asking the Hill Master to strip Zhong Kuei of his status as a sage. In the end, it was snowing heavily in winter. Zhong Kuei walked barefoot in the snow and loudly read a moral article written by a saint. He also looked up at the sky and asked the saint about the doubts in the article. In the end, Zhong Kuei asked and answered his own questions with a self-satisfied expression. When Zhong Kuei stopped, a gust of autumn wind in the cold winter carried the word kindness praised by the saint himself and resounded throughout the Fu Academy. The autumn wind entered his sleeves. That day, Zhong Kuei became a gentleman. No one dared to question him. It was said that when the saints created words, ghosts cried and gods wept. Words indeed had their own power. At least, it was especially so for the disciples of the Fu Academy. The most powerful manifestation was the natal characters of the sages in the cultured and orthodox Confucian temples. These great sages had been standing high above the altar for countless years and were worshipped by the people. Their literary veins were endless, and their incense was eternal. However, even the saints in the orthodox Confucian temples were only left with 4, not to mention the Holy Master in the middle and the 5 accompanying him. The rest of the saints only had one natal word. There was only one exception in the world. Qi Jing Chun of the Cliff Academy. Chun and Jing were the natal words of this person. Moreover, these 2 words were extremely big. Then, there were the masters of the Confucian academies and the gentlemen of the Confucian academies. Their mouths contained the heavenly law and were full of righteousness, which resonated with the heavens and earth. Then, there were the sages who recited poems and attracted strong winds. They could make people shrivel up to their bones and disperse the souls of ghosts and otherworldly items. Only the white ape with a scabbard on its back stood in front of the well. It didn't say anything and only extended 3 fingers. It probably meant to say that it only needed 3 moves to kill Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei didn't say anything. He didn't want to argue. The jade pendant that symbolized the status of a gentleman had already transmitted the situation back to the academy. It was as if a snow-white waterfall had appeared all around Zhong Kuei. The white waterfall was made up of dazzling characters that were as small as the size of a fly. It was as if huge pages of ancient books were erected beside the well prison on Mount Taiping. The evil spirit emitted from the well prison was forcefully suppressed. The demons and ghosts suppressed in the well became ferocious and roared. Countless iron chains vibrated violently under the well prison, like thunder exploding. The white ape looked around. Mount Taiping actually had 2 mountain guarding arrays, one inside and one outside, the other bright and dark. The previous one was the mountain guarding array that everyone in the Tongya continent knew about. Once it was activated, a mirror would rise to the sky like a bright moon. The light would shine on Mount Taiping, making it impossible for demons and ghosts to hide. Being in the light, not only would one's cultivation be suppressed, but the demons and ghosts would also be suppressed. Those with shallow cultivation, such as those below the Earth Immortal Realm, would be killed instantly. However, what the white ape was really afraid of was not the array that had been tampered with, but the real trump card of Mount Taiping. The bright moon mirror was enough to intimidate half of the continent. Outsiders couldn't figure out its real use. Its existence was just to help Mount Taiping find its opponents. That was all. In the Tongya continent, who was the 3rd largest sect after Tongya sect and Yugui sect? For thousands of years, the cultivators of Tongya continent said that the sect masters' Taoist companions were from the upper 5 realms. However, no matter how much outsiders flattered and praised them, the sect master never admitted that they were the 3rd in Tongya continent. Regarding this debate, the sect master of Fuji sect only talked about it once. He laughed and said that if the sect master moved to the small place in the north, the Aquarius continent, it wouldn't be difficult to fight for the first place. The white rainbow that wandered outside Mount Taiping once again broke through a layer of invisible qi of mountains and rivers. It surged and fell from the sky, falling directly on Zhong Kuei's head. The waterfall-like pages slanted and flowed backward, forming a semicircular snow-white array around and above Zhong Kuei's head. The tip of the long sword collided with the waterfall, bursting out countless electric sparks. The falling speed of the long sword was slowed down a little, but the qi of heaven and earth in the waterfall was rapidly dissipating. Even though the sparks were only sparks, they had already destroyed the towering ancient trees, pavilions, and residences of immortals near the well prison of Taiping Mountain. Countless birds and beasts were running away, shrieking and shrieking. Zhong Kuei ignored the ancient sword that would break the waterfall sooner or later. Instead, he stared at the unmoving big demon. The white ape looked calm, and there was a hint of playfulness at the corner of its mouth. It was obviously waiting to see what the academy gentleman, who was a must-kill, had up his sleeve. The sword above Zhong Kuei's head was only its second sword. It was not easy for demons to cultivate. It was even more difficult to become a sword cultivator. Therefore, all the sword cultivator big demons in the upper 5 realms were, without exception, worthy of the title of Lord in the Wilderness. The sword cultivator demons in the middle 5 realms had all kinds of special treatment in the wilderness. They were almost equal to the disciples of the academy in the vast world. Even if it was a legitimate revenge or an attack, the sword cultivator in the middle 5 realms could be exempted from death once. Those who did not abide by the rules and wantonly killed sword cultivators would be severely punished once they were discovered, no matter how high their status was. There were dead bodies hidden in my walls. The chi cultivators in the vast world might not be aware of the horror of a sword cultivator big demon. After all, although there were many demons, real big demons were rare. However, at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a sword cultivator big demon was difficult to deal with. Countless human sword cultivators had sacrificed their lives to experience their terrifying killing power and bloody means. The reason why Alliance was so powerful and had so many admirers and supporters at the Great Wall of Sword Chi was that Alliance had been practicing his swordsmanship at the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 100 years. He was invincible against sword cultivator big demons in the upper 5 realms. Not only had he never been defeated, but he had also chased his opponents for tens of thousands of miles and even killed them on the spot. Therefore, when Alliance ascended and left the vast world to fight with the second brother of Tao in the strange place where the otherworldly demons ran rampant, the chi cultivators in the vast world felt that Alliance would be defeated honorably. On the other hand, most of the demons in the wilderness believed that the swordsman Alliance, who would not be satisfied even if he died 10,000 times, would defeat the real invincible. The demons respected and worshipped the strongest. Even if they hated Alliance, who called himself the swordsman, to the core, a peak big demon suggested that after Alliance died in battle, he could be buried in the wilderness with a sword as a tombstone. The entire wilderness, a barbarian land that was regarded as silent by the vast world, actually took this suggestion as a matter of course. The hundreds of Taoist priests who stayed on Mount Peace did not stand aside. Almost all of them were the lowest-ranking Taoist priests in the mountain sect. Many of them were young Taoist children with pale faces but determined eyes. However, Zhong Kuei said sternly, "Retreat. Don't throw your lives away." Although an old golden core cultivator among the Taoist priests had recognized the old ape's identity, he still blocked Zhong Kuei's and the others' reasoning with a single sentence. "We, the Taoist priests of Mount Peace, slay demons. There's no reason for us to die in front of others." The white ape did not even look at the golden core cultivator. He casually punched and the fist aura shattered the body of a golden core earth immortal in the eyes of the secular world. Repaying kindness with kindness, one would die without regrets. The Taoist priests of Mount Peace were like that. Zhong Kuei was even more so. With a wave of his sleeves, 2 gusts of autumn wind swept up the Taoist priests of Mount Peace and tossed them into the distance. The white ape ignored them and allowed Zhong Kuei to toss the Taoist priests out of the battlefield. 1 Zhong Kuei was equivalent to an entire Mount Peace. The white ape's heart stirred. The unsheathed ancient sword accelerated its descent. Zhong Kuei quietly pinched a green talisman between his fingers. The sage's manuscript was engraved with a small snow cone with the words "with spirit." It was Zhong Kuei's original sword-suppressing talisman. The moment the long sword broke through the waterfall, the green sword-suppressing talisman appeared above Zhong Kuei's head. Like a banished immortal falling into a blessed land, the ancient sword disappeared completely. Even the white ape, who had refined it for 1,000 years, could not sense it. The 2 protective arrays of Taiping Mountain were like bright mirrors rising to the sky. They were used to illuminate demons and search for devils. Even a cultivator in the pure jade realm could be trapped for a moment, and the real killing move would follow. They were the 4 imitations of the ancient fairy swords that the founder of Taiping Mountain, who was in the divinity realm, had made with all his manpower, material, and financial resources. Although they were imitations, each of them was a half-immortal weapon. After the 4 swords were combined into a formation, they were even more powerful and could be compared with a real immortal weapon of slaughter. However, the sword on the white ape's back happened to be one of the 4 swords. As the guardian consecrator of Mount Peace, he had not only hunted down the demon magnates who had escaped from the well prison for 3,000 years, but he had also snuck down the mountain countless times to kill the enemy, earning countless merits. In the end, 1,000 years ago, the Lord of Mount Peace stood his ground and bestowed one of the ancient swords to the white ape, who had already made outstanding contributions. Although the white ape could not completely control the 4 swords formation, it was too easy for him to take advantage of the loopholes. If an ordinary Earth immortal was forced to hold the formation in an emergency, the white ape was confident that the 4 swords would betray him. The ancient sword that was both a sword and a natal item was gone. The white ape narrowed his eyes slightly and twitched the corner of his mouth. His movement was subtle, but it was full of a bloody aura. Zhong Kuei put one hand behind his back and held the small snow cone in the other. He stood in front of a desk and began to write the first word. Saint. The second word, human. The third word, have. The fourth word, cloud. He wrote very quickly. Every word under the small snow cone hovered in front of Zhong Kuei, with great momentum. On Mount Peace, the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. The white ape gently shook his head. It flashed away. The white ape held the knife with both hands and swept across most of the well mouth of the well prison, heading straight for Zhong Kuei. He swept away. He did not give any hope to the young gentleman from the academy. It was not that the white ape could not deal with Zhong Kuei after he finished writing. After all, when he came out of isolation, he was already a sword cultivator in the immortal realm. It had deliberately suppressed its realm for 500 years. Unless Zhong Kuei in the nascent soul realm was the reincarnation of the Taoist ancestor or Buddhist ancestor, how could Zhong Kuei survive with the unpolished jade realm and the chasm between the middle and upper 5 realms? If Zhong Kuei could control 2 protective formations of Mount Peace at the same time, it would be a different story. Unfortunately, unless the sect master or the ancestral master personally came to take care of these 2 formations, the white ape would treat them as nothing. However, it would be very troublesome if he stayed in Mount Peace for a while longer. Really big trouble. When the white ape gently landed where Zhong Kuei was standing, Zhong Kuei was cut in half at the waist 100 feet away. The 2 halves of his body were dripping with blood. The 4 golden words and the small snow cone had been destroyed. A dignified and righteous golden elixir was long gone. An extremely high-ranking nascent soul had also dissipated. This was the result of a 12th realm sword cultivator going all out. The white ape reached out and pulled out a cracked green talisman from the void. He rubbed his fingers and grabbed the ancient sword that had broken free from its cage and put it back into the scabbard on his back. The white ape glanced at the green-robed scholar who could not be saved even by immortals and finally spoke with a hoarse voice. This was the first time he spoke. He said slowly, "It can be considered a generous sacrifice." He looked up into the distance and stomped his foot. The entire Mount Peace shook as he leaped to the peak of Mount Peace. With a turn, he flew towards the south. After the tremor of the mountain, the bottom of the well prison seemed to have lost its restraints. The murderous aura that filled the entire well suddenly rose. The demons that had been suppressed in the well prison for countless years laughed out loud after experiencing a brief moment of shock and confusion. The evil spirits, who wanted to slaughter the entire Peace Mountain, were about to rush out of the well prison. However, their imposing aura suddenly stagnated, and they started to hesitate. It turned out. A speck of light appeared in the north of Mount Peace. Then there was the sound of rolling thunder. The sea of clouds was smashed into pieces. The mountain shook again. A tall and white-haired old man in a Taoist robe landed beside Zhong Kuei's body. His face was full of grief and guilt. A golden body Dharma form rose from the ground, almost as tall as the Taiping Mountain. It raised one arm high, and a full moon jade plate rose from the top of the mountain. It was held in the hand of an old Daoist who was as tall as a mountain, and shone it toward the south. At the same time, he shook his sleeve and 3 sword lights rose from the east, south, and west of Mount Peace. They eventually stopped beside the golden figure. This Taoist was the ancestor uncle of the current master of Mount Peace. Back then, his senior brother insisted on giving one of the fairy swords to the white ape. He was the one who opposed it the most. Because of this, the two of them were strangers. What's more, there was an outsider who was of the same seniority as their senior brother who openly mocked him for being jealous of a beast's good fortune. The immortal realm ancestral master of Peace Mountain held the moonlight mirror, which seemed to be as bright as the moon in the sky. After looking around for a while, he finally caught sight of the fleeing white ape that was thousands of miles away. The voice of a golden body technique Crawstalk exploded like thunder. "You ungrateful old bastard. I'm going to tear you into pieces." The words were the law. The 3 fairy swords of Mount Peace, 3 rays of light that illuminated thousands of miles as bright as day, pierced through the sky and chased after the white ape that was desperately trying to escape to the south. The white ape with the sword on its back was really decisive. It reached out and took out one of the 4 swords on its back and drove it towards one of the green rays of light. It only hoped that the 3 swords of Mount Peace would pause for a moment. The ancestor of Mount Peace was even more ruthless. He actually let the 2 ancestral swords burn together and exploded into a mass of shocking light in the sky. The old Taoist still did not hesitate to control the other 2 swords. One of the swords directly pierced through the white ape that could not avoid it no matter how it changed its route. However, the white ape did not let the sword pierce through its head. Instead, it pierced through its back. This forced the white ape to reveal its 1,000 feet tall Dharma form. Its feet stomped heavily on the mountains and rivers while its hands held the second ancient sword tightly. The giant ape's hands were badly mutilated. Its huge body kept slipping backward. In the end, it could not hold on to the ancient sword anymore. It broke free from its restraint and pierced through its heart. The giant white ape that was severely injured twice could no longer maintain its Dharma form. It reverted to its human size and continued to escape to the south with all its strength. Before the giant ape's form disappeared, it sneered, "Don't you want to save Zhongkue? You still have a chance. Do you want to save people or kill demons? Killing demons means killing people. Haha." After the big demon ran for hundreds of miles, its body was pierced twice by the 2 ancient swords that finally revealed their true forms because it was too far away from Mount Peace. The old Taoist heaved a sigh. He had already tried to forcefully change and weaken the fate of Peace Mountain and move the Dharma form of the entire Peace Mountain a few hundred miles forward just to maintain the power of the 2 remaining celestial swords. However, if he did that, the scholar beside the prison well on the mountainside would lose his last chance of survival. After all, after he had used the golden body Dharma form, his real body had remained where he was to help Zhongkue gather the remaining souls and try to reverse the universe and bring him back to life. This was an act that defied the natural order and would incur the wrath of Fengju from the underworld. As long as the fate of Peace Mountain moved, Fengju might take the opportunity to invade and directly take away the few remaining souls of Zhongkue. The medicine of the countryside and the farmer's wife, that was why that old bastard said that killing demons was killing people. Not completely destroying Zhongkue's primordial spirit was probably part of the white ape's plan. Near the prison well, a wandering soul appeared in front of the old Taoist. It was the scholar in green with a pale face, Zhongkue. The old Taoist said in a low voice, "Mount Peace has let you down, Mr. Zhong. I have no face to face the Dafu Academy." With the seniority of the old Taoist in the celestial realm, whether it was in the sect of Mount Peace or the entire Tongyi continent, he was the immortal in the clouds who stood at the peak of the mountain. The old Taoist addressed the young Zhongkue as Mr. Zhong, which was a great recognition. However, the person was already dead and there was only a weak soul that could disappear at any time. What was the point? However, the actions of the ancestor of Mount Peace were indeed worthy of the title of immortal in Taoism. Zhongkue's soul smiled and shook his head. His lips moved slightly but no words were spoken. However, The old Taoist naturally knew the content of his words. Don't feel guilty, immortal. I deserve this. I can't escape it. If not in Mount Peace, it will be in the Darfu Academy or anywhere in the Tongyi continent. Beside the well prison, there was a young female Taoist priest. Her lips were pursed and blood seeped out. She was Huang Ting, or rather Fan Wn and Tong Qingqing from the Jingxin Zhai, who had to stay in the Lotus Flower-blessed land for 60 years. She was angrier than anyone else in the entire Mount Peace. The white ape with the sword on its back was one of her lucky chances on the path of cultivation. It taught her the sword-carrying technique that was not recorded in the sect. It was engraved in her heart, and she even brought it to the Lotus Flower-blessed land. Therefore, there was a saying in the Jianghu, there are two Fan Wn whether you carry the sword or not. The old ape had brought her to the depths of the well prison time and time again to sharpen her sword heart and help her cultivate. She wanted to kill it with her own hands and ask it if it regretted betraying Mount Peace. As for why it chose to betray Mount Peace, Huang Ting would not ask. She was not willing to ask. When Zhong Kuei's real body died, a huge black vortex appeared on the peak of Mount Peace. A huge figure with an emperor's crown on its head was vaguely looking down at Mount Peace coldly. Zhong Kuei's soul looked up and smiled bitterly. The old Daoist originally wanted to withdraw his golden avatar. Without saying anything, the avatar bent its knees slightly and jumped up high. Its hands directly shattered the vortex. However, the old Daoist's golden avatar also collapsed and shattered. The price was unimaginably huge. Zhong Kuei was just about to speak. The old Daoist waved his hand and smiled. When it comes to cultivation, realms, and whatnot are nothing. In the end, it's about making yourself feel good. After saying that, the old Daoist looked a little lonely. This Mr. Zhong, not to mention the great future of being a sage-to-be or the Grand Chancellor, just with his temperament, a person with such a gentleman's demeanor should not die so prematurely. Huang Ting turned her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. She said to the old Daoist, "Grandmaster, I want to go down the mountain." The old Daoist nodded. "Before the white ape dies, you, Huang Ting, are not allowed to return to the mountain. You can either bring its head back or just die outside. You can borrow the two mountain-suppressing ancient swords for 60 years. After that, you can hunt down the white ape with your own ability." Huang Ting said in a deep voice, "Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain accepts the Grandmaster's decree." The young woman turned into a flowing rainbow and headed south. The Grandmaster of Taiping Mountain was not a person who could speak eloquently. Moreover, he felt guilty and kept silent. Zhong Kuei also felt guilty deep in his heart. The old Daoist suddenly looked surprised. There were two gusts of wind near the well prison. They slowly drifted towards Zhong Kuei's soul and lingered around. Not only that, there was a small brush. It was crystal clear and was not a material object. It floated in front of Zhong Kuei. There was also a bright red robe that looked like an ancient official's robe. It floated down from the place where the vortex dissipated. Zhong Kuei looked at the small snow cone. He hesitated for a moment and gently held it in his hand. The bright red official's robe was draped over Zhong Kuei's body. Two gusts of autumn wind rushed into the sleeves of the official's robe. At the same time, under the well prison, the demons and ghosts that were as obedient as chickens and dogs in the market not only obediently retreated to the prison, but also suddenly, they involuntarily retreated until there was no place to retreat. Zhong Kuei thought of the prophecy. It was no longer the green-robed scholar, but the soul of Zhong Kuei in a red robe. He murmured, "Before Zhong Kuei goes down the mountain, all ghosts in the world are fearless." He turned his head and looked at the well prison. He blurted out, "Just kowtow." Countless kowtows were heard in the well prison. The old Daoist smiled while stroking his beard. It seemed that falling from the immortal realm back to the unpolished Jade realm was not in vain. Zhong Kuei seemed to have understood something and was speechless for a long time. Finally, he said, "Old Zhanren, I have something to help you with." The old Daoist nodded and said, "As long as you don't want me to kowtow to you, it's fine." Zhong Kuei laughed and finally bowed, "Although I'm a ghost, I'm still the Taiping Mountain Zhanren." The old Daoist was slightly surprised. Then, he laughed heartily and said, "This flattery is great." Late at night, Chen Pinggan felt irritated for no reason. He went to the courtyard outside the post house to practice his swordsmanship. However, he could not calm down. He suddenly looked up. An imperceptible ripple appeared in the sky far away. Chen Pinggan took a few steps back. Flying sword number 1 and sword number 15 had already flown out of the blade-strengthening gourd. Chen Pinggan heaved a sigh of relief. It was the gentleman Zhong Kuei in a strange red robe. Beside him was a white-haired old Daoist. The old Daoist looked at Chen Pinggan and nodded with a smile. Then, he said to Zhong Kuei softly, "You guys talk. Tell me when you're done. I need to take you away quickly. You can't walk in the human world for too long." Chen Pinggan's heart tightened. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "Don't ask anything. Let me tell you." Zhong Kuei gave a brief account of the Battle of Taiping Mountain as if he were an outsider. His account was not thrilling at all. Instead, it was boring. Moreover, his face was full of smiles. He talked about how he was unable to defeat the white ape monster and was killed by 2 swords and a knife. He became a lonely ghost and could not be a gentleman of the academy in the future. What nonsense was that? Chen Pinggan said angrily, "That's it. Dead." He pointed at Zhong Kuei's nose and said, "From a human to a ghost. Aren't you a gentleman of the academy? Can't your yin and yang spirits leave your body?" In the end, Chen Pinggan's voice became lower and lower. He looked absent-minded and asked softly, "How did you die?" At this point, Chen Pinggan was already speechless. His mind flashed by and finally stopped at a scene. There was an unruly man squatting on the surface of the river. He thought that the female ghost was beautiful. He pulled her hair and wanted to see her. How could the people in his mind all die? Chen Pinggan subconsciously took off the blade-strengthening gourd and silently put it back on his waist. The little snow cone hovered in front of Zhong Kuei. It was obvious that it had merged with Zhong Kuei's soul. Zhong Kuei said carefully, "Chen Pinggan, let me tell you in advance. I'm not being unkind. I deliberately want to take your little snow cone. It's up to you whether you want to beat or scold me." Chen Pinggan asked, "A gentleman's word. What do you mean after that?" Zhong Kuei said guiltily, "Can't go back on my word." Chen Pinggan sat on the stool beside the stone table. Zhong Kuei scratched his head and sat beside him. Chen Pinggan said, "You're dead now. You're no longer a gentleman." Zhong Kuei felt even more guilty. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked at Zhong Kuei. He said slowly, "But I'll keep my promise to others. It's the same for Mr. Qi and you." Zhong Kuei was confused. "Huh?" Chen Pinggan's eyes were red. He said slowly, "If I say I'll lend it to you, I'll lend it to you. A year is a loan. 100 years or 1,000 years is still a loan." Zhong Kuei was silent. Chen Pinggan finally asked, "If 1,000 years is not enough, how about 10,000 years?" Zhong Kuei nodded slightly. He stood up. Chen Pinggan followed. Zhong Kuei smiled brightly again. "Tongyi Continent, Ghost, Zhong Kuei. I have a friend. His name is Chen Pinggan." Chen Pinggan stared at him. He then smiled and said, "Aquarius Continent, Swordsman, Chen Pinggan. I know an upright gentleman. His name is Zhong Kuei." In the distance, the ancestor of Peace Mountain stroked his beard and nodded. He praised, "100 years or 1,000 years later, we meet again tonight. Is this a good story?" https #HappySmiley2. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.